line, but the same kind of
last second protection. Yeah. Actually, I see where you're coming from with that fully. I mean, the crystals is a huge cooldown. I think bubbles is similar. Last second protection. When you see a big ult come up, you know that you can essentially be immune in that moment for whatever's coming at you. So the removal of Adam too, I think, is a smart play here by Na'Vi, because you're trying to protect against some of the cheese defense comps that can come in at Arako with his triple spawn door hole.
Absolutely, you're right. Adam's been dominant this whole tournament. It looks so good. VP's adjustment this game is to ban Rocket Raccoon on the opposite side based on what Na'Vi was playing. Yeah, because nobody's finding the BRB. They're always getting the fights. They're also having a ton of damage to the See You Later. You talked about that. And the Gambit tech comes out from Na'Vi. So we're going to get Magneto Gambit. This is the first time, I think, in a while that both these characters were available for a team, a single team, as our audience obviously is getting into this game between VP and Na'Vi.
There's that removal of Penny, too, from the side of VP. They do not want Na'Vi on that hero for now, which can also run a very similar comp that they were running the last go-around. I thought we might see a mirror there on Dom, but instead, through the van phase, goes another way. The final lock going to be the thing, which makes a ton of sense to me based on what we were talking about last time.
Absolutely. I mean, this is kind of something that was that needs to be called out. Definitely VP's priority towards the thing has been something throughout the tournament. A lot of teams are focusing on definitely keeping one or two characters in their hero comps, the thing being one of them. Penny Parker obviously shown by VP they don't like to play against it. And for Na'Vi, they look like they're countering that comp and they're countering the thing. They've thought of the ways to deal with the thing. That's why, trust me, and this Na'Vi crew seem to be a little bit ahead in terms of the draft phase, is because they're thinking, you know, what is everybody playing and how can we counter it? What's the good stuff to play right now? And it seems like that is it. They get thing through on the other side, though. This time it's not going to be a little one-sided.
Yeah, we're going to have eyes on what Na'Vi wants to run here on defense, because they're going to get out there and set up. But then you look over at Virtus Pro, likely just kind of thinking through what they want to do here for the ban phase, trying to find a solution to break and get out the door. But again, this is their map choice, so let's see what they have cooking.
I think they know they have to mix something up, too, because that last map you saw, they played front-to-back style on domination, of all things. And you played Ultron and you played the Atom Warlock. Now that it's banned, it obviously forces them to mix it up and change something out. And Na'Vi are now the ones that have to adjust to what VP is going to have to do in their 2-2-2 style.
Nope.
You can see everyone locking in right now on the stage.
Stop being mean to me. I am.
Tuning in.
Na'Vi
I got it out of my system. 1-0 into Virtus Pro. A tale as old as time with these two teams, but although it's a 1-0, Virtus Pro held a fight there, was able to take a map off on Dom. Can they
lower their audio? Yeah.
And take this game home and get it a 1-1 series on their map of choice?
Yeah, my mic.
Let us begin.
Starting off, going for that counter spawn hold against Na'Vi, who are playing triple Vanguard, triple Strategist line alongside the Gambit and Magneto. One of the first times we get to see that, as well as VP having Sparker back onto his Elsa. Oh my goodness, hit scan again in the fight.
Right now, the point's just kind of moving for free. Not a lot of stall, nobody holding too tight, as what we typically have seen from Ignite in the past. Instead of trying to play around that lower side corner, notice this level of play, not really holding that top side. It kind of puts you in a tough spot for flank angles, and there is the commitment now.
I'm surprised people still opt for the Thor team up in situations like this. Like, I figured you would want to cleave with the left click, but
give them an inch and they will take
maybe they prefer the consistency and hit
also doing so much. They soul bond back into it, kind of like the Loki crystals. Both teams playing it out, though. Finzi using the card as cover. Now they go for their counter engage. It's a bit of a yo-yo in these two compositions right now compared to the last map.
Taking their turn on the fight here.
Get back to watching Spider-Man.
Sparker. Out goes the Yancy Street, cooldown invisible boundary already from level 1 Crook. That's an insane amount of healing. Jerky able to find 5 though, and the pace is back in Na'Vi's favor as Rajaro drops Nevix, and that's going to force them back to the door. Terra cleaning up another.
Yeah, I think VP's a bit mistake there was just playing a little bit too fast. I mean, we saw for VP against Na'Vi the last map, it was being countered on the other side. But let's listen to a Razor listen in for VP.
A Razor listening.
I pull Loki, shoot him. Loki low.
Loki one. Ding is gonna do the same. Ding is gonna slam us against the top, I think.
Yep. Okay, we have Gambit in turn. Guide the rocket ult, they might go with it.
Do you want to play first?
Wave right.
Wave right.
We can lift this for free. I put them back, don't worry.
Come here, carry top. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, they will have Elsa roll. Hear me out. I'm with. I have res. That's the bottom right.
I can imagine. Shout out to Razor for giving us that sneak peek on some of those comms. Back in we go. Fade holding on here. Raging Royal Flush available. Out goes the Sonic Seduction from Rajaro trying to walk forward, but nobody has been found as it's match right back by Finzi. Clobbering time's out, and that's going to be able to find one. Actually, this time, turned around on to Trust Me. Well done
Clean
there
comms,
by
yeah.
Nevix on that ultimate. The res comes out here from Terra, the Karmic Revival. The numbers are even once again. Saipe going to start off with a Royal Flush with some great positioning and head immediately into Nevix, as that's going to be one. Level 1 Crook dropping Nevix. Sparker taking out Trust Me, and Rajaro drops Fi. It's back and forth for days here as they take the third turn.
Oh my goodness, Crystals to save that front line, blocking off the heels of the Rocket. Actually, Jerky falls back to the main side, looking like Rajaro in that last fight with how much he did on just Magneto in the fight. And
that Jerky is going for the Mag team up, or the Emma team up.
Last second Glartrox, but Navi are trying to make them uncomfortable.
There's that huge Glartrox out of the front line. Sparker dropping Terra. Is that res available? Yes, it is. Terra going to drop back to the team. Will still be a 6v6 in this moment. Needs a trade for the. Oh, that's going to be a nice boundary right on top of the head of the Vanguard line, but they are immobile right now, or not immobile, excuse me.
What is that what's going on sometimes in the tournament? Watch party helps. Yeah, I got you, bro. Just ask me questions.
Is that going to be launched and committed? Yes, it is.
You're right. There will be even the fight with Zia later.
There's more. Yancey Shri trying to take Fi, slow down that pace here. Nevix gets the next pick. Sparker drops Rajaro. Virtus Pro trying to move forward on this attack, and it looks like they actually will. Finally getting the pace back in their favor, but the portal from level 1 Crook is guaranteed to touch. Will it be enough for them to retake?
There it is, last second. We have a few meters to go. With 2 meters, he's touching, but against the Storm, it's going to be hard to keep on this objective.
Oh, Sparker with a 2-piece instantly. Ice in the veins, trying to get on that highlight reel. Fi dropping Fade, and the whole side of Navi has to drop back for point 2.
Well, VP fully cap out, but that was a bit of a struggle bus. Now into the second phase, and we talk about teams, you know, either full holding on these convoy maps or almost full capping. Usually the second phase is hard to hold, so let's see how Navi do against VP's comp, which they were doing excellent first point, I think. They held for a long time, but Sparker was a difference maker with the Glartrox. Can he do it again against Navi?
Shout out to the Storm mains across Rivals. Heroes get a ton of play. Give you some confidence. Sonic Seduction getting launched now. Looking for Jerky. Great bubble there. You talked about the protection from Mag. That's a great example. Does not get tranced in that moment. Drops back and is forced to reset as an answer comes through.
Oh no!
And that
My
is
crazy
a
thing is better than Venom? No.
Nevix goes down. Saipe back with the BRB, but it doesn't
Hello,
matter. That
J-Bounce.
was already committed.
How's it going, buddy?
He copied, but didn't get it
I just watched Brand New Day. Is it fire? Is it as good as everyone's saying?
Actually, no, it was just raw attack power.
Yeah, Saipe is going to be blacklisting Emma Frost from everything of all in the future. VP now again getting caught in these situations with ultimates or wasting ultimates. In that case, it was not necessarily Saipe's fault. It's just
Brand New Day so far, awesome.
So good at the current
I was
moment.
on 3 hours of sleep.
I assumed it was Seduction, but no, it was just Sparker damage. Oh my
Hello,
goodness, Sparker
Fanes.
finding Jerky
Hope I said your name right, buddy.
There is going to be Fi coming in with the Omega Hurricane, trying to force out some cooldowns onto the front line, heading back towards the team. Typically the path you want to see from your Storm here. Nevix taking this space, clobbering time in.
Oh,
Sparker says not up in here. Goodbye to Terra. Up with the Meteor M. Rajaro looking up towards the sky of 5, but no, it does not land. Does a ton of damage. Great movement.
That would have been clean if he hit that.
Oh my goodness, Sparker with another huge
Sparker is doing everything.
I can't believe he just did it by himself. It literally did it by himself. He flanked up top side, got the Storm, who's caught above the high ground, and Sparker again. I mean, MVP for a reason, talked about on the stage. Both good players giving a bit of a shout towards the other squad with a minute left to go. Sparker puts the team on his back.
Doesn't want to go down like this. I don't believe Portal is available.
Hit scan thing meta, how far we've fallen.
Inside of VP, Nevix, clobbering time, Dredro going in now with the Sia. Jerky in the Hurricane of oh my goodness, everything's getting committed. Who's going to be the first to fall? The Sia gets burned instantly. Clobbering time's out now too. Doesn't seem to land too hard as no one falls just yet. A neutral trade for the moment with first two ultimates. Out goes Crystals too.
I mean, this is kind of all on Sparker too. No ultimates available besides Saipe in a moment. Same thing with Fate. Both teams playing a slow. Terra now on the Elsa as well. Got a match.
Oh my goodness, Terra almost gets
How
that
about
pick
Storm
there
being
on
played in
Nevix.
Pro
Really
Play?
good movement.
That makes
Sparker in a
sense.
tough spot. Terra trying to get this pick.
Storm is good.
Both go down to like 30
She's like,
HP, but still
she's
no
not
one falls.
good.
Trust me,
It's
gotta
kind
find the
of
first pick
weird.
out of Finzi.
Storm is a
this
character
could be
that's
big.
good,
Rage
but also
Royal Flush,
shit at the
50
same
hands on the
time.
clock.
It's
Gonna
kind
be
of
forced
like,
to portal here for the final
she's
fight.
really,
Everybody
really
drops
good
back.
in the
They need to go down
context of
now,
like a
or there
spam
won't be a
mirror
unit
because she gives
together.
your team
This
so
portal
much
gets caught.
damage.
Finzi will go down just a little bit too late with 5
But
seconds on.
like,
Can
it's
this portal get
only
here?
in pro play. Like, this character is still ass in ranked.
Just not. That's going to be a hold on point 2.
Supports aren't good enough.
Navi.
Man, they were figuring it out. I mean, there was some good plays out of VP, but it's kind of rare that we see teams get held in that second phase like we saw in all convoy maps, basically, right? That was kind of a first.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen a ton of Araco, so it's hard to, especially at this level of play, it's hard to get a good judgment, but definitely a decent push there from Virtus Pro. Again, this is their map choice. We'll see what they elect to do on defense. They could have something up their sleeve.
This is the map that always makes me contemplate why I use red outlines. Because I'm like, do I need to go back to yellow? It's such a red map. There's so much evil here.
I'm a bright green guy. That's where I stick with it. I feel like that's safe. But looking at the stats across the board here, 11 for Sparker. We saw that presence in this map. Dredro doesn't go down a single time so far on that attack.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, being the difference maker in those fights, like you said, between that matchup with Terra on the Elsa and then Sparker on it, that matchup, I think, slowed down Sparker's pace because they were on the Storm earlier. And then the difference maker there was, trust me, full energy on the Elsa, which you talked about earlier, has been so good and can match against Thing really well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just stay at 100 charge. A lot of the time you'll see pros use Diamond Form just to stay there. In between fights, you get those. It's 4 seconds till your charge goes down. So why not hold in Diamond Form, get those extra seconds, reset the next fight at 100. They're not expecting it, and your front line falls over. So well done there by Na'Vi, who are looking to try to get out this door with the comp they have used time and time again. Sparker with a nice natural cover peek, playing around unbreakable walls is going to be a common theme here. Doing a good job holding them at the door, and they're just trying to figure out which door to go at him here.
No more spoilers, all right?
Those mines have been a threat here. Finzy doing a great job. Coming back now, the whole team charges with bombs.
I swear Penny is LARP, bro, in these spam mirrors. Like, it just has to be bad. I think the meta has, like, evolved around it. Like,
they understand how to play against this Penny Parker. You know, I thought this Penny Parker comp was pretty much impossible to beat, but especially against this spawn hole break, it's definitely going to dominate based on what we saw on Domination.
Yeah, I mean, the playstyle into Penny is just angles. You know, they're going to dominate whatever specific zone they've chosen to lock down. You've got to play around that. Really good decision-making there by a super cerebral team. I'd love to see that thought process coming out the door right back in their favor.
I haven't seen a single second of him.
Doing a good job escaping, evading with his line.
He's definitely not top one.
Wait, where are those mines even coming?
Predicting the movement.
He was played yesterday by 100
done by Finzy, who again finds another one of those picks in the neutral prior to the second fight.
A little bit too aggressive there by the man who allegedly...
I wouldn't say Finzy is forcing it. Like,
bit of a genius.
They probably, as a team, think it's good for...
Setting up for the next fight here.
Which, like,
advantage going to be with level 1 Crook, and Virtus Pro not really close to an ultimate.
It's strong, but I don't think it's better than, like...
That's just a testament to the strength
of
him on that backline roll.
Whoa!
Is it better than Groot?
Ew.
Rope shot.
No way, right?
Jerky. Jaro again onto Dredro. It kind of seems like the pacing is just heavily in Navi's favor here, even being down a number. Virtus Pro kind of just played slow. They were afraid to move forward and try to attack off that, and it shows here as the portal's already being committed here by 5.
That's an excellent point. How Navi's playing right now is world champion tier. Terra with a pick on a Nevix too, and that makes it worse, makes it 2 onto Finzy and through the portal. Is anybody else even touched? The answer is definitely no. We're in the second phase with so much more time in the bank than VP had.
And Navi's just downloaded this team right now. They look like they've got it on lock. Still, we'll have that Royal Flush coming in with Rajaro, Trust Me, Jerky, and Terra's ult here. Going to be matched back by a few from Virtus Pro. Eyes on as we will likely
I wonder if we'll ever see a Storm ban.
And this is really interesting. When we talk about matchups, I feel like a lot of the Black Cat teams who play Black Cat at this point, Fi doesn't show it. He's playing the
Hylock coming into play. Not as much of a mainstay in this meta.
They just mapped, I don't know.
Meteor M available now for Rajaro. They're just holding this high side while the cart just gets free push. Nobody's stalling it for now, but it's, you know, still a little bit back.
Blue.
You want to hold this corner as your first
How's it going, buddy? Good to see you.
The reason we're bringing up too with Psylocke versus Black Cat is they both kind of do same things. They both get target focused on the right side. Finzy does find Terra. But the point of Fi is not to necessarily find those KOs, just to bait out cooldowns.
Depends what you mean by gaps.
Just to say that, Caster Blessing for Fi in this case takes down Jerky.
Down early. There's that space. Rajaro dropping 5. That was just
I thought that was a clone with how AFK.
Yeah. Not much you can do, and you get knocked back like that right into a sword.
How your game's been? I haven't played that much recently because I've been
over 100 meters away, so they don't hear it. It's going to land and just send in, but right on top of the mines might be dicey. Waiting to burn that ability first, and now walking in, heading back towards the team. But good decision-making and thought process as out goes the boundary. Meteor M lands, doesn't seem to hit, though, as Rajaro now cleans up Nevix.
I mean, I guess he didn't even need to. He soaked up all the output from the healing the damage.
Oh my god, Saipe died.
3 minutes to go.
Saipe died out of his ult.
Holy
shit.
Looks like they're going to close out on VP in the upper bracket to cement themselves in the upper bracket finals. 2-0, Na'Vi.
Wow.
Clinical here by Na'Vi, not missing a beat. The map choice by Virtus Pro was not enough to make them shake in their boots. Instead, they were on solid ground and walked right through them.
Clean.
Na'Vi to get into that upper bracket final to go one more game to be in this case, the reigning mid-season champions, right? That would be insane with how good Na'Vi looked yesterday and how good that VP did look as well. It's a bit of a surprise that I think Na'Vi just dominated the game throughout map number 1 and 2. Round number 1, you could see they made some mistakes, but when we look back at the map number 2 and also the last 2 on the first map on Krakoa, it was all Na'Vi.
Yeah, it was like they figured them out. I think they were just trying to find a solution, or at least the playstyle changes. It wasn't even a major change in comp a lot of the time. And once they had that figured out, it was nothing. I mean, it's just world-class execution. You talked about it yourself. This team just looks so dominant. Once they find their solution, I think a lot of Rivals is trying to find the comp that is going to work well into what you're struggling on. And this team always gets there.
Absolutely do. And Na'Vi obviously have a bit fans of the crowd. This team always thinks a step ahead. It feels like when we saw the Penny Parker stuff, I was kind of on the boat where Penny Parker seems OP, and the teams that are playing it to a very high level and it's hard to counter. Na'Vi said, no, we figured that out. We played Punisher and Storm against it on Domination.
Yeah. It was crazy to see there. Jerky was using that Omega Hurricane around corners to try to get to that spawner without it affecting him. That was just really smart decision making, always getting the spawner prior to the engage. They would fully commit together, and it worked every single time. I mean, coming out that left side door instead of center, when they saw the Penny setup, and immediately walked through the team. It was like after that, VP could not find their footing. They didn't really know what to do, and they never actually did.
Yeah, and this goes back to, I think, matchups matter a lot. Like, I wonder how this team would play, versus other squads that can play Black Cat and stuff like Rad, and that's why we saw in Rad, or rather in EMEA, a lot of the top teams were having a tough time versus teams like Rad, but the interview is ready on stage with Cozy. Joining him, I believe, is that's Jerky on the main stage.
Yes, it is. It is Jerky from Na'Vi. Everybody give up LA one more time for Na'Vi. Now, Jerky, want to ask you, I mean, this was a different story last year. In fact, they were the team that sit you down and then, of course, ultimately beat you in the grand finals. I mean, what is the difference in this team versus the team that was there not long ago? And also, like, is revenge sweet? How does it feel?
Revenge definitely is sweet. I think the biggest difference is not actually in VP. I think it's in us, because in Atlanta, I think everyone kind of knows this. I was a Psylocke OTP. I think I had a very good Psylocke, but nothing else. And now I'm kind of the flex god, as people like to call it. So yeah, I think that's the biggest part. And of course, Terra, right? Terra is Terra.
I'll never forget when you did say, I remember talking to you, like, I'm just a Psylocke one, and it was looking good for a day before the nerf happened. And now, hey, the Swiss Army knife in the duelist position. I think one of the most important roles, honestly, in these teams is that flex duelist. There's so much responsibility for the role. I want to ask you this. It's been TLC, saying we want Na'Vi. Na'Vi saying we want TLC. Now that matchup with Swamp still has to be decided. But if it is TLC, how do you feel matching up? It's always been the conversation. Best in the world. Y'all are them. Any words?
I think TLC and us are the best in our respective regions, right? No doubt about that. And I think the draft, the ban phase will go very, very deep in with them, right? Like every game will change, every ban phase will be different. So I think it's just whoever is better on the day, man. I think they're a very good team. I think we're a very good team. So all respect to them, and yeah.
Amazing. And anything you want to say to all your fans of Na'Vi here in LA and all over the world, the viewers, anything you want to say to them?
I mean, thank you guys for coming out. I mean, it's very nice to see everyone, right? So yeah, of course. And if you have the time for it, I want to give a quick shout out to my team, of course, and the people behind the scene. I mean, Debit and Kirill and our coach Shu, right? They do the best possible thing for us, get us the scrims and everything. And of course, for me personally, to the girl that's been supporting me throughout this whole thing, right? Throughout Atlanta, throughout everything. She's been the best, and couldn't do it without her.
Appreciate you so much, Jerky. And once again, that was Na'Vi taking down VP. And to close it out, bring up all the action, Des Stetcher, take it away. What did we see?
We saw what felt like a prophecy coming to pass. In fact, multiple prophecies coming to pass from Na'Vi there. We saw what everyone's been talking about of this incredible Penny Ultron composition from VP, and Na'Vi, despite struggling a little bit, beat it. Vodable, what a start for them.
Yeah, the big problem here, it felt like Virtus Pro were stuck into this Penny comp and didn't really have a different game plan afterwards, and Na'Vi had completely figured them out, right? Especially the flexibility that we saw from Jerky. He's saying it himself, used to just be that Psylocke OTP, no longer one of the best flex duelists in the game, and proving it here as well. I feel like the Storm is a perfect answer to that Penny Parker, but Gaskin, I mean, you were doubting Na'Vi before. How are you feeling now?
Well, I mean, what? It's two EMEA teams, right? I've got to doubt one of them.
That's true. That's true.
Back someone, and I'm going to be honest. I think VP threw this in the ban draft. I don't think that they did very well at all. I think that Na'Vi got a one-sided mag to start, then they get a one-sided mag and one-sided Gambit. And what are we doing with a Loki as your first protect? I just think VP completely got outsmarted in the pick and bans. It was a great effort map 1. They were looking good, but Na'Vi, we know what they're capable of. They're a team who adapt so quickly. As soon as they saw what VP were trying to do, they came out with an answer to it. And yes, I will say, Na'Vi have impressed me now in this series, and I'm very much looking forward to see what happens between them and either TLC or Swamp.
The second prophecy coming in as well there. It wasn't against 100 Thieves, but during their interview of that series yesterday, Terra came forward and said, well, Iremix is just going to first protect Loki and we're going to win. It wasn't Thieves, but Virtus.pro tried it, and, well, Na'Vi showed that it's not always a good idea. Another solid setup here, and there is the man himself. Terra, he is hunting for that first LAN victory. And Gaskin, you barely missed him in terms of casting him for the Americas, but he looks like he might be earning it.
Looks like the real deal, and I think he's going to be a key factor if Na'Vi are going to go on to win this entire tournament. If you can keep him hot, if you keep him playing this way, then I think Na'Vi are going to be in a very good position. That being said, I still think VP gave Na'Vi an easy win here. I would like to see more from VP in that ban draft for me when they drop down to the lower bracket. Now I hope they've learned that lesson, because we've already seen one-sided mag is very powerful. You can't allow one-sided mag and one-sided Gambit. Come on.
I worry a little bit for VP here, though. They're facing off against a very hungry Rad in that lower bracket, and in the preseason, we saw them go out in their lowest placement ever in 6th place, and that was against Rad. Dropped from Na'Vi in the upper bracket, in the semis specifically, then fell against Rad there, so history could repeat itself here on LAN.
There's a lot of pressure on the board. You're talking about history repeating itself. I was telling this story a lot yesterday and the day before. Once upon a time, last year, about this time, there was a team called Rad, completely different roster, but same org, that came in through the play-in stage. They lost in that play-in stage against an American team. They then went on through the lower bracket, defeating multiple teams from America, EMEA, and all around the world in order to win the whole thing. That team went on to become Na'Vi. They are the champions of mid-season last year. Rad is waiting for them potentially lower down to potentially cause a little bit more chaos if that happens. But first, Rad versus VP is potentially waiting in that lower bracket now. As Virtus.pro, they're not out yet, Gaskin.
They're not, and I do think that if they get domination again, if they can get capturing that first point, we saw what happened in map 1, round 1,
so
right?
Important.
They capture the first point, they have the penny, they lock it down, they look brilliant. Were unable to get the first point on either round 2 or round 3, and it really hurt them. And again, I think that we saw the prioritization from Na'Vi with their ultimates. They said, let's make sure we win this first fight. We can blow whatever we need to as long as we don't allow them that first point. They won't set up, and then the rest was history.
I feel like VP were kind of focusing a little bit too much on the thing protects. Yesterday
just
they
about to
did
ask
so much with that, of course, against Gen G, but this go around it didn't seem to be too much of a prioritization in terms of any issues that Na'Vi had against them, right? It's a different team, different quality, a different caliber, as we saw by the evidence of the 2-0 this time, right? So I think maybe focusing on something else to prioritize. It could be the Gambit that they would like a little bit better there as well, but it just felt like the ban draft, as you're talking about earlier, Gaskin, just wasn't in their favor once again.
What were they thinking protecting the Loki?
Yeah, I don't know.
How many times did we see Loki pop the Gambit ult with the copy and it failed? I think it was twice.
Yeah.
If you were just protected
you went
the
down
Gambit,
before you could even use it.
Exactly. If you protected the Gambit, you get that ult out, you potentially win that fight. I do think that it has to be a lesson learned for me. I do think VP looked good around that. The fact they still made it work and still made it closely contested despite that fact, they should still be proud.
We're going to be heading to the break so that we can get set up for our next series. It's going to be our second upper bracket semi-final. It's the Battle of the Americas. It is Team Liquid Citadel versus Swamp Gaming coming up after this.
When it's make or break, the Razer Black Shark V3 Pro is a real difference maker. Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With the best mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point. To top it all off, active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
Yo. Like, why did VP go from the strongest team in Rivals consistently getting sunned by Navi? I have no idea. No, Fishy, it's more complicated than that. I have no idea, Melvin.
This was inevitable.
Spectate PK, yeah. I don't know if you played much ranked, but this game right now is legit horrid. Oh, I've played ranked Monster. I haven't played in like the past 2 or 3 days that much, but like, don't worry, bro. I get it. It's bad. Did you have a bad night last night, buddy? Did you rage quit? Do I need to investigate? I'm in purple rank? No, you're not. You streamed for 11 hours? Wait, why do you have face cam on? What lore am I missing?
Yeah. Dang. Ooh, 95 out of 100. Yeah, I'ma call it a day. Yeah, alright. GG.
Wrong stream? Yeah, I know, but why are you streaming a face cam? Bro, how did you stream this game for 11 hours? How did you play ranked for 11 hours? Like, that just sounds like why? Like, what possessed you?
That's what I needed.
Okay, we're on BP. Oh, there it is. Wait, let me see what rank you were in before this.
Corny one-shot hook ability. Like, it's corny.
You're gonna Doomfist. No, not like that, yeah. Yes, you ate.
You ate, bro. Is this a Celestial 3? Oh my god. Bro, what is this skin, too? What the fuck? Wait, you're C3! Oh my god. We need a 24-hour light stream. Yeah. I was 1 game off GM. Been there, bro.
This monster got it, Reinhardt.
Been there. When do you crash out?
Oh, I really like that. Oh, I really like that. Fire. You low-key right by me.
Play more back? No, this bag is so dumb. He plays and then you run it down in BP. And you wonder why you dropped out of one above all.
Oh crap, she grilling your shit, bro.
The
And then you get
lion
madly
never runs it down.
irritated over like heals due to unforeseen circumstances, and you're just like, oh, GG's no heals, and you just run it down.
She's grilling you right now, G. You just gonna take that?
I got on, and I don't even fake myself 90% of the time to fake you! And this is the result?
What do you have to say for yourself?
You're saying I'm the problem. Is that what you're saying?
You're not the problem in the game, but the problem is, like, you lied to me.
Monster, you're lying?
I didn't lie. I told you we were going to win every game. From now on.
You said that from the beginning when you kidnapped me.
From now on, we'll win every game.
Okay, you better sweat.
Yo,
You better
we're not
sweat in
winning,
these
by the way.
GM lobbies.
GG. We're not winning. GG.
Mutes, Mike, we're not winning. Say it to her face, bro. Let her know. I'm going BP and you can't stop me. Guess we got some new damn fucking music. Light, we betting everything on Gen G, right? Yeah, hell yeah. I thought Monster was a hippo. Why does he look like Tom Holland? He is a hippo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to our next matchup of today. We figured out one side of the region. We have another in America to settle the score. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals mid-season finals. I'm your host, Cozy. And before we get this thing started, we've got an awesome crowd. And I've decided, as some are making their way back to their seats for a break, to go and find a few here for some knowledge of where they come from and who they think they're going to win. We have Loki. Come up with me here, Loki, if you don't mind. And Loki, where are you from and what's your name?
I'm from Holly, Michigan, and my name is Matthew.
Well, Matthew, what made you want to come all the way here to LA from Michigan to watch the best of the best?
I've never been to an event like this, and I've just been a big fan of Marvel Rivals esports, and I'm just so happy I could be down here with the community.
Has it lived
Shut
up
up,
to the
Matthew.
hype?
For sure. The matches from Gen G, from Na'Vi VP that just happened, it has been absolutely a blast to be here today.
And who is the team you're going for? Who's going to win this entire thing?
I'm hoping for Gen G. I've met their parents, and honestly, they've just been the greatest people to watch today and in the past.
And I'm assuming, I'm assuming you're a Loki main, or?
No, actually,
Probably not.
I play
Yeah.
Vanguard. I love playing Rogue, Magneto, and Emma. Like, those are my favorite, but I just really like the look of Loki, so I decided to dress up as them today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, give it up here for Loki. Thank you so much, my friend. And wish you the best for Gen G. Now I want to go, and yesterday we found the awesome moms of some of the players from TLC and Vess's mom to the amazing crowd that you can't ignore in the Gen G mom squad. But now I want to come on over here to Kara. Hi, how are you doing? Come with me to the stage if you don't mind, right over here. And we have everybody, Nero's mom, her son just about to play. And can I just try to understand, how is it like having, you know, your son go through playing video games? Most moms want them to stop playing video games. Walk me through the journey of how you and your son, you know, got here today.
Oh, it was absolutely crazy. He started gaming really early on, and he told me just to trust in him, and he knew that he had what he needed to go really far. And so we're here. It's exciting to be at a LAN again. Since COVID hit, we haven't been able to see him live, and we're rooting for TLC all the way.
I love
W,
it.
Mom.
And what would you like your son to hear from you, speaking to him about to play one of the biggest games in his life?
So proud of him, and he has put in so much work, and he says that he literally dreams strategy, and it's 24/7, and I want him to take the whole thing today.
Well, thank you so much, and we appreciate you. Give it up once again for the amazing players' moms here in the crowd. I'm gonna find one more here before I move forward. Let's go. Hello, how are you? What's your name?
Robert.
Robert, come with me on over here. So Robert, where do you hail from? Where do you come from to LA?
I'm from Bakersfield. Yeah, I'm actually pretty close.
I was gonna say, not too bad, maybe not an Uber, but also not too far away. How long have you been playing Rivals for?
I played since Season 0, but I took a break until 6.5, and I came back. Yeah, but the game is so addicting, like very addicting.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite team today in this whole thing to win it?
Oh, originally I came here to watch 100 Thieves, but I had hope, and they're gone. Yeah.
Unlucky.
Pivot. You got to pivot quick. Yeah. You just, bandwagons are open. All right. So who we hopping on?
Oh man, after what Navi did. Oh yeah, Navi. I mean, Terra is the truth. Stomping level threat.
This is what you love about, we have one of our great American players going on over to EMEA, because I thought for sure it's like, well, go to the next American city. No, going on over to what would some consider the dark side there. Okay, I'd love to see it. Definitely a 100 Thieves fan if I've ever seen one. What makes you love Marvel Rivals Esport?
What makes me love Marvel Rivals Esports? Well, that's hard, because it's a lot. I mean, I couldn't really get into esports at first, but I loved hero shooters. I loved Overwatch. I watch J3 content a lot.
Oh crap, we can't say that on
man,
stage.
we love J3.
This meta has never thought.
Our ball king there at the.
What did you think was going to be, Monster?
Viewers. Anything lastly I want to say to give you the floor before we get this thing going?
Oh yeah, man. Hey, any team that's not Navi, back it up. Man, Terra the truth. That's it.
They're right here, man. We got teams right here listening to you. All right, take your seat over here, you traitor. Appreciate you for coming on. Well, folks, you heard it.
Big thing, full pope. Yeah.
Believer, bandwagon on to Navi, but today, right now, match number 2, we have to settle the score. Now, we introduced them earlier as a story that has had a familiar finish. Over and over, these teams continue to be what defined this region, the top 2, and it was pretty clear and cut, but every single time the results have remained the same.
Melee socks were up before the hot things? Yeah.
Floor and level
they were.
As best as you get in America. Let's meet our teams and our matchup. First up, your number 1 seed, as we call them, the Super Team. Team Liquid Citadel. From Cooper Dastic to Nero in the back line. Paulie and Vess, the Vanguards, Energy, the Accuracy King, and of course, Speedery as your flex duelist. Now, listen, we'll get to y'all again just in a moment.
I got a wolf on my team, and I almost shed a tear, bro. Legit haven't gotten a melee character in my team in days, I swear. Yeah, bro, it's bad. This might be the worst state Melee's ever been in.
First time to land, making yesterday look easy. Today, we have Swap.
This will be a really good series, though.
From Crashman and Scatter Your Vanguards of Valentina and Forky Dog in backline, and of course, Melophobia, and doing it all day, it's Days. Welcome in, welcome all. We have our two teams, but for this interview,
Yo, can we put some damn pants on?
Players, we've got the coaches
my
that got something to say to one another. So first, for TLC, welcome out Coach Gator
Nobody
and Coach Fox
to get active with. I just take straight Johnson. Yeah, my bad, G. We'll queue again soon sometime, alright? I got you.
Gentlemen, Fox, Gator, good to have you here. Come on over here. We're going to separate here in the middle. Coach Fox, hello, hello. Shake hands, gentlemen, shake hands. Well, we have a big
See how they all have
you guys are
pants
both
on,
familiar
bro?
with. All right, first up.
I'd be such
we're
a
just gonna
Hitler
go
as a
ahead.
coach, bro.
You're staring them right in the eyes. We'll
You were
start
all
with
on
you, Gator.
pants, same colored
got
shoes,
7 seconds to
single
say
file
whatever you want,
line.
cool.
You stand here, you stand here, you stand
they're
here,
losing, so
or I will
it doesn't
molest
matter.
you.
It's not really
In Fortnite.
Coach Fox?
All the notes I need. Liquid's bad.
Liquid is bad. Yeah, definitely. Very thorough. For a man of how many words we usually have, this is not what I was expecting here. Hey, I mean, either way, what I want to go ahead and say is, this man, let's go to Fox first from you. What is one thing he thinks he's good at, but not so much?
Drafting.
Drafting. How do you feel about that?
I mean, they lose draft every time.
Okay.
They did not lose draft last time, G. Don't play.
They have shit comps.
This is why, by the way, this is why I've got these coaches here, all right? Now I'm going to flip the script. I want you to force to give him a compliment of what he's best at, but why it won't matter today.
He's great at dressing. He looks great. But that's not going to help, though. That doesn't do anything, so.
Hey, you get the fit check. We'll give that, all right? Okay, how about Fox for you? What does Gator think he's great at, but it won't matter today? Or what is he great at, but it won't matter?
They did a good job recruiting their team, but my players are the best in the world.
There you have it, folks.
W. Fox.
We've got Coach Fox,
W.
Coach
Fox.
Gator, someone
W.
will be
Fox.
sent to the lower bracket right here, right now. Desk, taking away this epic matchup for the American region in the Civil War.
I'm gonna die to heat stroke because Hitler PK is forcing me to wear black pants in the hottest weather ever to a tournament.
Game, but quite frankly, out of all the games we have had set up for us,
Could you
we've
be
been
more
looking
dramatic?
forward
Like
to this one a lot, because we've just been watching, pining vicariously over the fence.
It is
in
81
America's
degrees in
region
Los
with
Angeles
such
now.
a tough
Like,
set of teams. I once again
shut
joined
up.
by Vaudable, and joining us this time is
It's
Ryan
literally hotter
Central
outside where I
for
live in
this
Illinois.
matchup. And whoa, we have had some good games so far.
Fucking
but this
hippo.
are two teams who have had quite the rivalry, Vaudable.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, a great run from these teams so far during the preseason into Ignite, qualifying all the way here for the first time for both these teams, right? We've seen different amalgamations of the Team Liquid Citadel roster play on LAN for the players individually or some of them together, but none of these teams have actually been in this environment
No passion.
all as a
You're a
cohesive
light
unit.
PK.
So I'm actually more curious to
average
see,
Alright.
you know, what we can expect
It's humid
from this
though.
match, Ryan.
Okay.
Yeah, I also love that we've all got like 3 laptops here because we're about to queue ranked in between them. I'm sitting on the desk with this. But yeah, this is like not our region, but this is the matchup that we've seen a lot of with preparation, because these are the two teams that consistently meet in the grand finals of preseason, the upper bracket. There's so much to go for, and of the 9 maps that Team Liquid have lost, it's come from Swamp Gaming.
Swamp Gaming, of course, won in the preseason, but Liquid Citadel had a solid
LA is
run
not
during
humid.
the
Who said
main
that?
stage.
YouTube
so we
viewer.
have that beautiful rivalry. Let's try and break this down about some pivotal
Wait, you live in
players.
Illinois?
Well,
That's
let's
crazy.
start
I live
with
near
you.
Chicago,
Who
and
is
it's
a
been humid as
pivotal
fuck.
player
Yeah, I
for
know,
Swamp?
bro.
I'd
Trust
say
me,
the
I
main
know.
one coming to mind for me
I
right
don't live
now,
too far from
focusing on the
Chicago
Gears
either.
lineup, because I feel like that's been very important to make sure you do enough damage against the other team, is Daze. If Daze is doing well, this team is going to fly high in the competition. But the problem is Wolverine not quite meta right now, so I don't know how well it's going to be
Wolverine's
a factor here
fine.
as well,
He's
Ryan.
just buggy
Yeah,
as
I
fuck.
also feel like with, on the flip side for Team Liquid Citadel, in their case, you can rely on that front line a lot. Energy had a really good series yesterday against Rad, but the player that I think you need to sort of match up well against Swamp Gaming is the strategists. Cooper had 13 eliminations against Rad when they lost on Jalia. He was hounded by the likes of Crazy Kitty. So if Daze is having a good game, Cooper's going to be on the other end of it. But also Forky Dog and Valentina for Swamp, MVPs of yesterday. It feels that if they have a good
Does
game,
Mello have an
Swamp
anime
gonna
mouse
play
pad
well,
on
so it
stage?
needs to be matched from Nero and
Appears
Cooper
to be
in the
the
backline.
case.
It's a lot of pressure on them. You brought up the amount of times Cooper was targeted down, which is almost as many times he went down as the entirety of the actual stage. He has put on such good performances in the past. He also had a great run at the grand finals last time.
You know what caused
but
the
now
wall
with this
to-
different roster to really show what they can go in
No.
here. Let's do a
No,
quick
I don't know what
comparison
causes
here.
it.
TLC. Pivotal players, you've already mentioned that Nero and Cooper could be strong here, but Vodable, who else is going to be jumping out to you?
I think Speedery is kind of underrated here as well, right?
Ex-Flyer one trick now onto just incredible flex.
Exactly, yeah. The Black Cat was very effective, actually getting a ban out from Rad because of how strong it was, but also even with, you know, Crazy Kitty doing so well against them yesterday, was able to show that flexibility that was a question mark sometimes before. So nice to see that come out, even the more if they need to opt for that too. But I think my biggest question that I had going into this event was Pauly. Captain America, pretty non-existent in this meta, playing Thing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, he's flexible enough. It's just mostly that the Captain America was so good last year in EMEA when he played for Citadel that it was just, you couldn't ban him out. He was an anomaly that seemed to work consistently, but he's filled in nicely alongside the other, like, new Vanguard with Vespa coming in. King Magneto, really, but you know it's a flexible role. I do like the point out of, like, Speedery, though, because he was playing a lot of Storm yesterday. We saw it in the last series with VP and now V, with the Storm being good on convoy maps. But going into domination, this is the one area that Swamp has not been able to do any damage to Team Liquid Citadel because they haven't dropped a map. Team Liquid Citadel are pretty much like 24, 25, and 0 here, and getting into the draft, it starts the same way. One of the main differences, first of all, an Ultron Protect right at the start from Liquid Citadel is crazy, but more so that it was a switch between Gambit and Magneto. Both these teams going in different directions. Team Liquid Citadel pulling out something completely new.
A very early Ultron Protect. We've seen it protected
Ultron
and banned
first
in the later
prot.
stages
That's
of draft,
really
but
interesting.
This
Okay.
means, like you mentioned, Magneto, Gambit, all these other characters who've been in our first bans. There's the Petty banned out on the other side. It is going to be that Petty and that Ultron that are going to be secure. But the Ultron protected, the Petty banned out. They do not want to deal with that combo.
That Ultron's definitely Speedery, as we were talking about, very effective on that triple strategist lineup, and Swamp Gaming has been known to struggle against it. So that's the game plan it feels like for Team Liquid Citadel. And of course, Vest is going to be getting his mag.
Yeah, looking mostly so far like it's Team Liquid Citadel actually not being able to get their hands on Ultron once from the games that we saw yesterday against Rad. So like now it's that priority to make sure that against Swamp that they're going to have it. Loki being banned out is consistent. It's the one thing that we did see a lot of one-sided with the Cooper on Loki, but neither team's going to have access to it. Luna, just to make sure the Swamp Gaming have a bit of protection from the dive that could come in from Daze.
Makes sense, of course, that Luna with the Snowflake, for the Stone Ball for a freeze on anyone who dives, and of course that White Fox team up for a little bit of a charm and a bit of a self-purify to make sure that they don't get dove too aggressively here. It's an early setup here. Revives on one side as Rocket is taken away by Liquid Citadel, but they secure themselves the Atom. Swamp could still get themselves an Atom Warlock here, but with Rocket taken away, we head into that last ban, and Benjamin
This
Grimm
is dumb. Why are we
removed.
saving Atom?
Talking about Poly's heroes, and Swamp
I'm so
choose to
confused.
try and target
I wonder
him
what they know
out.
that I don't.
We're gonna
Is
sit on
Ultron
top
Atom that
masters
broken?
in just a second, but Vodable, who's your one-word pick?
I'm going Swamp on this one.
Team Liquid don't lose on domination. They're not going to lose now.
Statistics
Yo,
are in
there
Liquid's
is no one in
favor.
the
Let's head
crowd.
over to our
Oh my
cast as
God.
Cozy's teleported again, and he's with Gaskin.
Thank you, Tetcher. Oh my goodness, Gaskin, we've got ourselves what has been the rival of America. The top two teams, Swamp Gaming and TLC. I could not be more excited. How you doing today? How you feeling?
Oh, really good. I'm very excited for this one. I mean, you and Shib have been able to take us through this throughout the online stages. I've been watching
Why
in the
is no
wings.
one there?
This is the rivalry of all rivalries when it comes to America.
No, absolutely. And I have to say, I mean, we have not seen TLC drop domination in best of 3. It's so important, right? Because all paths lead through that map 1 and Dom that we would expect to give TLC that big advantage.
Big confidence booster if you can take domination. But, of course, after watching that lock and ban phase, we knew there was going to be a lot of mind games. The instant Ultron Protect into the Penny ban as well. There's been a lot of murmurs about what TLC are going to play, what Swamp are going to play. I think that Swamp were trying to throw them off the scent a little bit yesterday as well with their lock-in bans, but now we're into it.
Well, folks, we've got our game ready. The crowd is loud here for the top 2 American teams. We start here in Wakanda, the infamous location, live in LA.
This
It's
event was
Liquid
apparently
Citadel as we
sold
take a
out.
look at Cooper
I
on
mean,
the
W, I
Gambit.
guess.
So far, pretty interested in the bans. Definitely has defined a bit of
Okay, they are
what
playing
they've
Adam
done
Ultron.
in past
partner.
I guess
Very
that team up
different
is just
for
really, really
TLC
good.
and Swamp Gaming, maybe they've won that battle. They wanted this to happen so they could find some sort of counter. Very intrigued to see how Melo does on the Bucky as well. I think there's a lot of responsibility there as the Winter Soldier to get some of these hooks.
Yeah, they've asked Vest to pick up the tree, and he's done just that, but it's looking close to 99 woodcutting as going low, but going to stay in this thing. It's going to be the side of Forky Dog going out first, and with that, it's going to be the tree on the opposition, and quickly going to spawn is Moses Swamp. Again, they like it muddy, but right now, it's clean gameplay from Liquid.
Another big thing was the ban onto the Rocket as well. How much does that hurt Forky, who's having to move over to the Luna? We've seen plenty of Luna from Forky, but he really does look better when he's on that Rocket Raccoon, and without it, it just means that maybe they might fall back a little bit.
I have to highlight right away, Nero on the Atom is something we don't get a full lot here, so love to see a little bit of a different play with the Trip Strat backline now. Gonna go and
This
play
Atom
aggressive.
skin
We
is
get
so
ourselves
odd.
a little living tribunal, those that love the
Got his
Marvel there.
cheek
for
straight
Nero.
out.
Gonna go and stay aggressive. I like the play. Best while getting low. They use that bubble once again, coming in clutch.
Most importantly,
is DD good here? Isn't it just Wolf?
For TLC.
Well, the problem with the Wolf monster is he's like the buggiest piece of shit in the game and doesn't work. So on paper, Wolf would be okay. The problem with Wolf is like anytime you get a grab, you just get like Gambit team up on top of you. They get Ultron shield, they get links, they get mag bubbled, or the mag just bubbles himself. Elsa trap can give you cancer. Like it's like okay. But like DD with Flake is like disruptive, but you'll never kill anything, and you have a high chance of dying because the trap. Like if you're gonna play a melee character here, it's Black Cat. It just has to be Black Cat. It's like the only thing you could just be annoying. You will never kill anything, but you'll just be annoying. But in all realism, you should just play Bucky Elsa. Like we should just be on Bucky Elsa here, and we would win the game, or at least have a chance of winning the game.
What happened there is Paulie trying to hit, but clipped by the ceiling. Melo and Forky to clean it up. That's what you're looking for. But once again, it's Marvel Zombies out here trying to born again, win again, but looking like they'll lose again.
Look how much was committed now from Swamp as finally you will see the Karmic Revival, but it hasn't caught everyone. Vesser and Cooper having to come back from
Bucky over Widow, yeah, because the
this
team
is
up.
their opportunity to try and get a touch on this point, but it is great defensive
But you can play
work
Widow Elsa
from
too.
Polly
It's
at the
not
moment.
bad.
He is zoning Swamp away.
Gotta love just pointing to the C on the chest for Paulie and going aggressive like he did there. But yes, with that 97%, I mean, Swamp has to get this thing back. A great sustained effort from them.
Energy
just so
kills
hard to take
Day.
down
Oh
as
my
Energy
God.
does just that on Days. Puts a Swift in to the X-Man and Speedery now with the Rage. Looking close here.
So close, and it's a huge chance now for Liquid Citadel just to
TLC
bully them away
loves
with this
Ultron,
rage of
bro.
Ultron. Yes, Daze is going to have ult available to him as well. But you've got to be careful if you're Swamp that you just don't throw a player in unnecessarily. His Energy gets two, Polly gets another, and just like that, it's going to be the capture of the point in the first round to TLC.
Let's listen in by Razor, powered by Razor, to hear their thoughts.
Yeah, we can't hear, by the way. W prod.
Team, a few words here as they are prepped and ready to go. We've got Veswa
Team
with
of
the
few
ult here. I mean,
words.
looking at what they've done, Gaskin. Energy
Alright.
is performing just how we thought we would see it. Again, the stakes are so high, but right now the results the same.
Same results. TLC
I missed
is
everything,
still
Light.
on
I
top,
hope
so
your
the first test
bed's hot tonight.
for them has been very
What?
comfortable, and really Swamp Gaming had one attempt at a push that maybe things could have gone their way. It was the way that TLC were able to stall
Oh
so
my
successfully
God.
there. A lot of it goes down to what Polly was doing on that Magneto, bubbling himself, getting that shield up consistently, waiting for the rest of the team to the join. And really, it's Adam Warlock yet again being the prime example of, with this trip strat, having an Adam Warlock on your team can be just such a huge advantage.
Absolutely here now going in the lower ground, trying to find themselves the path to success. And yeah, looking at what they had ult counter-wise, again, Vest does have that big Groot ult to get things rolling for them. I'm curious in the ult track, and this is kind of where it comes the data behind
Light,
it.
I'm gonna
Do you wanna
molest
play
you if I
aggressive?
find
Melo's
you
doing
on
just
ladder.
that with a quick uppercut
Alright.
there to send Energy back to spawn.
A lot of responsibility for Daze here. I think as the Wolverine, judging by what TLC have been able to do previously, if you could just rip one of them away, which he did, maybe SG finally get their first attempt to take this point. And we know what Swamp Gaming can do when they're in control of a point as well. Finally, they break through TLC, and it looks like they should get the first hands on it.
Absolutely here, and just have so much defense and sustained effort with Valentina going to have that boundary and more. How much do they
Couldn't
need to
Swamp
commit?
play
We
Mag
saw that
Venom
they won
with
the
Black
fight
Widow
there
and DD?
on first zone, and Daze is going to get the best of Polly on it. So just
They
like that,
could,
Swamp Gaming
but
feeling comfortable, and again, they
it's
like it dirty. Dragging the
Ultron
Swamp,
just
but
gives
Nero
DD
brings the
cancer,
team
bro.
back to
Like,
the action.
especially with Adam on the team, like he just pops that team up, and you know he's just invincible.
Alongside the damage from SG, but now Forky's gone down.
It's Tree and Tree.
And you have the Gambit team up to lair with the Link. It's just
Slicing
AIDS.
and through the wood, making splinters quick. Now quickly going to hold on. 20%.
What's up, Justin?
Forky still
No,
has
you
the
didn't
show
miss
to
anything
put
crazy.
on. That's going to get the rest of the team, allowing them to build up. As look at TLC. I mean, they've got some work to do on the ult front.
Yeah, I think Swamp Gaming should be proud of that. They were able to power through, even though we saw 5 revives from the Adam Warlock. And now they've got control. Now they've got ult advantage as well.
TLC being pushed to their limit, or are they holding back comps for Navi?
Already Meteor Ember's going to be popped instantly from Scatter just to help zone a little bit. As Mello was able to get the opening pick, TLC again on the back foot. They're going to have to retreat a little bit here, Coach.
Absolutely here now with 44% and climbing. Yeah, Liquid Citadel's in an interesting position because they have to build up, right? They can depend on neutral, but that's a tough task. With the comp they have rolling here
Is
in
Malephobia
Swamp
Asian?
Gaming, Last
No
Stand
idea.
is ready, folks. If you don't know,
Probably.
Wolverine capable of just getting a massive slam down, takedown, team wipe potential. Looking for that opportunity. Daze is a definition of aggressive.
Yeah, Daze is going to be there
Oh,
again. He's going to be a
shit.
problem
Energy
as
pre-fight,
Valentina
it's
gets
like a
the
massive
overall to energy,
pick.
and we know what an important factor energy is on this TLC side.
Okay,
Here he comes!
Slicing dice, and he's looking for more. It's like watching Animal Planet slowly as the hunter is looking for the hunted. Dave's going to hold on to it. That boundary got pushed, or the force physics got
he's
wasted.
looking
Thought he was
for
going to go in for that opportunity. He chooses to save it. There it is.
Finally, we see the commitment, but that's the good thing from SG. They've delayed. They're at 83% already, and they still have Invisible Boundary as a backup. It's
so
a back-to-back
awkward.
Invisible Boundary on both sides.
Oh,
That
wow.
is why Magneto is the babysitter of rivals, able to protect
Oh
through the
my.
bubble. It's huge, but
Kraz,
it's not good
man.
enough. Nero does find that neutral pick.
Yo,
Looking
can
for
we help
forcing the show to
Kraz?
go from Forky Dog is our show
Oh,
today.
it's fine. We're
It's
doing
looking
best.
huge.
Okay.
Melophobia throwing down that Kraken impact. Puts
Big
it
wall from
into
Kraz, too.
the tree in overtime already ready.
Big touch from Energy, though, to make sure this one keeps going, and the big pick as well. But it's all about Swamp Gaming right now. Kraz and Daze working together as one goes down.
Massive freeze frame, and just like that, the Kodak moment of Forky Dog getting that huge hit. Just like that, the yellow is slimming down. Portal is opening, but it's on the side from Scatter to ensure that defensive hold. Strong decision, strong moment for Swamp to define a new era. They get themselves the second zone.
Swamper on the board. Valentina celebrates, and for good reason. What an important
Can we do
factor she
predictions?
played
Yeah,
on that
yeah,
back
next
line,
game.
just saving that ultimate for the right moment at the right time. But it was the ultimate usage Swamp were very careful with when they popped them. They had control, they were bullying Liquid back,
Yes.
they didn't overcommit to the fight. They waited for Liquid to do something and then they responded.
Well, and Liquid had to get neutrals if they wanted anything to be even, and it was on the other side. I mean, it was Swamp that was continuing to get these important picks that we see and we expect from TLC. Folks, remember, once again, TLC has not given up a Dom map ever to Swamp Gaming. We're talking a full year here, have not seen it.
What's up,
Could
Merc?
make some history
How
today
am I
live
feeling?
in LA
Pretty
as we look
shitty.
at the Panther.
I'm having a
and
really
Warrior
hard time
Fall. So many
sleeping,
iconic
but
moments
it's
in
all right.
Marvel decided right here we're going to see more.
You feel like this would be a passing of the torch moment if Swamp Gaming were to take this Dom off of TLC, and it would be a defining moment in this tournament as well of who we think might be the favorite. We saw Na'Vi take down their counterparts in VP and show that they are the best in their region, but who's going to do it here on the side of North
Hi, New York
America?
lover.
And even though it's still first map, it's still early stages.
Sorry for
we
blowing
will
up
learn
at
a
you
lot here in
yesterday,
this
bro. I
third
was just
round.
hungry and
that
tired
was
and
way too
irritated
fast.
and
He was
shit.
flying right there. Love to see the overview of the position they choose to take. Right away, it's going to be TLC trying to get that point round first, but you get the high ground. There's advantages to both here. Quickly now, Swamp
Is
Gaming trying to find
BO3, BO5?
really
I have
big
no
energy.
idea.
Is so lethal. Going to try to match Melophobia on that Bucky.
Very important that TLC get this first point. We saw what happened when SG were able to take control, but now they start
won
to apply
Na'Vi
a little
versus
bit of
VP.
pressure here.
Na'Vi
Ring
won,
Voltron is
and
going
it
to be
wasn't even
there,
close.
and it will be popped as well. It's the first ult to come out, and SG just have to retreat here. Is worth noting, Karmic Revival is going to be there for
Alright, there you
TLC
go.
in the next fight as well.
Yeah, look on the other side.
Dude, that was
too. I
so
mean, having
funny when
Valentina
Bobo
even
yesterday
or
said
Dr.
Marvel
dangerously
Rivals,
close.
like,
So
we're not
one
a
of the best
Mickey
ult
region.
trackers and teams treat themselves as a family quickly, as it's going to be the quick hook and trying to find something from it. Going to force now the boundary on the side. It's going to be Valentina Eve trying to get this point. Forky Dog and Mello make that statement known. The exclamation point is had as Nero bringing
That was
the board
really good
again,
res from
ringing through
Nero.
the halls of Wakanda. Bringing
Oh
back
my
2-3,
god, that mag
but
ult.
again, it is born again.
W
Losing it.
scatter.
Swamp
Holy shit.
Gaming are on a tear. It doesn't matter if you get brought back to life, it would seem. Forky has to pop Fate of both worlds, though, as Veswa cannot connect with anything. It's Valentina, it's Mellow, it is Liquid Citadel falling apart here, and they are going to have to just give this one up, you feel. They are going to commit an invisible boundary, though. They are confident they can get back on
this was just a good ult. It stalls the point for longer.
Walls is showing cracks.
Really good ult from
has
Danny.
the mod
Wow.
ready to roll as folks 3 now down. It's going to be point now
Swamp
over
is
to
low-key
Swamp. I will
cheaper
say
than
through all that
tanks. No,
chaos,
Swamp,
great
every
job
one
from
of Swamp
Liquid Citadel,
players is
still
good,
keeping
bro.
that foundation
They're all
strong
really
and
good.
having the point.
That being said, they did commit Psionic Seduction and Invisible Boundary, and yes, they gained an extra 10+%. But they have given away those ultimates now, and it's going to be tougher to break against an SG who have been able to build up ults of their
Yeah,
own.
I know.
Yeah, this is where you want to play aggressive if you're Swamp. You have Kraz and you have Melophobia. All the strat ults are offline, right? At this point, move forward. Don't let Speedery get that rage. You have to go. Press W. Now is the time. Don't be scared. Don't show you're scared on your first land. Bubble up. Kraz man looking for more. He's got the Grudel. He's trying to find value, but Paulie's the one to send him back to find himself spawn.
Both those ults were popped, and neither of them connected with anything. Melo's gone
I have no
down
idea
as
how
well. So now TLC
Daze
should
is
be
fighting
able to
value in that
comfortably
comp.
march in, steal this point away, as SG will retreat and just
really good.
reassess. As again, we're going to go back to point A here. Speedery's going to be the first one to get ult. We've reset everything, but Valentina will have Invisible Boundary this time, as Energy is showing up now on the Bucky. The switch over has been big.
Energy showing why he's one of the best in the business. And right now, Speedery holding on to that rage. I mean, it is the age of Speedery here right now in the first map. As we're getting a good look, breaking that environment. Love the play and the positioning for Swamp. A little bit tougher here. You have Valentina Eve getting close to that boundary. Forky Dog at 74. So now it's kind of on the opposite side. Liquid Citadel, be aggressive even with that point hold.
All right, we're going to go for a Razor listening now and check out how the comms are in this game.
Whoa.
I'm in.
How did he get... Oh, I know how. He flanked under and then just went up and grabbed somebody. I want to fall asleep. I can't. Feel that.
Yeah, I'm looking for him. Daze went range. He went to range.
Break the shield, I can maybe get my team ups in too. I think they get it. Go point. Guys, I have my ult 8%.
Yeah. I can damage the best 3.
I can grab trade.
Get me in.
I'm linking.
These are some comps. These are some damn comps.
Domination is their game mode, folks. Getting the other Bucky on the other side of this multiversal war. Finding another, looking for more. Vessel goes up with the Meteor M. He was a king in 2025 for the slam downs. Finds nothing. Energy, though, doing it. Showing that energy in LA. And showing why they cannot be taken down in the mode that is theirs.
Team Liquid Citadel continue to sit on top of North America at the moment, as Swamp Gaming will fall here at Domination, but that was to be expected, right? That's what we've seen all season long. Domination was never gonna be a question. TLC have been the Domination Kings, and SG could not answer.
I mean, it's like a choose-your-own adventure book, but all the pages lead to the same result. We've seen Swamp try this more and more. It always looks like they're close. They've given a zone before, but can't get that done. Either way, that is why TLC is so hard. You ask for a weak link. We're looking through it. Someone's going to step up and have that Captain America moment, right, for the Avengers. In that case, Energy, right? He could not be stopped, won't be stopped.
I mean, interesting, I think statistically, Swamp Gaming had a better game. They found more KOs in their favor, but it was about the execution from TLC. Every single team fight was planned out. Yes, a couple went wrong, but when they went right, they looked so smooth and buttery, and that's what TLC have to offer.
I mean, can we highlight Speedery having 24,000 healing, 17,000 damage as the Ultron in the triple sup at that. It allows them to play aggressive. You have an amazing strategist like Nero, who is great and lethal. We talk about someone like Millennia on 100 Thieves. Nero does that job very well. And Speedery being that flex DPS, it just allows everything they do well to combine.
Everything was perfect for TLC when they got rolling. Sure, a few shaky moments, and that's what Swamp Gaming want. They want to try and disrupt the consistency and the chemistry here of TLC. And even though at times it did work, you have to look back at one of those final fights in that mid-game of round 3 where Swamp Gaming did commit some ultimates. They tried to be aggressive. Groot ult came out. They tried the Kraken Impact as well. Didn't connect with either, and then TLC never looked back.
You know what? They did shut down TLC's Vanguard line pretty well, and that's what's kind of scary, because if you look at it, Veswa does not have a lot of games where there's some struggle. One final hit is unusual, I would say, for what we know from him and Paulie. So they got that right, but what's scary is that means they can correct the ship, and TLC, one of those teams that get better more and more. Putting that foundation of the Citadel, Mud is fine. They're going to build it up.
Both Bucky players played incredible, and they were huge parts of the success for both teams. Energy and Mellow, take your hats off. Without them, finding those hooks, finding that damage, it would have looked a very different game on either side, to be honest.
It's over.
But
I mean, it's owned by Disney.
what's the mentality like for Swamp Gaming now? That's going to be the question. You know, you commit so much, you felt really good after taking that second round.
It's okay.
Now you still have to go back to familiar territory here where you are.
I think if we're going to play 2-2-2,
TLC.
it should be Elsa Bucky.
I can tell you by watching this team a ton, they are one of those teams that play with how they feel, right? I mean, when you look at especially land nerves on top of that, but this team is defined with how their success is rolling and snowballing from it. So if you are Swamp, one of the things that you have to perfect as you get better and better, more pro scene, more land focus, is keeping calm, cool, collected. That's one thing, Gaskin, we've seen here in LA a ton, is these teams that look down, they're not out. We got to see that from Swamp Gaming as we take a look at the final stats.
And as I said, in terms of numbers, it looked really good on the side of Swamp Gaming. They had the better of the KOs in their favor. But again, it was Team Liquid Citadel who were just consistently on point when it came to the execution of those fights. And if Swamp Gaming are going to be able to win this series, they need to be shutting down some of the damage that they're seeing from Energy. Whether it's some flanks on their side, whether it is someone targeting him completely, you can't allow the same kind of freedom that Energy just saw.
Well, on top of that, too, they were winning great fights, but they could not get the point back over and over as Spider Island is making its appearance here in LA. Listen, a lot of map choices that Fox could go to. I like this choice for Swamp Gaming. Does really favor a lot of gameplay they want to do. And overall, I mean, Gaskin, they're hoping that this is a map they just feel like they've got that advantage on that TLC may not have as much of their Scrimbucks.
We did see Swamp Gaming lose Spider Island during the online play, but that is a good chance for them to look at what went wrong and how they're going to rectify this with practice. And I do think that Swamp have had a lot cooking coming into this event. I actually saw a comment from Mello in the game chat there where he said, our prep didn't go this far. We thought we were going to win map 1. Well, you've got to be prepared for what could happen if things go wrong. And Swamp Gaming, we know that they are fantastic players, right? They have the capability to get back into this one, but it's always going to hurt losing that first map.
And that is why it's so important to have that domination as one of your best game modes, because all paths lead through it, best of 3. It's so hard to get that momentum not once but twice, right? Get
How are these games all
against a team like
That
TLC.
feels kind of brain
Not
dead.
going to be an easy task, but Swamp Gaming, they do not want to be known as underdogs anymore. This is their chance to prove it. You're live on the biggest stage. We have ourselves a big ban phase coming up. Now, if you look at the last one, I felt like they both had great strategies, but what do you want to see change?
Well, I think a lot is going to change naturally. You're going to get the mind games. You also get a different order in terms of who gets their first lock here. Remember, previously, Liquid were able to get their first lock. They did lock down that Ultron, but this time it's going to be Swamp Gaming who get the first protect on their side. Obviously, we have the Manses, we know that, and we are going to see an instant Loki protect. Now, I know there's a few memes that are flowing around about the instant Loki protect in the moment, but clearly Swamp Gaming feel like this is going to help.
Kind of funny, too, because some of those memes originated, I believe, from the coach back in the day of Fox saying, first Loki protect, what are we doing? But hey, this is going to secure what they feel like they need on that backline play. One thing I saw is you looked at the strategist front. They had great final hits for Swamp Gaming. The damage, half of what they were able to put up there for TLC. You're going to get that Ultron save again. The old plan used to be ban out Speedery. Looks like things are changing now with that sit.
Well, they feel so comfortable with the Ultron, the extra healing that he provides, and also just the presence that Ultron has on the map as well as a flyer. It will be a one-sided Loki, so I don't hate that,
Fox
especially
got that
after
shit
we've seen
on.
the
Yeah, he
Gambit
does.
on the other side from TLC.
I don't know why
So
SG is making their Elsa
back,
player
and
play
it is
Bucky.
going to be once more
I don't know. He's
Penny
probably
taken away.
just
It's
Mello
obviously
deciding to go Bucky. I
relatively
don't think
similar
it's
here,
everyone's
apart from the
decision. I
Loki
think it's
protect,
just
of
his in
course,
the game.
with Forky Dog being focused on that rocket.
Yeah, they felt like that Adam Warlock really enabled the team to continue that fight. And even though there was a lot of answer back, and it kind of sometimes can force you to play Bucky, which Melophobia can't do, but what does that do? When you're playing one, it takes away the other. That's why that flex DPS role is so important, to be able to fill those gaps and allow Melophobia shining like we know they can. But the group band's going to be there. Vest unable to play the tree.
This is going to be an interesting protect now then, just to finish things off for Swamp Gaming. Magneto has been often focused here and maybe should be, because we know the one-sided mag doesn't go down well and Swamp will decide to pick up the Magneto. On the other side though, we did see, I think we might see an Invisible Woman ban here, by the way. Yeah, absolutely, from TLC. Yes, it is going to be an Invisible Woman ban, and that makes sense because the Invisible Boundary was one of the key factors for Swamp Gaming. Just in general, Invisible Woman was looking so good on the side of SG that TLC looking to try and target a little bit here.
No, absolutely. And hey, you know what? Starting out, I love the offensive pick here for Swamp Gaming. And having the one-sided Groot on this map in particular, I think can give a lot of value. These Vanguards aren't talked about enough what Scatter and Kraz can do. We've seen stronger play online than I've seen here, and Lamb want to continue to see this shine. Because we say, hey, they took care of OUG pretty handily, but when we saw how OUG was not that shabby. It's kind of giving more to what we think of Swamp, but it's a big brother, little brother situation right now. They've got to prove they can fight up.
Yeah, how many times have we seen these two play up against each other? They know each other inside and out. But now is a chance to switch things up. TLC look like they're going to go for a trip on their defensive side as we do get into Spider Islands. One of my favorite maps to play and to watch. It can be very difficult sometimes to break out of this first point.
We are 15 seconds away to find out what America seed is going to go up against Na'Vi and which will be sent back and down to the lower bracket. Now, folks, they did flash it for a quick second. That fastball special is something they like to run. Hulk not really solid in the meta.
I really don't know enough. Like, I haven't scrimmed enough. These teams are like, they're both like really good, and they're playing a different game. Like, I don't want to question or like, unless shit seems like really odd or like awkward, like they're doing something really weird, I won't question it. But like,
just getting so much firepower.
I'm just gonna assume they know something that I don't.
Able to get that quick hit on Paulie.
That's like the safest bet.
Right away. There's the rocket, bringing him right back to the action. But getting around that corner first and that aggression. This is typically the portal back right away. But right now, no one's falling. It's Energy picking up right where they left off yesterday on the back.
And the one-sided rocket is going to play a huge part in this game as well. Just count those BRBs that influence this fight, because you won't have it on the other side for Swamp Gaming when they're defending. And their first attempt at breaking here, unsuccessful. And again, it's because of that BRB.
Yeah, gonna be tough too. Cooper already that invisible boundary coming up any moment. You're miles away if you're on the strap front there. So if you don't get a pick, this is gonna be a quick 3 minutes going out. Scatter is gonna get Veswa going down. So right now, push forward. That respawn beacon is gone and force that first portal. But no, it's going to be the invisible boundary. They're committing towards the spawn. We're fighting at the gates of Spider Island. Melophobia trying to find some solace here and get that important pick.
I do like Melo onto the Punisher. It works very well into Thing, of course, and they were able to get that pick, but Thing will be coming back. Instead, though, it's going to be a group from Kraz this time. It looks fine.
Okay, at least they got this fight going.
Over as Scatter Genji
I wonder if we'll ever see any strange bans on these maps.
Right now.
Yeah, here comes Energy. Always floating the strange momentarily, even with that team wipe. Looks like he's going to go ahead and stick to that meteor in that he has locked and loaded. Maybe someone else will pick it up on the team, or they'll choose to use that portal a little bit later there on the higher ground. Either way, good job by Swamp Gaming, kind of cut things up quick. Either way, Days having that Omega Hurricane is a quick way to force out anything they have. And right now it's only Nero. Speedery's still 20% behind.
It's an early portal, but we know what Vest could do as well. From Doctor Strange, they opt to go onto the high ground, get behind enemy lines, and use this psionic seduction to their advantage.
Absolutely. That was going to be a big all eyes on the thighs. Paulie trying to get his best here as the Groot is going to try to make that difference here shortly as Kraz looking. Melophobia, all the bullets have a name. Great Castle looking for that hit, but the kite is too good for TLC.
He did force them away, and it looks like Polly might be stuck on their own, but they are able to get away, and a little bit of help came from elsewhere as now Krazman bullying once more and does have the Strangling Prison to use here.
Oh, this is everything coming out. It is all the glory. Scatter goes up, slams down. Goodbye, Speedy. Your ult as well. Finds the neutral. It's the front line. Day's gonna get more, but everybody coming back once again from Nero. Finding that board again, using the meteor M on the rocket was huge, but that leaves Adam ready to rise.
It's all eyes onto Kraz. The Strangling Prison doesn't really connect with enough, but Scatter is able to find one on the Speedery, so it is a 6v5 despite the board again. Veswa, one of you.
The Doctor.
It's huge as Nero off the back of it finds the first, and Swamp are gonna have to fall back. It's not gonna be a first one just yet.
The eye opens and closes the opportunity as a minute is on the clock, and this will certainly be all that is it as Swamp Gaming used everything to try to secure that win. But Best sole domination last and said, let's see what I can do, as Valentina Eve is going to be the most important member. Keep it alive, staying healthy. You've got one fight to make it.
TLC switching off the Adam Warlock after they found the success from the Karmic Revival as well, because they are recognizing they have 40 seconds. They could do it here. You can hold it now, probably before that Karmic Revival even becomes part of the equation.
Absolutely love the swap here to Speedery as a cat. That is why
he just doesn't know which one to grab.
Taken out of the equation. Now what do you do?
Like
Final fight, 28 seconds. Gonna try to look for more, but Melophobia getting Paulie out with it. This is going. Oh, I love the eyes here on Speedery. Just trying to keep this backline uncomfortable. Knows a task at him. Trying to go for Valentina Eve. It's gonna be Speedery finding one. Now two. That's why they call him the best of the flex.
It went for Valentina. Collateral damage found Melo. 10 seconds now for Swamp Gaming. Someone's gonna have to touch to try and keep this portal alive as Melo desperately switches over.
3 seconds left. Melophobia trying to summon the magic. It will not be quick enough. The same story remains. It's a one-sided rivalry. It is TLC 2-0ing Swamp.
Not quite yet. There is still going to be a chance, of course, but they did manage to find themselves with a successful hold And now we'll have to see whether we can see an
No, it's all
even
right, Cozy.
better one
It's all
from
right,
Swamp
G.
Gaming. But remember what we spoke about. You don't have that rocket. You don't have the BRB. Are you going to try and go for the Adam Warlock as well? Or will this be Team Liquid Citadel doing what they always do to Swamp Gaming and bullying their way through against their little brothers?
Yeah, listen, after 3 matches, I'm the one that skipped to the end of the book, right? Just go ahead and read it. I'm like, all right, hold on. There's still some good storyline to be had here. Either way, this would be a great story, right? If Swamp is somehow able to make things muddy enough to keep this team in it and their dream to follow. Looking at the stats here, what sticks out to you?
I mean, just Scatter Genji had a lot of success, obviously, but I think that Energy needs the credit where credit is due. Again, the same kind of angles that were being found from TLC, Energy was a big part of that. It wasn't a bunch of damage, but it was successful KOs and final hits that really influenced fight after fight. But you always have to look back at the Adam Warlock, right? Sure. The difference maker, being in a good position at the right time, getting that Karmic Revival off. It was a full team Karmic Revival from TLC after Swamp Gaming had committed literally every ultimate they had available.
Yeah, you know, but it's a hero moments over and over. The first map, it was Energy, then it was Vest, right? Getting those 3 for the Agamotto shut down any chances from that point on. Well said, my friend. 3, 2, 1 opens up the gates. We'll see how TLC chooses to attack. The Thing has been such a lethal hero thus far
TLC
in LO.
was like 2017 Warrior. Yeah, Grand Finals of TLC Navi is going to be a fire series.
This seems like the perfect chance to go to a Razor listening. Let's see what Swamp have to say.
Wait, you see what?
Wolf or no? The Wolf dead. Oh no, it's not Wolf dead. Well, not dead. 3, 2, 1, 2.
You see what?
Oh yeah, he was Wolf right.
What was that? 3, 2, 1.
Wolf right side. Done.
Whoa.
Their turn.
Ramp in. Okay, wait. 3, 2, 1, walk.
Someone. I have them, so we're only at one support.
Wait, how is Forky dead? What?
Wolf top left again.
Mellow, I can't see you there. This guy. No, Thing, Sam, can we go Thing? Need to go Sam. They turn a Thing with Lamps? Oh yeah, we can. Thing.
Already, folks, out just like that, going quickly here, and I love the calm and cool collectedness of Valentina, just getting those comms out, trying to spread the message of hope for this team. Point to the sign, say you believe, Gaskin.
Of course, the huge difference here is having the Penny on the side of Swamp. Yes, they don't have the rocket for the BRB, but this nest is proving to be a problem for TLC at the moment, and they will still have the Adam Warlock, but Speedery does find one onto Scatter, so Swamp Gaming now in a 5 versus 6, make it a 4 versus 6, because Valentina's gone down, and they are dropping like flies here, Swamp Gaming.
It doesn't matter the power that he wields, it's every hero showing out here for Speedery.
Why waste his passive res?
Goes down once again. Days getting out, Portal
especially when you're 75-year-old, I feel like that was really bad.
This is the last chance really to hold for Swamp Gaming. If they lose this fight, this one's done, this series is over.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's why it is Days of Future Past. 1.13 meters left. This is the last hope for Swamp in the upper bracket. Up goes Velophobia, trying to find that hope. It cannot get the desperate connection on Storm. Speedery available, keeping his team up and healthy with more. Nero has a visible boundary. They have so much at play. This is going all momentum towards TLC.
Swamp did get the first pick. Cooper went down, so TLC, they back off, but now here you come. Psionic Seduction and the Hurricane combined.
Yeah, both together using everything at once as Nero gonna go and commit
yeah,
as well.
And then Days, he dies with his ult, he doesn't have passive res, that's why it was so important. It probably wouldn't have mattered though. By the time they got back to the card, it was C9.
TLC is your winner, and that is where I come. Skip to the back of that novel and find the same result.
He can see into the future, can Cozy, and for good reason, because we have seen it time and time again online here with TLC versus Swamp Gaming. Even though there's always so much promise, there's almost so much hope that comes from this SG team, evidently it always turns out as TLC as victors here. And now they will move on to the upper bracket finals, where we will see the best of Americas against the best of EMEA.
And here's the thing, it's why best of 3 is fine, but when these two teams go together, it's typically on opposite sides of that bracket, right? Going all the way up at least to the upper finals and grand finals. So we haven't seen them in a best of 3. It never would have favored Swamp Gaming, because typically the coaching, the adjustments is made late, and that is what has allowed them to have some competitive series, but this did look like, once again, a one-sided affair.
Well, yesterday when we spoke to Fox, he said, if we lose, it's because we didn't play well enough. I know what my team are capable of. I know we have the best players. Well, they will still have the chance to battle through that lower bracket. It is not done yet for Swamp Gaming.
And what that means for those that are in America region fans, it puts what is our best of the best against their best of the best. EMEA, again, winning last 2 lands, This is their big hope to send them packing down to the lowers.
TLC versus Na'Vi. I think everyone knew this was what was going to be the upper bracket final. There were some hopes from some of the other teams in the regions, of course, but now who's going to take that one? That's the real question, because TLC have been touted and touted as the favorites, but also we know how strong Na'Vi have been.
Expect the expected. I mean, sometimes at LAN you get the Cinderella. We still have 2 remaining, but right now the upper bracket is proving the best of the best, Gaskin.
The best of the best, and I'm very impressed with what TLC were able to offer there, whether it was from the ban phase or whether it was all the way down to the execution of their fights. Swamp Gaming sadly just could not keep up with the pace of Team Liquid Citadel, and as we look back at some of the replays, every single time TLC had an advantage in their fight, they made it count. Swamp Gaming just couldn't keep up with the damage output that we saw from TLC. And there were some moments of hope from Swamp Gaming, of course. They found their success. They had a relatively good ban draft, but in the end, it came down to those individual clutch moments from TLC that just made Swamp Gaming fall to that lower bracket. I do think that Swamp Gaming are going to have a fantastic lower bracket run, and I'm sure everyone is going to be terrified to try and face up against this team who is going to be hot on the heels of anyone in that lower bracket. As for TLC and their chances against Na'Vi, I think at this point it's going to be whoever plays best on the day. I know who I think is the favorite, but I'm slightly biased with all the TLC I have seen throughout this tournament so far, and of course throughout the online stages. But as we look at the stats, you pick out who you think was the key factor. For me, energy played a massive part. It wasn't just the amount of KOs he was able to find, but it was the angles in which he was able to take down Swamp Gaming.
Next match was Swamp versus Genji. Yeah,
Swamp
I think
Gaming
so.
Found themselves losing a strategist.
That'll be another fire game.
Energy was putting out. And even though we saw Cooper on that rocket, didn't necessarily play a huge factor in terms of damage. Look at the amount of assists that came out in the end and the amount of healing you were able to find. And I think the BRB was a big difference, that's for sure. For Swamp Gaming, they go back to the drawing board. I am intrigued to see what Fox is going to say, because I know he's going to have a lot to say, as he always does. But it is TLC who come out as victors. Now, you might have thought Gaskin's talking for a while I was stalling, giving time for Cozy, who's down on the stage with some of TLC.
Well, thank you, Gaskin and 616 Cozy, other variant here, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for TLC once again, proving they are the best in the America region with the matchup. I'm joined by Paulie and Speedery.
Legit,
and hey,
no
listen,
one is there,
it's looked
bro.
more of the same against Swamp Gaming. First, any words? I want to ask, do you wish them hope in their lower bracket run?
I do. I mean, they're the second best team in the night, so I do hope.
Well, they're our American brethren, so yeah, I wish the best for them.
Awesome. Now, obviously, the story has been, and I've been highlighting, it's Na'Vi, it's TLC, back and forth. Ping is an issue online, but here at LAN, not so much. Any words to say right now to Na'Vi before we will eventually get to that matchup? What makes y'all better?
I mean, it's just a roster. We're just all better mechanically, and I think that's just it.
Yeah, I'd say much of the same thing. I think our
Waiting
players are
to
just
3
generally
people in
better
crowd.
mechanically, you know?
Yeah.
I love it. Just simple science. We're just better. Either way, y'all are both players full on a team that has been close to greatness. What does it mean now moving up to this upper finals to get yourself to that grand finals at LAN, at Rivals?
For me, it already means a lot because this is already my best LAN placement, guaranteed top 3, so I'm really happy about that.
Speedery, last midseason finals. This man was on another team and was making it all the way there, close to greatness. How do you feel with this team making the difference for you, and what does it mean to you?
Yeah, I feel much more confident with this squad than, last year, so hopefully we can get it done.
Anything else you want to say to your viewers at home, fans of TLC and more? Gonna give you guys the floor one last time.
I got something for Na'Vi. Good luck to you guys, but unfortunately, I have to bring NA the trophy.
NA the trophy. Speedery.
To the players of Na'Vi, let's have a fun match.
Hey, I like it. We get the trophy. Let's have a fun match. Everybody's so nice
W
around
Pauly,
here, folks.
WTLC.
Give it up one more time for TLC. Getting the win over Swamp.
Is Swamp out? No.
Gaming. Getting to break it all down at the action. Tetchy, the desk. What do we got?
We have some excellent points being brought up. That is the highest position we have seen so far for Poly and Lan, from Berber Patapim all the way to Citadel, now to Liquid Citadel, swapping regions, meaning that we are actually going to have a match of the teams who have poached players from each other's regions. Team Liquid Citadel stealing Poly from EMEA, and of course Na'Vi stealing Terra from the Americas. But I want to talk, we'll talk about that matchup soon. That's going to be coming up later. But I want to talk about the draft in particular. Ryan, we saw Ultron getting protected so much earlier. That strategy's been prevalent, but it's crept all the way up.
I mean, I really like it. I think here, these two teams are very familiar with each other. They play each other consistently at this point, and it was Speedery that was the one playing the Ultron for the most part as well. Yeah. And I think, like, not only did he start to show up massively with the Storm right at the end there on attack, which was one of the things that made Team Liquid Citadel look really good on Yggdrasil against Rad yesterday, but it's the fact that it really opens up the draft because it forces Swamp to have to ban the Penny, which means that you basically confirm that you're playing triple strategist with the Ultron, right, as a protect. But then you don't have enough bans to get rid of some of the other Storm strategists, so...
Can we
and it
chill?
wasn't even one-sided. Team Liquid Citadel, like, we want this. It's not that we don't want you to have it, we just want to make sure that we have it, because they know that Swamp isn't that comfortable with triple strategist.
I mean, talking about the triple strategist too, we have to mention Nero, right? The way that they were able to play the Adam Warlock with the team up using the enhanced healing from the Cosmic Cluster, and also has an AoE burst once you have the fully enhanced team up. So having that together, I feel like so many teams during this LAN have been underestimating the lethality, but also the amount of healing output that you can have sustainability to just by using the Soul Bond from Adam Warlock. He is good now. He's actually meta. Kurova, I miss you.
The Adam has been very impactful. It was great to see. You already mentioned just how well it synergizes with that Ultron. But Ryan, if we're talking about synergy, TLC just looked to be perfectly in sync, and especially on Domination. Our first map of that series, the stats are so much in their favor.
It's ridiculous. 26-0 across the year, and I think the crazy one is like, so okay, like 26 games, how many, like 2 rounds is that? 52, right? You need 52 rounds to win 26 games. They've only dropped like 6 rounds of domination full stop, and that was the only one that they've dropped on Benim T'Challa this year for one, so they're going to be like, guys, we've got to do better. We've started the season in like April, but also like classic. It's only the second time that Swamp were able to actually take a round off of them in domination. It's like, yeah, we lost to Stick Drift and Lunex right at the start of the year. They're the only teams that have done any damage to Team Liquid Citadel over on domination. It's too good for them. But then you go to Spider Islands, where Swamp have taken a couple of maps from them, they got full held, the same as last time that we saw from stage 1.
But we also saw a rare appearance from the Wolverine. It's creeping in every now and again, but not finding the success that maybe Swamp were looking for.
No, I mean, a lot of teams like to play the Wolverine.
He's just too buggy, man.
Some of them try to do the Gamma Fastball, as it's called now, with the Hulk. No longer has the team up with the Thing, unfortunately, and I feel like that was what made it so good before, and what was so good for Swamp in the past is being able to use the Thing and also Hulk to just toss back and forth this Wolverine that could just be a menace of Canadian rage. But unfortunately, it was not enough this go around. Maybe they'll find some composition that works a little bit better for it, but a good try nonetheless.
We also saw a little bit of that rivalry that has started forming. We mentioned earlier that Terra called out iRemix on 100 Thieves with the first pick on the first protect on the Loki, and then later on Virtus.pro tried it and it did not work. But Ryan, we saw it come in here and it was maybe a little bit more successful. How are we feeling about Loki's starting to creep in early into the protects here?
I mean, just for the nature of the character, for one, like the ability to copy some of the ultimates, and we're seeing a lot more better play from strategists, notably like Gen G, who we're going to see later on. Even when there's like Gambit not available on their side, that you see like the Skittles go, my like Royal Flush, I'm going to use it. And so you see a little bit more aggression. Even if Gambit is one-sided, Loki provides some opportunity to just counterattack, and it's hard to gauge with how that plays out.
I think a big thing here too is the Vibrant Vitality team up, right? The way that you're able to use the regeneration domain and have the damage boost from that as well makes it so that you have just another iteration of damage that you can increase for your team. Storm, Loki, you have the Rocket Raccoon with Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Mantis has never seen the light of day, so they gotta use something.
That's one of the main reasons why, right?
Yeah.
It's like, because that team up in itself would just be best in slot.
It would.
We have found out our upper bracket finals. Na'Vi and Team Liquid Citadel are sitting up there. But we have more
up,
elimination games coming up as well today. There's
I'm legit
so
throwing
much
curveballs
more action here
to
at the
But
mid-season
Monster, I miss
finals.
playing fastball
We are
so
just
much,
having
bro.
a
That
delight,
shit's so fun, but
we
it
do
just
need to head to a
doesn't
break to make
fucking
sure that
work,
we can get
bro.
those games set up. Do not go anywhere. More action coming up after this.
I just grab someone and they just fall out like 70% of the time. Monster, what possessed you to do a face cam stream? Did you just feel like it? You promised a while ago. It's funny. I need to find my webcam, yeah. Yo, this Hulk skin actually isn't bad when he's like Hulk, but Banner is terrible. Why is Banner barefoot? I don't know. Wait, really? The Banner form has no shoes, but the Hulk form, he grows shoes? What?
Inevitable.
Irio Tosan? That reminds me of fucking Apollo's ult. Itani Lo-san? Can I just say that? Thanks so much for the prime, bro. I appreciate it, man. Can I get the Spidey skin? Not yet. You trying to gift it to me?
Avengers, assemble!
Widow style.
Jeff is the new symbol of trolling? Pretty much. Link Sally was never a mod, bro. Wait, where's my VIP? You lost it, bro. Duality of BP either perma because the lobby can't play against him, or not banned at all because he's competent to play against. Yeah, exactly. I know you're asked to not just ask me to give you a skin. Fucking gold digger? Oh, 100%.
More matches, more rewards. Earn exclusive rewards throughout the mid-season finals via Twitch drops, in-game missions, and in-game predictions.
We used to play Fortnite with the girl simply because she would buy me skins. Fire, bro.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back, my friends. We are here for our third matchup of today. We saw the upper bracket, and it went just about how we thought it was going to go, fellas.
Yeah,
but now
not
we've
more
got
than
the lower with
so, like,
elimination
close,
at
though, but
stake. And not only that, some great teams and storyline ship.
Yeah, this is going to be an intense one. Lower bracket now, getting towards the final day. Yeah, this is just, you know, everybody's hearts are on the line right now, Vod.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, too, is this is just a mirror of what we saw during Stage 1, right? We were hoping, praying, pleading that we'd go all the way to 3 maps. We got kind of close on that domination for Swamp Gaming, but it just was not enough. They got a sub-map, which is something, but as a participation medal at this point.
It's a sports team losing like 52-7. Be like, we got a touchdown, right? Like, we did something there, but yeah, no, definitely more of what we thought was the same. I mean, listen, with these two teams and regions, we've known now for months, going back to like January, we've known that these two teams were the ones that were going to be the best in Na'Vi and TLC. But now we've got Rad versus Virtus Pro.
This
now
will be
keep
a
in
good
mind,
game too.
Virtus Pro won the whole damn thing last year in the grand finals, and Rad, this is their first. I mean, this is quite the matchup ship.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro is also coming off of a pretty decided loss, so that's going to mess with mental for sure. I have no doubt. So I want to make sure that VP can bounce back. I want this to be a tight one, but I'll tell you what, Rad, they looked pretty good early on in this tournament. I think they're starting to struggle. I mean, I didn't love the way they looked into OUG, which was a team that got destroyed by Swamp. So they need to start figuring out that ban phase a little better.
I'm really curious on exactly what the prioritization is going to be for the ban phase, right? We saw Ultron work really well with Speedery there for Team Liquid Citadel, and we've seen a very similar comp be run by Virtus Pro, so that might be the game plan for them. Focus on that Ultron. Yes, Penny might be banned, but you can play something else.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I feel like between these two teams, obviously, still some more like inner civil war. Like they know each other so well at this point, and even going back to like scrims, right? It's an interesting story between them. For me, I want y'all both to pick the X factor for both teams. One player, one thing that they do well that you feel like could give them that chance for victory. And in Rad's case, I think the hope that they can get it, right?
Yeah, so who do we start with? Want to go VP first?
Yeah.
Sparker. I mean, Sparker in that last series was like the only, I mean, I'm not trying to roast everybody else, was like the shining star. I mean, it was finding finals, was making plays.
I gotta say, for me specifically, Crazy Kitty. If Crazy Kitty is doing well,
still
has a
making
black cat, can go on the dive,
finals.
can go towards the back line, make sure that they are struggling.
I'm getting in a Deadpool made outfit.
It's easy. Yeah, let's give the MVP to Duel. It's all duelists, and they didn't even come from a front line over there in the Vanguards. They feel betrayed. No, but that is a good point. I mean, listen. I was going to say two picks, something different. I would say when Rad has looked comfortable, which, let's be honest, even though they're where they're at, it hasn't been a comfortable ride at all, or a cozy ride, you might say. But I do feel like in playing stage to here, it does feel like the front line of Lugigo and Ducky has felt more solid over what was yesterday. That's going to be the difference for me. I need to see how they measure up to someone like Finzi, Nivix. Those are obviously who we know they are as such great players.
Yeah, Ducky's super solid. Lugigo, the one thing I will say is I think he's disgusting as he can play some really unique heroes, but I'm not loving some of the more off-meta stuff. I don't love the Rogue right now. We haven't seen a ton of success with it, so I get iffy when I see that out there.
Yeah, one thing to focus on, I think, too, in terms of that ban draft we were talking about earlier, is Ducky's Groot. Ducky, I think, honestly, is the best Groot in the game right now, and the way that we've seen them really evolve throughout the play-in stage to now and really pop off with that hero, depending on, on Convoy, even on Domination, they have looked so strong. But I do know Virtus Pro do love prioritizing a Gambit save, and well, Gambit's pretty good at cleansing those strangling prisons.
I feel like too, I mean, obviously best of 5 changes the story a lot. I'm going to be honest, I'm just a big proponent. I think it should always be best of 5 in stakes like this, right? Because it allows that time for the teams to shine, the players too as well, and those micro adjustments, because we've seen often, especially in Rad's case, that sometimes it just comes down to the small things to pull off that win, Chip.
Yeah, one thing that cannot happen here, though, is VP cannot allow the one-sided mag in Gambit again. That was just kind of a shock to me. Vod, you and I talked about this in the green room.
I mean, I don't know exactly what their game plan was there. They wanted to play, you know, the Penny Ultron composition with the Adam Warlock. We saw the Elsa work out well. It was the perfect Penny comp you could ever want, but it was not the right one. There was counters to it. The Storm, I think, is a good answer.
Yeah, domination to start things off. I mean, obviously we said why best of 3, it's so important to get the win here. But either way, looking at how VP plays, I mean, we're starting to see God's bleed, right? Over and over, I think VP has this entire persona about how this team plays. And certainly, I mean, you look at some of the players, they are represented as, to a lot, like the GOATs, right? Yeah. I don't think Rad gives a damn there, Chip.
And this is a new thing for them, being the lower side of the bracket. They haven't really been tested with their backs against the wall like this, so this could be shaking their mentals.
I think a big thing, too, we saw Krakoa just earlier from Virtus Pro, so Rad has a lot of footage already on VP from this map from today, so they probably know, okay, what were they playing? What were they good at? This is what we can look at.
Usually you get the advantage when you're in the uppers looking at the lowers, right, is what we've seen, but in this case, it's the other side, and this coach right here always has some prep. He did elect last time to go for a Black Cat and a Daredevil ban up in the upper bracket earlier. I think we might see, I mean, it's interesting, right, because if you look at, I feel like, obviously we've talked about Crazy Kitty so much, that's the matchup that I think is so important to kind of hold strong there. Who can get the most value of distraction, but also sometimes it's that one-on-one quick hit, make it a quick 6v5 Chip.
But I think Kitty wins on the Black Cat fight.
Oh, it does.
So like that might have to be a prio. I'm curious to see what VP's going to do. They need to change the ban phase up. We talked about it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I mean, speaking of that ban phase as well, looking at the series we saw ahead of time, Thing was a save both times for the second one. That's where they got the win against Gen G, and this is kind of a similar team to Gen G, right? They like to play scrappy. They have some more flexibility, some dive capabilities as well. But I feel like Rad is even stronger in that category with Crazy Kitty.
It just leans to their strengths. I mean, yeah, I mean, you said it best, and that's why we're seeing a lot of these one-sided things trying to happen with that, because do you want to go that more aggressive angle, or if it's a one-sided mag case, it's kind of like controlling the chaos, if you will. How many times did we see just then from TLC and Swamp, like quick poly bubbles? You don't see those things when you're watching the chaos, but they matter massively for team wipes, your strats in the back, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, mid-flight in a Wolverine ult, catching a bubble to save. Like, I mean, that's just insane reaction time, really, really, high-level play. But I think, again, Nevix on that Thing has been a problem,
One thing we haven't talked about, and this must be in the minds of Virtus Pro, is that in the preseason, they were in this exact same position.
Femboys are
in the upper
feminine,
bracket,
and that's good
Rad
enough
took
for
them
me.
down and made them have the lowest placement they have ever had.
Yeah,
for that
man,
again.
all I
Can
wanted
say,
was
if
some
Rad
feed
is
picks,
able to win
but you
this
got all
game,
hostile on me.
now they are dangerous. This would be a massive win for them as players. Obviously, we say they speed run the
All right,
emotions.
back
We
to
find
not reading
ourselves
my
in
chat.
the pick and ban now, ready to roll. The Ultron save, Vaudable.
Yeah, well done.
I was hoping Virtus Pro would be the ones to do it, but it's Rad that actually read the playbook well. Shout out to Dennis, as we were talking about before, and there's going to be the mag ban right afterwards. Typically, it's the Penny instead, so maybe Rad's going to be trying to pull a page out of that composition.
Yeah, one of Virtus Pros here trying to get that one-sided mag. We'll see in a moment as the lock comes in. But yeah, what a call there on the Ultron. That comp really has been kind of a mainstay of today. It's just not really been consistent in the tournament.
They were thinking there, right? I saw, it's like they're trying to decide what they want to do with this save, and I feel like when you look at what they have available, you could go with that one-sided mag. They choose to get themselves the Gambit and equip what is so known of this team and the backline. I love the decision on
The buff rogue, I respect that as well.
Tones, I can't tell you.
It's the Rad fans for sure, and yeah, I definitely agree. You know, Xiong was in the building. Maybe he'll see that at some point, but even then,
stop bothering the man. By the way,
give her HP back specifically. You love to see it either way, and there's the opposition of having a one-sided Ultron, and we have seen that really come out to light.
I have no idea what's going on.
Right now, I'm in favor. I love what I'm
apologize.
seeing there from the top.
Yeah, one-sided Ultron, removing the Loki across the board. Loki's, that Vibrant Vitality in this meta, it's just too much to handle, especially when they don't miss shots at this level of play.
It's what was banned out all the time previously before the teamless became a permanent thing, and now you just have access to it. That's why we're seeing more first Loki saves than ever before. Still get themselves the one-sided mag this late is disgusting.
Yeah. That's deep. I mean, you know, it's weird because it's all about what they're expecting, what they see in scrims against teams like this, so they have their own decision-making process. But from a top-level POV, the Mag has been a problem across the board and keeps winning even in the one-sided Gambit versus one-sided Mag matchup.
The invis ban is very interesting. I think that's to make it so that Crazy Kitty
Wait,
can
is it
go
Krakoa?
out and play that dive as we were talking about before. But we do see the Adam save, and that's exactly what we had happen with TLC.
Yeah, we've honestly seen the team that saves Adam last year in Dom come up successful most of the time, even outside of Dom. I
Yeah,
mean, it's
people are
such
putting a
huge
lot of
thing you can
priority on
add
this Adam
when either things
Ultron
are going
shit.
wrong or just go right out the gates with the good old 3-3.
Could be a penny ban here, too, because they saw that the Ultron was locked in.
It has to force it, right?
Yeah. I think they're forcing it. That's a good. You have to do that. I'm happy they made the decision.
What year is this? 2020. It's like crazy to see it. I'm going to go ahead and say one word. You go ahead. What is going to win? VP, Rad, first for Dom.
VP.
I'm going Rad.
Going Rad. You know what? I'm going to believe in that Cinderella story. I'm going Rad as well. Take it away, casters, for our first match of Rad and VP.
A little bit of a Cinderella yourself there, Cozy, but Ryan and I are ready to weave our own fairy tales here between two teams we are eminently familiar with.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a horror story for Virtus.pro when it comes to going up against this Rad team in the elimination bracket. It was Rad that took the reigning champions of Virtus.pro.
Like, will you actually sell out for subs and show feet?
But both
He
teams
does.
are qualified. Both teams
Oh, I
played
will,
against
yeah.
each other after they had got qualification for mid-season finals. But
5 gifted,
Luki
I'll
was
show my
out
pigs
sick.
right now.
Wasn't really too much to say about it. Seeding game, it felt like this is the matchup that I think Rad were wanting, and Virtus.pro were maybe a little bit scared to repeat.
Should we nerf supports after that? No, I think we need to nerf Spider-Man and Iron
And
Fist.
that last ban of the Penny Parker coming through from Virtus.pro, I think is going to be incredibly important for nullifying the overall impact of the Ultron. That team-wide damage as we've seen has been an absolutely distressing.
Light, your
turn
mic is
of
on?
a
I
team
know.
that someone else
I
has
wanna
to
make
deal
sure
with
y'all
in
can
terms
hear
of
me.
disengagement or putting forth resources.
And you mentioned turn, like now it's a big change up because we've seen Rad sort of go for the 2-2-2. Now the triple strategist with the Ultron. Crazy Kitty is very good at it, and Virtus.pro lamented for maybe being slow to the meta, going for the 2-2-2 themselves.
All right, potentially early mugging here.
I swear
Charged up
Psylocke
Stellar
is
Shift
horrible, bro.
moving through, but straight into this Yancy Street charge. Doesn't mean that it's not quite as much of an explosive deparcation of the portal as they were hoping for. Vertigo's down already, should be able to resurrect themselves, but seems to be opting out of it, given the casualties that Rand have already suffered.
Is there going to be much changes? Yeah, you got Ducky going over towards the Emma. If you're going to make changes now, it's good because you're not losing much on the ult charge. But that first fight not going well, and Virtus.pro poised up on the high ground and already trying to close that distance, making it hard for Rad to get into position.
So interesting to see 5 on the Psylocke, because we usually can attribute this character to Sparker, not only on this team, but also across many metas of Marvel Ravs as well. You can see that Virtus.pro had to give up a huge amount of space, but they did so that 5 can move in towards the back. They want the Ultron so badly. Instead, we'll just have to stuff a little bit of poke onto the overextended Adam, who gets finished off by Saipe with the kinetic cards.
He's got the life cocoon now, so he can come back into this fight if he feels that it's going to be good for his team, if he can actually get away from the dive that's potentially following in from Phi. But Saipe very close to having that Royal Flush. It's available on both sides, as Mash is going to likely use it first as he gets set up.
Raging Royal Flush, bringing everybody forward. You can see the pressure on the point has already started to build on up, but Saipe's rescued everybody here. Needs to move towards the back to make sure that ult does not go away, but a Glass rocks towards the back, managing to grab the opposing Gambit. What a pick up here for Sparker, who wants to, oh, what a turn! Smashnez just gets his head blown to smithereens by the monster Piercer. Sparker is making himself known in the server.
Getting to see how Rad are going to respond to this with the Razor listening. They've got a chance here to switch things around, but they're still fighting.
It's broken.
Work with Tingles, I'm looking at Ty's gonna have ult, Keep it
They're out. I don't have link, I used for... I can look on mine on top maybe.
Get your head on this, get your head on this.
Careful for the thing. I think you can just sponge them.
Yeah.
Only man.
I know Crazy Kitty is having so much fun on Ultron right now.
90 on res. I can't.
Tell me.
Side's gonna go about. Side's gonna go about.
Mine. Look up. I go thing. Looking back. Okay, then baby. I'm gonna grab back.
I live.
Back.
And that's going to be a big punishment there of the man called out by Ducky and followed up on by the remainder of Rad. However, Fincy will return, courtesy of the battle recall beacon. And so all's even Stevens. Fire's going to try and turn this one around. The dance of butterflies towards the back. Can they catch up to Mash? No, too fast on his feet. And fast on the resurrections as well. Vertigo brings back Ducky. So it's a fully staffed front line for Rad to try and hold this point.
It's only the one that they brought back, but it's forced Virtus Pro to rethink how they want to fight this, but they were trying to disengage and smash theirs with the Apex Predators, brought Finzy back into the fold.
Finzy doesn't have the speed to escape the clutches of the Wolfpack. They tear at his flesh and tear him apart.
Boring match? What about this match is boring?
The kind of expectation from Crazy Kitty this time Smash This, who has absolutely warmed up
Other
to the
than it being
occasion,
Ultron
playing
triple
on
support.
LAN with Rad for the first time. Seen this organization at mid-season finals before, but here, very different squad that is very scary against the likes of VP.
Yeah.
Trying to regain control as overtime is about to hit.
All right, Cypher is a
boring.
rush wrong forward. The Raging Royal Flush is going to take so much space away from Rad.
This
Will
is
they be able to
matchup.
answer it? Mash is still 12% away from having his own answer here, as Fire's got a couple of hostages in this back room. Sparker looking for an opening to try and lay down the Apex Predator. Already though, Virtus Pro get the flip, and Rad is taking it slow.
They've managed to get this point onto hand, but Rad have got that Royal Flush themselves ready to build up. Crazy Kid has just got the Rage of Ultron taken out, but Sparker finds the right target.
They're going to invest with only 5 here. Rad believe it's winnable in a 5 versus 6, but we still haven't dealt with Sparker on the off angle. Ducky moving forward, fully charged with a Sonic Beam. Fincy can't stand up to the damage, and only the thing is here to try and make it work. Out comes the Sonic Seduction. Cypher is charmed in the back, but has some cover to try and work with. Vertigo gets the angle, and only the remainders of Virtus Pro can try and keep this one contested. The Rage of Ultron
you're boring.
Down from above, and even
Blue Dog, what's with you been on my meat, bro?
Of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, not much more can be done. Mash found on their way back, but overtime begins to
you're
tick.
boring.
Fires to get themselves onto a point. Still long enough for Nevix to open up the pentagram. For Alaris Dreedra is going to move forward.
Light, you're a gold digger.
And there's only 3 players alive on the objective.
Light, you're a
for
bum.
Rad.
Light, I
Crazy
hate
Kid's gonna be
you.
able to come back. Vertigo bringing
Light, you're
himself
fat.
into the fray
Like, can you
with
chill
the
on
live
me?
Cocoon, but Lugia goes on down. The numbers are back for VP.
God
and
damn.
Ultimates are plenty.
Lovely carbon crush from
Fan
Fincy
that
there.
guy? No,
On
legit.
thing, and then Nevix blocks off the heels with the shield of the Seraphim. Rad have been
I want to be on
scurrying
your
away,
meat, Light.
but they're going to portal back of
Alright.
their own accord as well.
Get in line, buddy.
They want to try and commit to this one, and has moved away from a Gambit, so they've lost all of their charge towards the next Royal Flush.
That was a very early portal. Like, nobody else is ready. People are still staggering to come in back from spawn, so this is very scattered from Rad.
Yeah, now it's Lugia who's on the Gambit and might not be quite so adept when it comes to dodging the incoming blade slashes of Fi, doing his father proud here as Sparker looks on nicely. Nevix going to approach, ready almost
Daddy
with the eye of
PK.
Agamotto, looks to the
Okay,
Sorcerer
chill.
Supreme in the sky and takes down the Doppelganger. An incursion is defeated, and so too is
I
Rad's
just joined it.
spirited attempt to hold the
What's up,
Quiet
Papa?
Council points. Virtus Pro walk away with their first domination sub-map.
That's only round 1. This series has gone the full distance plenty of times.
When are we
but you have to
cracking?
look at it from like 2 moments from Mash in particular.
What's up,
One,
Crunch?
using the Royal
Whatever,
Flush
bro.
to
Let
play
me
down,
know.
It felt like that's been something that has been pointed out from Mash in particular. Like, numbers disadvantage, still going for a big ultimate. Turn in some of the fights, but if it doesn't go well,
Good to see you,
you're left
buddy.
with egg on your face. But then he's the one that switches over to the Strange. He puts the portal down. You got Smash there.
Light,
you've
your
got
chat
eliminated,
needs to
you have
be
wait for him
erased.
to come back.
Bro, my
The Virtus
chat's
Pro
just
can get
crazy
into
today,
position
man. I don't
where the
even
portal's
know.
going to be, and you have a Silent with Dance of the Butterflies. Saipe was also doing this a little bit against Navi earlier today, a couple of like rogue ultimates, but he was feeling much more in control with where these Royal Flushes are coming in from both the Gambits.
Clean strategy from Virtus Pro as well. When they were leaving their portal to recontest that
9,
point,
23,
they kept
26.
it calm. Lugia Goat was right at the portal with the right clicks for Stone Haymakers, trying to really
What about
tax
9,
that
23,
exit. But
26,
the second
G?
we moved in, we did
What
see
is that
Carbon Crush
prophecy?
get hit by the Emma Frost. They were isolated away from their team, and the block off of the heals from the shield that was put up by Nevix was so important.
The team-ups are plenty, as you're sort of seeing on the left. Rad trying to use as many of the new tech as you possibly can, but the main one being Gambit, bringing in the the Ultron alongside the Adam, and then the front lines looking a little bit stronger. Virtus Pro making sure that they use that Magneto Gambit combination to the best ability, because it is one-sided.
Oh, it's a brand new day? Nope, not yet.
All right, Vertigo ready for a resurrection as well, and this could be incredibly important in this fight in particular. You want to play for that first control, because then you're playing through defensive mana. Fire's already taken down. No second chance available for them. No Battle Recall Beacon, nor Adam Warlock on the table. And so Sparker now has to try and find a clutch with the Apex Predator. It might not be a full engagement that Vertigo found on the outside. It's going to have to use their Cocoon Revival to return in earnest.
Vertigo just leaving it as late in the day as possible. The point is looking likely to be flipped towards Rad. Now the eliminations are going to all but confirm that, but Virtus Pro still trying to fight out as much as they can. Once it's lost, disengage. You don't want to feed up any more ultimates. And Rad have a good few to work with, notably the camera revival for Vertigo in hand now.
I mean, that early grab onto 5 was so essential, right? Like, you don't have great angle check on Rad. You don't really have a hugely mobile duelist to try and make sure that 5 can't work those angles.
Virtus Pro, you're sort of almost playing like an older composition, right? Outside of like the Gambit Elsa introductions towards the end of Ignite beforehand.
Sparker should alter
You've
right
got
there,
that front
yeah.
line of Fincy Nevix playing that old Vanguard front line that we saw pretty much mid-season finals last year. Rad want to try and get out there. Lugia is in a good position to try and take these picks, but the Royal Flush for Cypher sending
Man, I
in.
was going to watch Spider-Man tomorrow, but everyone just hates me. I'm so fucking sad. Somebody suck my dick, please.
Takes to the skies and Nevix with the
Yo, I'm sure someone in Twitch chat got you, bro.
Flight. Unbelievable stuff. Vertigo is going
They
to be
ride my
threatening
meat
the
24/7. I'm
resurrection
sure
of
someone
Mag
got
Cannons.
you.
Exactly what Nevix needed, and so there's no second chances for this one. Rad are going to lose control.
It seemed that fight was like lost a good while ago, but Rad did well to sort of get it up an extra like 5-10%. Virtus Pro controlling hand, and now it feels that
Would
Rad
you
just
ever
wanna
learn
try
Storm?
and match
Yeah,
these
if I
Royal
needed to.
pushes. Rage
Storm
Vault
ain't
so
hard
quick
either,
to
bro.
build
That character
might
is
be able
piss
to
easy.
beat his stuff on the edge. So Nevix doing so well with the Meteor M to just make
Nobody
sure that one
riding
of those
your
free
meat,
pesky
bro?
strategists are out,
Well,
and it wasn't a great opportunity for a
I guess your
counter
mother
revival
doesn't
to either
count,
Vertigo.
but that's news to
Standing on
me.
business. Those things start to get a little bit hairy. They can just pop this Sonic Seduction and force a disengage from Rad. Going to be losing some HP.
Why no magic
But
gameplay?
already Smashner is taken down by Nevix. These iron volleys are just so precise. And what there is with democratization of damage, courtesy of the
I don't know, bro.
Soul
Magic is
Finding
broken.
to make sure that they get out of this one alive is trying to confuse with the clone.
Oh,
but,
cancer.
oh, no, it's an absolute scuff.
His
Disengage.
mother
Fight can't
chills.
go anywhere.
Yeah.
He's just trying to
Too
back
easy.
out, got caught on the corner, so Rad having a good opportunity to try and
No
actually
blade
flip the
either.
point in the end, but Virtus Pro is so good around playing the objective, they're going to stall for a good amount of time.
Yeah,
and Rad,
unlucky.
despite things now trying to retreat themselves into that fight, into that fray, and the Apex Predator trying to catch out on targets, finding Dreedro, but the point is still in hands of VP.
All in onto Dreedro. One slapped back here. Mash goes down to Sparker, but the Smashners manages to win their duel and then turn upon Fi.
I wish my mom would ride you, Sag. I wish she would too,
Gotta say,
bro.
like, looking at Fi, he was the first one to sort of go down in that engagement. Sparker trying to go into this Elsa head-to-head. Not seeing a Black Widow on either side. Notably for Rad, like, Smashner's feeling a lot more comfortable on what was the queen of the meta at the
BP
start of
is
this year
BP.
with
I
the
swear
Elsa.
BP
Full
goes crazy
instinct,
here.
but obviously using the ultimate doesn't have too much offensively to go for. Even the likes of Silent Seduction available for Ducky might want to use it now with that Royal Flush being used again from Saipe.
Yeah, Silent Seduction is going to keep them at bay, wasting the time.
Right,
with that
a little
raging Royal
summary
Flush,
until
put
now.
a
I'm
bit of
at
control
work and
there
I'm not aware
onto
what's happened.
Sparker, but Fi manages to get out with their
Navi
life for now.
pissed
Ducky avoids
fucking
being
shit
down,
on
grabbing their primary
VP.
threat, but can't quite
TLC
get the spinning
pissed
kick
shit
that's
on
needed to deliver
Swamp
the burst
again.
damage, and so Vertigo is forced
And
to
now
use the
we
card
have a
revival
close
to
game
bring back
between
the
Rad
fallen
and
members
VP.
of Rad. They've got plenty of ults to try and work with them now. 2 strategist ults on the backhand side. In fact, if they were
Parker,
like
you're a
for
weird
it, they are
man.
going to be down
Am I?
Vertigo for the majority of this. As Srijo's going to drag everyone forward with the fate of both worlds. Surely Mash has to respond, and the call and response is going to be the raging Royal Flush. Crazy Kitty finds one, Smash, there's 2 on the other side, and already Fincy has deployed the Pentagram of Ferala for some backhanded attempt at a back cap. My goodness, Nevix just floats above them, gets rid of Smashnez. Vertigo's going to go down as well. Rad, they don't even need to deploy a portal here, as they can give it up. They've got some breathing room.
How has it turned out like this? Rad seemed to be a player down, used the Royal Flush, turned the fight, but it's another amazing portal from Virtus Pro to actually flip the objective. Means that if we get stalled in OT, it's not going to be available next time. But Rad, they almost just let the point flip with VP going for that contest in itself. It was just a huge
Play
error,
Black
and
Cat
VP have
right
capitalized
now?
off of it.
Nevix
All
now
right.
has lost the
Like,
angle
will
on his team up
you
for Magneto, and so that
bet
coin
your
won't
facial
last
hair
forever.
on a team?
No, not even slightly. Finzi staying over on this character might
Play
be able
Black
to build
Cat?
up an Bagamoto when things start to close out on the distance.
Yeah, I
but
got
Rage
you.
of Ultron from Crazy Kitty is going to be
Not
the
right
thing
now,
that maybe
though.
starts things up for this engagement, and Lugia with the clobber time needs to get in close. He's always close.
I see. I like spending time by myself. All y'all in chat make me want to be alone.
HP bar in a matter of
All right.
seconds. Rad of them space on the point though. Apex Predator towards the back. It grabs in Nevix. The follow-up's going to be
Y'all
there.
are ruthless.
Smashnez now knows that the future of Rad is in his hands. Looks to Sparker towards the outside, but doesn't doesn't want to take an underman fight. Instead, Cypher in Fire make moves towards the back. Extra movement speed is teleported away from here as you find the stragglers on the other side. Smash Nose goes down, Crazy Kitty's next, and Rad, they've been scattered to the 4 wins. They don't really have the
Wait, when is
return
Nightmare's
reinforcements
next
that they
game? We
need.
play after
Everyone
this.
has to pile in through the portal.
Light's
Lugia
so
goes
sexy
finally
with
here, and
facial
Mash
hair.
has been found on the other side. A little bit peel for themselves off the back of a
Light's
team.
facial hair goes back so fast, that's why he's a chat.
Vertigo's returning 40% away from
Alright.
the Karmic Revival. Rad are all out of options, all out of second
Light plays
chances,
poke
and
swap
all out
off
of
stream. The melee
mulligans,
propaganda is
despite
fake.
Smash's spirited
Propaganda.
attempts. Surely
It's not propaganda, it's the
are
truth.
just going to get in here and dominate on the point.
Only
We got
way to
scrim?
describe
No,
that,
we're
I
playing
think,
this
for Virtus
official.
Pro
We're playing
was
at Ignite on
poised.
stage
It felt that
after
when
this
the
game.
chaos started to reign, Cypher's
your favorite
ultimates
hit
were pretty
skin,
much
Star-Lord?
perfect every single time they needed to be with the Gambit to find those right kind of fights. But even stuff like Finzi, Calm going for the portal contest, not letting it go to a round 3. Rad, I think you look back at that and you go, there's a lot of errors there that could have cost us this one because it was close. 99% to 99% on both of these 2 points. And Fi actually, I mean, one of the players to sort of highlight going over towards the Psylocke, having a good performance, but it really just gives, I guess, Sparker that freedom to just be that hit scan player because he was like a sort of Psylocke beforehand in the early days when he played on like Team Cats. Now he's the hit scan and Fi can be the melee character, which would include, I guess, Psylocke in that category.
11 final hits for Fi. Was MVP at the end of round 1 as well. And for Virtus Pro, this is going to be a little bit of a buoying of the confidence after they kind of got
me too.
read really
Maybe one day.
strongly by Na'Vi in our first
Right, if you don't
series of
crack
the
down in the ads,
And I
Twitch
think
chat
one
will come
thing for,
together
like, Virtus Pro,
and
Ladies,
double
if you don't
circumcise you
crack
in your
down
sleep.
the I guess
Twitch
similar, I
chat
guess,
will
like
come
Swan
Well, you
has
could
it set up
subscribe,
as
and then you
well,
wouldn't
where
get
it's just
ads.
Like, they don't really play triple strategist. Virtus Pro, when they look bad, it's like they're behind on the meta.
You got me?
Vanguard triple strategist, something that isn't 2-2-2. They pretty much keep it very casual and very straightforward. And even with Rad trying to change things up to go for this first strategy themselves, it felt that Virtus Pro was still in control. Having the damage, you have to highlight players like Smash. There's 15 final hits, but he's the
I'm
only
live
duelist.
every
He
day,
has it
so it's
all
worth
to
your money.
do himself, which feels like Crazy Kitty is a great player, really good Ultron. You
A
need
light
some more
PK
offensive
subscription
capability
will
just to
come
open
out.
the map
It will
up a
come
little
out
bit more
big,
for
bro.
Smash Des to get those hits.
Yeah, like Crazy Kitty, as you said, good Ultron, but doesn't quite have the agency.
Or come to
But,
YouTube and
he
have
has
no
also
ads
like
with an
Daredevil
ad
or a
blocker.
Black Cat, or
Yo.
even the Human Torch occasionally from Crazy
HG,
Kitty.
help
And I
me
think
pay my
being able to
rent,
have
G,
this,
like, goddamn.
double-angled, like, pincer of duelists from Virtus Pro did allow them to really force some different positions coming through from Rad and catch Mash out a couple of times.
You'd have to imagine now if Rad, when it go down a map, has been the halls of Jali.
Like, can we sleep call? I'll sing you a lullaby to help you get better.
Citadel, and notably,
Yeah,
that Team Liquid
I'll call you
Citadel
right after
game,
this.
they've won. Feels that Virtus Pro are going to probably expect that that would be the map.
Dude, I'm a
of
member.
choice
Isn't that
here.
good
I mean,
enough
it's
to?
been, like,
No,
3
of
picks,
course it's good
all
enough.
which going
But you
towards
can't
Rad.
tell everyone else to do
But
that,
you have
bro.
to
We
think
can't
of it
put
like the
people
best of
on.
5, right? That we are going to potentially see other dominations come up. And Virtus Pro, I think that's the scary
Light
thing
plate
about
killer.
them. It's like
All
if
right.
they go map down, they don't really have that home ground in the same way that Rad have Jalia. They don't have something that like they can consistently rely on to go to as a choice. So luckily, able to win out on domination.
Yeah, the choice of stopgap against Na'Vi was the Arako, which is a very rare pick, and maybe was a specialized pick against Na'Vi to go, okay, let's go to
I'll
the zone
help
where we
you
haven't
pay
really
rent.
fought Na'Vi before. Maybe they
W
won't be as
one
familiar
ball.
with our strategy. Maybe they aren't as familiar with
Legit
our game.
fucking king
But
right
now
there.
that's out
That was
there, now that the
alpha. Wait, can we
data's
put that
out
on
in the
iconic?
wild, you bet that
Can
Rad
someone
were watching that
screenshot
series
one ball and
with
put that
bated breath
iconic
to
in the
try and figure out
Discord?
everything they could about Virtus Pro.
You're memorialized for
And I
that one,
think
Bonic.
you look at the sort of
Fucking
stats certainly
beast, or
towards
one ball.
like the duelists. It's always going to be like your hit scan
Loot,
players
can
doing,
you
like,
read
maybe
me a
10K
bedtime story on
damage
why
more,
Magic
in
is
this
best in
case on the
slot?
side of, like,
No,
Spark,
because that's a
28K
fantasy,
damage,
and I live
19
in
for
reality.
Fi. But the one thing you don't see on this graphic is final hits. It's 16 for Sparker and 11 for Fi. And I think some of those games that VP haven't looked as good, it has been like Fi doing a lot less damage.
That's what I
natural,
do.
That's expected.
Alpha.
But like having 4 final hits. Just not enough. He's not involved in the fight enough because he's been peeled 4. It felt that Rad couldn't quite get a hold of him on the Psylocke. And it is Spider Islands that we're going to.
Spider Islands. We just saw this between Swamp and TLC. And both of these spawn holds were absolutely brutal to try and contend with. Maybe this is a world where we could see a pivot into something like a Storm ban in order to make those spawn holds all the more hardy.
I mean, I'm surprised
Have
that we
my
haven't seen
first
some of the
ball.
Storm bans come out with just what like Speederly has been able to do on it here, but we haven't seen Virtus Pro play Spider Islands at all this year. So the last time that we would have seen it would have been the Grand Finals, played up against the likes of Na'Vi. Very close games, some of them, but overall this has been a map that has been fairly comfortable for Virtus Pro across their history, but this was also the first map that they ever dropped to Team Peps back at the Invitational.
Oh man, you are bringing up the ancient lore. The dwarves wrote that on mithril tablets.
Write my name on your chest.
It's the oldies,
Okay, that's a
but
little
they're
too
the
far. I'm
goodies
not
as
doing
well.
that.
So Rad is a bit more of like a surprise.
No,
but
I can't,
It has been a
DeAndre.
good map for them. They beat Pulsar. I remember that game as well because that was in stage 1 groups. They were like looking at Crisis, trying to actually ban around it because he's sort of gone to the strategist. Fortunately, not here. Certainly one of the highlight moments of Grand Finals when he just came in, snapped.
Can
on
you play
Virtus Pro in one
Faint
map
by
and then
Linkin
dipped.
Park? If you do, I'll pay your rent.
That's all.
Sure, bro. I'll
Yeah,
play until
pretty
the next
much.
map starts.
But it is like a Heretics. Last time we did
But
see
you
Rad
better be
play,
a man
it
of
was
your
full
word.
Push. So this is Rad actually being able to push towards the end of the map consistently, and it does look like they're going to be attacking first.
A little bit more priority here, going towards Ducky and Lugia's hero pool, for Magneto being saved first to allow for that fragging power off the back of the Chaos Blade that can be offered over to Magneto. A Loki taken away, has been creeping into the early ban phase now, as Loki is, of course, as powerful as ever.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Convoy, it's almost been like a first protect. It just didn't know specific scenarios.
I'm sorry,
Just to
Lay,
have
I'll pay your
something
rent
if it's
next
gonna
week.
be
Thank you,
double
buddy.
Rocket, double Gambit, even like the Camera Revival, having a copy of that within a visible boundary. There's just too many strategists to actually take out triple strategist on a map like this. So it is surprising that Rad haven't gone for the ult.
Like, can you turn this off? I'll pay you rent? Yeah, I'll turn it off in a second. I'll suck your dick. You don't gotta do all that. Just pay my rent, G. Pay up. You have to play Collision Course? What is that, bro?
And allow for Rad to snatch it away from him. Weave equals snatched, Ryan.
I'm also a little bit surprised of like it's going to be a one-sided invis that's been hovered over. Ultron not touched by either team. Penny not touched by either team. So that team up, I imagine, is going to come out in full force.
A team-wide damage boost and a bunch of healing for everybody. Very Marvel Rivals 9.0.
Yep. And I think you've got Ji Young in the audience of just like, yeah, this was one of the like adjustments. I was very excited to see Ultron.
How much to end stream right now? I'll end stream right now for $200.
And then it's like, yeah, this seems a little bit egregious, right? But that's just, you know, the triple strategist side of stuff. It's always a problem. It's always available.
$1,400 to end stream? If you donate $1,400, I will end stream right now. No raid, no goodbye. I'm just gone. Good night. Alright, there. I turned it off. Now pay up. Both of y'all gotta pay up.
Crazy Kitty.
I mean, Crazy Kitty's one of those like original Storm Human Torch players, like in the Frost Mountain vibe, right? Like these are people.
Y'all
who
better
are
pay up or you're
very
timed out for
politically
14 days.
gifted when it comes to these flying characters.
I know Frost Mountain.
Why do they win invis advantage on game? I have no idea.
Like, that's my girl. That's my character.
He's the Leo meme. He was like, oh,
yeah,
I've been mentioned.
Wait. So far, like Rad's Gambit is available and open for Rad. So Mash
When you
doesn't have to
turn
worry
it
about
off,
exactly matching
play
on
in
the
the
other
end
side,
or
but
run.
it is their
No,
map choice. They don't
I
really
played
form
what
out
you
like
want.
Swamp just did.
You said you'd pay my rent. Now pay up.
Going to be holding the line here. With the additional power of the Chaos Blade at their back, this is going to be a Virtus Pro 3-3 that has a lot of damage behind it, including the
Where's my $1,400?
Gear as well to increase that fire rate.
You got Fide, it's over on the Magneto, trying to see if he can copy what Energy was able to
Well,
do
Blue
in
Dog,
their first series against Rad.
unlucky.
Finds that first
I'll
pick
see
onto
you in 2
Nevix.
weeks,
the
G.
rocket means that there is going to be that recall beacon allowing those 3 frontliners to come back into this fight as Rad are trying to find a way to Splinter now that there's a bit of a cooldown.
Time moving in cycles. Rad back to the oldest tricks in the book to break those spawn holds. Storm and Punisher, we saw it earlier from Na'Vi, to great effect against Virtus Pro's Penny Ultron composition. Fire gets isolated, bounced around a couple of times, but the rescue seems to be there. And watch for that flaming shield.
Alright, I'll unban you. But only because the song wasn't dog shit.
As Mag, you are going to be doing unlimited damage.
Bro, Hash is a legend? No, legit. Yo, Crouton, shout out Crouton, actually a man of his word. Yo, Crouton, because you gifted that 5 and you're not a dirty liar, how much should I ban Blue Dog for? How long? You get to decide his fate. You're the executioner. Well, I'm the executioner. You're the judge. What's his sentencing?
Mash is going to have the opening. Smashnez beginning to cook. Down goes the unlimited ammo. Mash
10 months?
The Raging Royal Flush and is still hoping that Virtus.pro will give away more ground to returns that are being taken by Rad before they have to commit.
You'd prepare a bigger cram screen to chat better with us in a time like this, where we're the ones who are just waiting? What are you talking about?
But there's the combination he mentioned for Rad. It's found the picks it needs, but
69 days? I can't time him out for 69 days. It's 1 second to 2 weeks, bro.
Up into the sky with a clobbering time. Maybe Lugiago can try and save this one. And Smash has been resurrected by the Battle Recall Beacon. Frank Castle has returned as Crazy Kitty lands on the floor with the Omega Hurricane. Nowhere for Sparker to go. And that is going to be surely a big pull in here for Rad. This should be the claiming of the point. Let's see how they're celebrating with our
Long as you can, 2 weeks? Alright, I got you. Sorry, Blue Dog. Unless you're willing to gift 10. I'll give Blue Dog the opportunity to gift 10 by the end of this game, or he's shot for 2 weeks. I'm not putting it on my calendar, bro. Shut up.
Yeah, we can go 2 to 2.
Yeah, I'm going Elsa. You just go Emma.
no? Yeah.
You just go Emma.
Yeah, I can go Emma, you go Mac.
Go Luna, Jojo.
I don't even think Blue Dog is still here. I think he got timed out and left. Is he still? No, he's still in chat.
Call for Luna for Dredro. Dredro says no thanks, mate. Actually, I
Did I hear a Lamau in the middle of that? After that point went in. Oh, we just lost it, Lamau. But yeah, Virtus.pro trying to contest, not looking too as hot as they did with the sort of portal contest. There was a bit
Is
too
this the
much.
first match? This is map 2, VP1 map 1.
Often they usually finish out the map, but they've got 3.5 minutes to get to the second checkpoint.
All right, Smashnez seeing the approach of Vasalak, wondering if that is
Blue
going
Dog,
to be
don't
play.
type in
Actually,
chat if you're a
Virtus.pro
fat
trying
cow.
to get 8 versus 6 here with multiple Emma team-ups, allowing for these Sonic clones to be projected towards Rad, but Rad are going to have a bit of an advantage when it comes to
Actively
initiative
buying the
here
hearts
off
of
the
light?
back of
No, I'm a
playing the,
sellout.
Cosmic Yarn
Pay up.
Amplify. Zivitruge has already been a little bit watered away.
Would
by
you guys rather
Crazy
me
Kitty.
lie?
Big and Ballet Bruiser on the card.
Yeah, you said it gives them more.
You want me to
initiative,
partner
so
with
the
Raid
duelist
Shadow
also
Legends and
helps.
stuff?
They're actually going to try and combo up as the Emma wants to try to put Matt Murdoch in an early grave and cannot quite do that. Smash, there's punishes on the other side.
And now Virtus.pro are forced to invest even more just to try and hold it here, make good on the investment that's already been given over. The invisible boundary.
Have you ever been compared to low tier God? Not once. No one's ever compared me to LTG or a basketball player. You're the first one, G.
Vertigo, who now can put down their Cosmic Yarn Amplifier without too much worry. Fi moving towards the back, the Dancer of Butterflies in hand, going all in onto the Rocket Raccoon. But look at the dash forward there from Mash to absorb a slice. Extra damage coming.
You know, thanks so much for the tier 1, buddy. I appreciate it, G.
Is turned into a twisted furry salad for a Rocket Raccoon.
LTG is a crumb. What does that mean? Light, since I paid your rent, I'm gonna need that address real quick.
And no one really has the meat to keep it contested.
And I mean, the way to describe that salad on this map so far for Virtus.pro is hairy because it hasn't quite worked out in their favor. Still a good portion of time.
Crazy.
And VP, just that adjustment for Rad, it was right at the perfect time. The triple strategist, the sort of like bunker breaking composition, straight to 2-2-2. Crazy Kitty having the let the devil out ultimate means
Raid
Rad
Shadow
continues
Legends is good
momentum,
though.
And there's no
Alright.
strategist ultimates to work with for VP.
What's a high tier support player to a low tier light? What? 100 gifted for your address? If you donate 100 gifted, I'll DM you my address.
For Crazy Kitty, but Ducky's the one that finds the first blood in this engagement. He's trying to dive in and has to be careful he doesn't accidentally slip off the side of the map. He's put the pressure to force Virtus.pro pretty much all the way back to the spawn, so it's more window and time for this objective, the payload, to move uncontested.
Yeah, that's facts, Mac.
Moving like a demon.
You could probably find it for free. Yeah, probably. Though rent can't be that high. Oh, it is.
Sparker begins to cook towards the back, has access to the Apex Predator.
Rent in Illinois is like $380 a month. If you live in a homeless shelter, where in anywhere in America is it $380 a month? What?
Here comes the Apex Predator. The glass rocks towards the back, but the Monster Piercer is perfectly placed here from Smash to make sure that no one's
Okay, Light, top 5 games of your life.
Still the Meteor M in the
Impact-wise,
back pocket as a lull in the action
Overwatch,
can play
Rivals,
positions.
It's Rad trying to
Elden
take
Ring,
fights everywhere
Baldur's
as well,
Gate,
whether
and
it was on the
Evolve.
side with the Let the Devil Out ultimate, now it's on the high ground, then it was on the low. It's
Maybe
just
rinsing a
constantly
room.
bouncing around for Virtus Pro,
Yo,
but
Crunch,
somehow
thanks
they're
for the
keeping
prime, buddy.
everybody up and topped up. They now have the
It's
fate
good to
both
see you,
over
man.
against
I hope
Rusty.
you've been well.
Yarn Amplifier going to be deployed. That's so much charge, and it almost instantly destroys Luke.
You honor me with your prime.
That's why he's the GOAT, baby. A triple with the Meteor M, the king.
Yeah,
of the
no, I pay
birds,
1500,
has risen
bro.
from the ocean to reign over Virtus Pro, who bow under the pressure.
Silver legendary with little bits of copper in that Meteor M, just enough to actually take out those players, and it's the third time out of 4 attempts for Rad
Want
to
some
finish
Light Lord
out on
chat? He
Spider
made me
Island.
spend $60
And
on
Virtus
an
Pro
Evolve
now
key,
need to try
and then
to
never played it
match
with me.
You gotta say, like, Rad
That is
want
not
this
true.
opportunity, right? It's like they came into it. And speaking
I
to
probably
them
played
before,
with you,
they're
you were
giant
terrible.
slayers. They've done this against Virtus Pro. They've
'Cause you're
looked very
horrible at
good
everything
against these
except
top
for
teams,
DMing.
and they've played the most on stage
But
so
even
far
that,
this
you don't got
time.
me, so.
Virtus Pro, there's a lot of
You didn't even play
expectation.
Pathfinder
World
with me.
champions, but then they drop out of preseason to this team, no less. And
Yeah,
they're not even a
tomorrow.
second seed going into the first international event, and suddenly now in the elimination bracket. Something that didn't happen at all during grand finals.
Right, look at the stats. This is a pantsing.
Mash and Vertigo have not been eliminated once. Neither is Lugia, who's 11-0 as well.
This is not good for Virtus Pro, but this is a long match.
Look at the comp for Rad as well. Like, we do see some triple strategists, a lot more of them taken out. In fact, that was all of the bans. I do want to call this composition when we have Jubilee, Juba 3.
Guns the Duel is coming
Because
to
it's a free
Steam.
win
You
when
getting
you
on
go
that
against
light? Let me check out
Yeah,
Guns the Duel
I
real
mean,
quick.
It's just been
We'll
Northern
see.
3. There you go. It could be, yeah. 3 yellow in it.
I'm the last person to make fun of
What
not
the
being
hell
able
is
to pronounce
Guns the
the H's,
Duel,
let's be
bro?
real.
I mean, it's just the hop over the Atlantic and enunciated, but so far for Rad.
Like,
all
when
of
are we
their
getting a
eyes have
meet
dotted
and
the
greet?
T's across.
You guys
So
want me to do a
far,
light
this
con
defense
where
set
3
up
of you
with
would
the
show
only
up?
time we've seen Jubilee in these triple strategist compositions.
Yeah, fully charged orb here as well is going to make sure that Ducky doesn't require too much in the way of like personal babysitting either, if they can get the passive.
You
He also
spelled
already has
duel
to use their
wrong?
Jeff bubble to try and disengage. The layers of walls that are erected behind him are cutting off the healing, but look at Vertigo on this off angle here, constantly able to deliver that over to
Okay,
Ducky.
that
Maybe
might
this is
be a
where
pig.
Jubilee really can build up her niche on playing this off angle for
Bro,
healing.
what
that
is
isn't
this?
as stymied by Groot's constructions.
There's Spies the one in the sky as the Storm this time, see if they could break it, but there's no Punisher for Sparky. He's
Release
just wanted to
date
keep on the outs, see if he can go for
2026?
these ultimates in the end, but Rad are doing really well to actually sustain this. Ultimate's not quite there, even for the strategist, as it's all going to be divvied out.
Yeah,
with the
let's
healing.
hop on
So
Guns
Virtus Pro
the
might be able to
Duel.
get some big ults first, but they're obviously going to
Horrible.
let the Gambit.
Yeah, Nevic's taken down. Vince's been doing their best to break the walls of this 100 energy on the Sonic Blasts, but without Nevix to help them reinforce the front line, it's very perilous movement.
I mean, VP have just struggled to get these final hits, and against this composition, it's going to be harder. You just see the Vanguard.
Yo, is Skittles the
trading
best
blows on each other,
suit
but
in
all
the
that's doing
tournament
is
or what,
getting Rad
guys?
really set up with 3 strategist ultimates on the horizon. Yam Amplify's going to be there first, though.
Yarn to open, but will it be weaving a tail on the tapestries, or will it be pushed directly into the beam?
Is Elsa
Fly
Trap
can't stick
still
around,
best
one
in
damage
slot
before,
when you're
it's not
playing
gonna be
against
around
no
for a
characters that
range
go
of
in your
this. Basically,
backline?
just
Swear it
gonna be
isn't,
so
right?
much neutral healing. This is what the Jubilee is bringing to the table. Inside of that orb, 50 HPS, you don't need pockets.
That might be true,
Rad
Mike.
don't need an ultimate. They're going to have all 6 available on this defense as they manage to bottom more than half the
It
time.
is?
But the Silent Seduction is going to come
How
out
would
first
you know,
from Finzi.
Jason?
Nothing's been
You're
forced
just a
out from Rad
hater?
other than the Meteor
100%,
M just
yeah.
then.
All overwhelming of the Meteor M gets burst in the hand of Lugia Goat rather than bursting over 3 members of
Dude,
Virtus Pro.
Illuminati.
Ranslock
I read that as
plenty
I'd
to work with,
pull
though.
Light's
Out comes the
meat.
Raging Royal Flush. Dare Mash go inside of this
God damn
ultimate.
it.
3 players caught in place with the strangling prism. The damage is so high. Sparker's the first to fall, and Nevix and Fire will shortly join them. Sparker gets resurrected, yes, but the fight's already done. The curtains have
Should
been
play
closed.
token? I'm not
Is
doing
anybody
that.
from Rad being eliminated at this point?
I
Like,
would do
there's
that
no
too.
Rocket
Me
on
too.
The defense, so there's no
W
Bearer
chat.
back. It's not even being needed. All 5 of the 6 ultimates available used. It's just Jubilee that has hers
GG
in hand.
1-1.
Virtus Pro, Strangler Prison.
No,
Nevix
legit.
needs to find something with it, especially with the Punisher ultimate on the way for 5.
Jubilee going to be our most powerful here. Giving those knockbacks can try and drive Virtus Pro back to the cliffs, but not Fi. Going to be CC immune during the Judge, Jury, and Executioner. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier moving forward. Nevix
My
knows that it's now
right mouse
or
button does
never.
not work
As Vertigo
sometimes
keeps
with
everyone
Deadpool
healed up
team up.
inside of this
Unlucky.
zone. Look at this, they're just hiding away. Yeah, it's huge card control here for Virtus Pro, and Rad are going to have to try and chase after the objective itself.
They found nothing. Nobody has died on the side of Rad through
They used
these
Rocket
big
Punisher
ultimates
and
the
got no
damage
kills.
boosts.
It's not
Virtus
looking
Pro are
good.
finding zilch. Lugia finally
They got
goes down,
one.
and maybe that's where the cracks start to show.
Lugia's going to be able to prep that portal to try and return, though. Up come the walls, and what's going to be behind them? It's Nevix in a bubble. Unlimited ammo, so much damage going to be forced away of the opposing Groot. And the cart continues to move. Spider Zero going towards the Master Weaver zone. But now you've just got to try and get everyone off of this zone if you're Virtus
Wait, did you come with your name by watching Light and Death Note or no? No.
Lugia go barely even existed
But I do like
in this
Death
fight
Note,
before they
but it
are
wasn't
rated
inspired
the
by him.
Wolverine's adamantium claws.
It was like the Sentinel spray. As soon as the Doctor Strange gets there, the Wolverine scoops it back up, and now finally some semblance for Virtus Pro to work
Will
with.
you try
Invisible
Injustice 3 on
Boundary.
stream?
The Sonic
Wait,
seduction
Injustice 3
about
got
to be
announced?
ready to go, but it's more to keep Virtus Pro in this map with 20 seconds left.
Apex Predator seems to have grabbed a little bit. Sparker moves towards the back, ready with a last stand if it's going to be necessary, but can you even get onto a point right now with your Rad? The last contester dragged away a symbiotic swing to return to the objective, and Bash believes that it's winnable. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. They need to try and break them down right here and now. Virtus Pro are all out of chances. 4 seconds remain. Smashes is getting so much healing. Nevix can't find the end, but eventually they will. An extended grassy tendril, an attempted knockback from the Jubilee to try and force some manner of C9, but Nevix stays strong.
Did you get like canceled or something?
They have all the
I've seen the
tenacity that
Spider-Man
they
movie
need
now.
to remain in contention. Mashes here on the Spider-Man, but it's all said and done for first point.
They announced
Finally,
the year
Virtus
for the
Pro
Elden Ring movie. I did see that, yeah.
on, but they must have been sweating, not being able to find anything to go their way. But as soon
Okay,
as the
Injustice
Vanguard
3,
starts to
it's
fall,
heavily rumored.
there's very little to try to trade out the
Seems
battles,
close
even
enough
with
to
two
be
strategist
confirmed.
ultimates used together. Crazy Kitty, though, bringing out
Injustice 2
Beeline
sucks?
of
Bro,
Black
Injustice
Cat.
2 is goated.
See if he could dive in and sort of disengage as much as possible. As Vinci switching over to the Magneto.
Crazy Kitty knows with this
Did you watch
slow
Wonder
Vanguard
Man?
line
How
of
the
Nevix
fuck
and
would I
Vinci,
watch Wonder
healing
Man?
opportunities
What
are
the
going
fuck
to be
even
few
is
and
that?
far between once they are committed to a fight.
It's just the trading of blows. It's not a great position for Rad to try and re-engage the objective, but you want to take these fights. In fact, Crazy Kitty is just doing the best Vinci impression, just stalling the objective as much as possible, but not Captain America this time. Trades on either side, but Virtus Pro now using this Punisher ultimate to find the retribution needed to take this map.
He's just going to try and disengage here.
Can we
bring
get
up
a
the
kill on
walls in
Punish
the
roll?
way. Too much damage has been taken by Fire to really press that much further.
my bad.
And Rad safely disengaged from a primary threat.
Well,
Is your name
that's
inspired by
twice now
anything,
that
or
Five brought out
situation
this
with a
ultimate,
name?
And Rad have disengaged
Just bring your name
nicely.
as long as
Now
you
they do
remember.
have the Royal
No,
Flush
my
if they wanna try
first
and go
on my
in
first
an
ever
engagement,
team in
but right now, Virtus Pro is sort of cruising
Overwatch,
along.
there was a guy named Light.
Stands ready.
One of my my
A
teammate's
Raging
name was
Royal
Light,
Flush.
but with an
Ducky,
I.
we know, has been adventurous
Like
with these
L-I-T.
Groot ultimates. Ducky falling
And a
low,
couple
doesn't
years
go
later,
high,
I'd
though.
name
Can't
change.
have
Like
it
I wanted to
absorbed
name
by
change,
Vinci,
and I always
and
liked
all
that
of the
name.
healing towards Ducky is being absorbed as
I
well.
just
What
put
is
like the
Bro-
Y
what
to
is
make
Bro
it
ulting?
like my own.
What did he see? Who
And
spoke
I
to
got
him?
blessing.
Ducky
I got
towards
like
the
the OG
back.
guy's
Two
blessing.
players inside Invisible Boundary. The
like,
instant
yeah, that's chill, bro.
response as Ducky just tries to platform away from the incoming erection of a forest that's been laid down here by Nevix. Saipe Tridro in the back. They've already used everything that they have. Vertigo on the backhand side is using Fate of Both Worlds.
It was just going for the Strangler Prism, force the Invisible Boundary off of the objective and then fighting on it, but Virtus Pro managed
your
to
name isn't even, well,
springboard
it
that
is.
play into taking
Your
out the
name
Vanguards.
is fucking
Everybody else
Funyun,
is
bro.
going
Like,
to
hop
drop.
off me,
And
bro.
suddenly there's life in this one for VP.
Why is it Nightmare in this tournament?
As well, no enraging
We
as the
had
raid
visa
boss
issues.
This time around, Virtus Pro now have 2 minutes to try and match Rad's completion.
I think they were a bit surprised at what Finzi was aiming at. Everybody turned around and like Ducky's like, okay, now's my chance.
Injustice
Strangler
Gods
Prism, go.
Among Us is the
Immediately
best
saw
game,
protective of
and
VP,
Injustice
forces
1?
out the Invisible Boundary, which is what they wanted, but it wasn't
Isn't
a
that
good
the same
opportunity for Lugia
thing?
to have a Meteor Aim or Crazy Kitty's going for the calling card. And there's a
Before
window
Light, it
now.
was
No strategist
Aether, then
ultimates
before
helped to
Aether, it
really
was
beat
Zoom.
this, but
And
Nevix
I don't
with the
remember
Strangler
what it
Prism
was
might be the
before
pick to
that.
just stop this onslaught as the defense comes in again.
Nevix caught in place. There are the walls, and there is the falling. Crazy Kitty putting even more into this. Does mean Virtus Pro are likely to just disengage despite the resurrection onto Nevix. In the back, I heard a
I like watching
somewhere.
Rad
I'm not
because
sure if
Crazy
Nevix
Kitty
will
doesn't
be
play
the only one. It would
cornball
appear the
characters.
casualty feed is not going to be
Oh, wow.
implying it. Instead, Crazy Kitty was left isolated on their own and is going to fall for it.
Maybe it just isolate Crazy Kitty.
I
and
just
hope
thought
that
'cause you
nobody else
light
could really
skin.
come in for the dive.
No,
But then
it
again,
has
you've got
nothing
a
to do with
Groot
my
and a
skin
Magneto
color.
that are trying to match you. Speaking of which, Lugia seeing if the Meteorium can find much on a low HP Nevix, but there was enough there to actually keep him up and fighting.
And he
Every
was
time
legit
Rad
just
tried to
an
go in
ultra
on the
last map?
offensive,
Okay,
they're finding
against
very
his
little.
will.
It's like the roles are reversed from the first point.
Yeah, when Nevix needed all that
Zoom
healing,
like the
it
Flash?
was not available for
Just
Quincy
like,
on that
I
angle, being
guess,
aggressive
but like
with
not
Sword.
like.
And you've
That's
only
not
got
what
like
was
45
inspired by.
seconds left now, but yeah, an Amplifier and Fi with this ultimate. Fi needs to find something, and you know that Rad are expecting it. They have a rolling flush. push. They also want to just try and get in and out, but Ducky is now going for the Strangler Prison, and it's set up Crazy Kitty for 2.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty gets 2.
Why would Nightcrawler support his team? I want Nightcrawler to be like the most like OP terrorist cancer character that has ever been put in this game. I want NetEase to never touch him ever, like they do with Elsa. I want every support and hitscan player to be miserable, and I want it to be the most selfish character of all time, where I get to kill everyone. I'm playing my own game. Fuck my team. I'm doing my thing.
Looking towards the
You know?
Crazy Kitty is going absolutely mental right now. Vertigo's off the map. Sidebay's been taken down as well, so the trades are good, and it's even better for Rad as they manage to find their feet. Finzi looking for something off the back of the Meteor M, but once again can only hit the group going up against their counterpart here. Walled in, invisible boundary drawn up to reinforce them, and Smash this is a touch too far out. Maybe some punishment can be found as the magnetic greatsword is drawn from its scabbard, but Nevix has had to come
So
in
buff
on the
Spider-Man,
emergency
exactly.
venom. Spark around the outside. You know that he's been noted. A forced movement coming through off the back of the Apex Predator.
That's literally Black Cat. No, it's not. Black Cat can help her team. She's got portals.
And they are going to have even more when it comes to the healing. In comes the fate of both worlds. Out goes the Glassrocks. Flies letting the devil out, but he's nowhere to be seen.
And Black Cat
That's
was also
1-1
shot dead.
between our EMEA Titans.
And Vertigo fell off
She's
the
probably
map
getting
at
nerfed
the
again
end
next
there, so they did 2 for 2. But yeah, it shows how close these teams are. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have not maybe been watching EMEA as much, think they're like, oh, this is just a washed VP. No, rather that kind of team that can actually compete against them. Spider Islands went as expected, a Ducky MVP, and I loved at the end there, you saw the Glortrox coming in from Sparker, just using the Jeff team up, the duck dip dived, just to make sure that he couldn't get anything, he got a point. And then now Virtus Pro have to sort of come back on what we were talking before. A map choice, we're not sure where they're going to necessarily go. We saw the Arico, we saw some more convoy maps, but we can't see that here because the Spider Island's out. It has to be Convergence.
I can't help but feel that the last half of that ban phase from VP was fumbled. Like, they let go of the Gambit to get the Invisible Woman, and I didn't see any particular, like, compositional magic where the Invisible Woman was getting a huge amount of value, right?
And that was right at the end as well. It was like the last ban and last protect of the Gambit, so it wasn't even early on. Like, Magneto's clearly important for both of these sides, and stuff like the Adam, the Loki, making sure the convoy doesn't get too out of hand. But for Virtus Pro, you need to now show that you sort of own some of these maps, right? The bigger teams like Team Liquid Citadel have a lot of maps in their back pocket, as we saw with Yggdrasil, where they just look like worlds above a lot of the other teams. For Virtus Pro, you now need to find that on Convergence, which these guys are so experienced for hero shooters, playing around a payload or taking a point is key to them, but rather matching them.
Yeah, rather matching them blow for blow, and well, our analysis is going to be blown out of the water by these smart fellas on the analyst desk.
Blown out of the water indeed, like Day. I mean, hey, listen, the good news is both teams are in familiar territory. I mean,
These
VP
games are
has
so
given up a
light.
map.
Nightmare
Rad
with
is certainly
Dogwalk.
comfortable.
Yeah,
If
I
anything,
mean, we
they're,
just got
like,
so
off
unlucky
pace
with our
because typically
visas,
they're
bro.
coming
We
back
would have
even
dogwalked
later
this
than they
tournament
are
for
now.
sure.
Right now, the series is tied between these two EMEA giants, and right off the bat, Ship, I've got to say, I said it was going to be the Vanguards for Rad that would impress me, and I feel like that has been a huge difference maker.
11 finals on the Ducky group. I mean, and some really clean play across the board. They're just leading the charge, doing exactly what they need to. I love the mag play across the board, like you're saying, buddy. I am with you. They are outshining right now. VOD.
I think the big thing here for me, too, is just seeing exactly how the Smashnez glow-up has been from the play-in stage to now. I mean, on the Elsa doing a great job, but on the other foot, Sparker, the least amount of finals we've seen in quite some time, only 5 to their names. So a tough spot to look at for the, you know, MVP we saw from the grand finals, from the high highs now to low lows.
Yeah,
you know what? I mean, I agree. And also, we talked about the X factor of Crazy Kitty. We got some craziness. We got some, for sure, not as much kiddiness as we want to see this time around. But either way, yeah, it just feels like, again, we've highlighted this before with Rad. Virtus Pro is known as being a patient team. I think that's what's made them great. But Rad has shown that throughout. And it's like they're aggressive, but also somehow it's like a toddler with a rage.
It was rigged
like
against y'all. Spark played double G to get you.
Patience.
To get you out so y'all don't make him cry on stage again.
The Invis over the Luna.
Yeah, I don't think if anything's stopping that guy from crying on stage.
And then also in Virtus Pro's favor, I think they're just really clutch, and I think that's why they keep pushing this series even farther. I think that game was dominated by Rad, truthfully, but they just always seem to make things happen when they're in overtime. So it's just similar to what we saw in Dom. I think that's their main strength. They just never give up. But
For me, Vaughn, I feel like if you look at the team as a whole, the only thing that I would like to see maybe cleaned up a bit more is that
Just
back
so you
lineup.
know, if you did get that visa, I would have been there to watch in person. Or if your team did, I mean,
start to see a little bit more. Rad showed it against Iconics,
I
right,
appreciate your gesture.
Maybe test, if you will, at Jubilee to see how it went, and it was showing all right.
It's decent for the first point hold, like we saw there in that triple strategist lineup. But aside from that, we really haven't seen too much out of the Jubilee specifically. Like team-ups wise, what are people rocking here as well, Shib?
Well, for Jubilee, what I will say, one thing I just want to mention real quick is I do like the blind. I think the blind
Nightmare
is
got
used in
Trump
it's in your
nerf.
cloak, right?
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
that for the most part. But team ups across the board, you mean for the backline or for Jubilee?
Yeah, for Jubilee.
For Jubilee, it's Hood is what I've typically run. I mean, you're just going constant hit scan damage. You can kind of play, you know, like I said, that cloak format, but instead of having to switch to the damage front, you can just hit scan heavy in the backline and rotate consistently to make sure it's always up for you.
Speaking of that backline, can we just talk about MASH? I mean, MASH is, obviously a little casual Friday there on stage. The jersey still making its way here.
Yeah.
But Vaughn, MASH, am I seeing this? The finals, I mean, are we joking?
We are not
Depends
joking
what they're
on that
playing,
one,
Horsey.
but we're also not joking here for Smash.
Did I watch
Nez
the Spidey
versus
movie? Nope.
Sparker.
This is
I mean,
the lineup.
This is the average we have seen from this map specifically as well. And seeing actually, no, this is the exact stats from this match, excuse me. 34 finals to, or 34 KOs to 17. Just the effectiveness, the damage is very similar, but you were talking about the Shib during the break. It feels like Sparker's just shooting tanks.
Yeah, a lot of damage there. But I mean, it's also a testament to the tanks because I think the backline stat-wise were very similar, right? So if you see a ton of damage and not a lot of finals, it means the tanks are doing their job. They're getting out after soaking all the damage, and it's not necessarily on the strats back because the numbers don't justify that.
No, that's a great point, especially, I mean, you see all your favorite Star-Lord players have crazy damage out their final hits, just farming for the front. You know what's interesting is obviously that is a matchup between Smash and Sparker, rookie versus vet, but that might be on land, but Smash has said 8 years he's been doing this, right? And now finally has had that chance to shine on this stage like this for Rivals. That's a big matchup.
I have no idea, Xenu.
Obviously, most important role.
Is
in my
SG
opinion, a lot of
versus
times
Genji
is
last
that
match for
flex
today?
duelist Position, but
No,
when you have the
I
hit
don't think
scan,
so.
hit scan, the 1A versus 1A. Ship, we've seen time and time again that it's those measurements up of those pressure in the first early picks.
Yeah, it's all about coming up in clutch moments too. And you know, a lot of the time Sparker is that guy. Just right now in this matchup wasn't able to do that. Talk about the Dom too with me, but
Yes,
yeah,
oh my gosh. So this is the first time, at least during this event, we have seen the Dom map won by Virtus Pro. So they finally got that off their backs. They say, hey, we can actually win again on Domination when we used to be the most winningest team on Dom. Now it's Team Liquid Citadel, as we've seen, what, 26-0 at that point.
Crazy.
But I think the big question mark for me for this Virtus Pro roster right now is Fi. We haven't seen as much effectiveness from them recently.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you look at this, obviously this is why best of 5 is going to be even better, because when you get the early tie in the series, we're going to go back to Dom, obviously being a big point in factor in that. When you look at the pick and ban,
Like streaming more or competing more? I like them both.
As we do get the infamous location of Wakanda. We were just joking the other day that that first point used to be so like iconic, and now it's like, all right, okay, it's kind of just point 3 now on.
Yeah, I mean, seeing, you know, Virtus Pro.
How
go
hard
to a
is it
map
to get a
where
visa from
a lot
Illinois
of
to
people were thinking
California?
they'd have
Oh,
some
mega
good,
hard.
records against them here as well, but we've seen them play pretty decently on Hall of Dajalia before. And again, I think it benefits the compositions that they like to play with the Penny Ultron. We saw that first point for a lot of teams. And one thing I did want to bring up, which we've seen with this map and a lot of different ones, is like first point now on these convoy or these convergence maps is taken pretty quickly for the most part.
Yeah, and you and I were saying sometimes even on like even Convoy, right? It's like the first point is a battle, second point seems to just be a breeze every time because the teams are coming back on defense, burning all these cooldowns. The attacking side then wins the trade at the end, cleans up those KOs, gets 20% ult advantage, wins the next fight, right on to point 3.
I mean, you can almost say the same about winning matches as well. I mean, it's like starting to believe, right? And as soon as you get that first one under your belt, it's like, okay, let's just go ahead and finish this thing strong. And for me, I mean, VP, they're the standard. They're the one that everyone has circled. The pressure on them, I can't imagine. They handle it well typically, but we'll see now when things get closer for that door to shut. Will they be able to handle it, folks? We've got the ban ready to go. We sponsor this by Mantis, who's always that first ban. Gonna happen. We're gonna be seeing none of that 0% play rate, but Gambit being that first lock once again.
Maybe we should do something about Mantis next patch,
Yeah,
huh?
they like to focus on that Gambit.
Actually,
The one time
no,
we
I
saw,
like
you know,
Mantis
Museum of
triple being meta
Contemplation, they went for the
24/7.
Loki
It's
save,
awesome.
and that was kind of iffy, but the big thing here is that they played this map as a counter pick from Gen G and still got a 2-0 victory against them. So no longer are they going to have any stipulations against this map. It seems to be their domain now.
there's conversation for where Widow can come into the ban phase here too. What happened to Widow? Is something in the air? What's going on
talking
today?
about that early on. We were saying, hey, Matt, first day, we're like, it's
looks
here,
so good.
Widow, what year it is, and then has kind of backed away a bit. You know, it's interesting. This would be one of the stronger maps to be able to take it to. Again, we're going to all of the Jolly not Spider Island there. And when you look at the bans in general, I feels like the pressure you get, but man, Smash wasn't able to play that to the level of, let's say, Delina in the play-in stage. Maybe it's just not enough time on that comfortable rework.
Yeah, that could be the case for sure. But now that we see the removal of Mag, that conversation comes back into play.
I mean, after seeing that triple Meteor M from Media Code on third point, I mean, I understand why Virtus Pro do not want to deal with that this time.
No, it's a great point either way. I mean, you've seen a lot of the meta strong stuff happen, right? No one-sided mag, the Gambit not squeaking through late. This is the stuff you expect. And we kind of talked about it. The more this kind of leans towards the end, you got to pull off all the stops. You got to show everything and not show your old heads, you're new, you're fresh, you have something ready. It's important to play your best, but keep a couple cards close to your chest, Shib, as we're wrapping up the pick ban. It's Penny Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, that's just been the new thing. It's almost like a chess piece moving forward. You've got to react. It's going to be a removal.
If my
of Penny
girl
here.
took a
It
shit on the
has to be
bed
right back.
awake,
Okay,
she's out
well,
the house.
I guess not, as we're going to see the Atom removal. But, you know,
Yeah,
if you get
instantly.
Ultron through in the lock phase, it seems, or it has
Why
been
does
in the past,
Monster
you wanna
say
remove that Penny,
Besh
but
instead of Best?
Well, will we have Virtus
I don't
Pro
know.
put
He
on
has
the
cancer?
ropes or Rad go down in the series like day? Ryan, let's get to it.
And this is a map that Virtus Pro have to deal with therapy. There's trauma on it from a team like Rad, but at least last time that these two teams played in the
Monsters is
sort of
real
group
strongest
stages, I
soldier.
believe, for stage
Good
one.
comps.
It was Virtus Pro that actually were able to beat Rad the last time. Even though this has been a choice for Rad consistently this event, the results aren't amazing for them. 2-4 total, and we've only seen Virtus Pro play on this map 3 times, one of which was against Gen G, where they look to be the stronger team and really command that series to continue on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, you can tell that Virtus Pro, after losing a lot of very important games on this map, have been maybe leaning towards it in their scrim schedules a little bit. And
No
making sure
spoilers
they
with
are
Spider-Man
an
with Genoma?
incredibly
Yeah, that's what I'm
proficient
hearing.
team on this,
It's
but
exciting.
This should be an absolute slobber knocker because Rad,
This should be an absolute slobber knocker.
Yeah, I think the big thing to highlight is that Mash, with the one-sided
Slobber.
Gambit, only got eliminated twice in all of Spider Islands. But when we did see this head-to-head of the Gambit against Saipe had some cleaner, bigger ultimates.
Chill on my
So we'll see
YouTube
if
chat,
Mash
Adam.
can
What the
sort of
fuck?
make sure that he keeps up with his counterpart on the other side.
Early portal, perhaps? Looks like Fi's cooking.
Leap into the fray. I mean, we saw it yesterday against Gen G as well, sort of going from the same position, just being able to take the high ground, force and sort of make the side split, if you will.
Fi sorts over now to the Daredevil, so they can have a pincer maneuver here in our first Vanguard call of the tournament, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, for Finzi, it's
New
one of these
Spider-Man
ones
was
where the Vanguards
shit.
were taking out
Unlucky.
Magneto, not available for both sides, but Ducky has to be the one to jump onto the point to make sure it's contested. But it's just allowing Finzi to build up the band hammer and the skill issue if he wants.
Look, got a ramp to work with here as well, so we can freely transition between high and low ground, but Vertigo going down already. Might have to invest their Cocoon Revival here off the back of being headshot by Valuna. Saipe actually messes up their team up there, and so he's going to have a little bit more trouble peeling for themselves, but Ducky's gone high, but will he be laying low? Even more anti-heal. Finzi needs to be rescued, all surviving by the skin of his teeth, but that regrows real quickly when you're Deadpool.
Especially when it was like Nevix went down, it's meant really that Ducky was able to sort of survive and he's able to just perch up on the top of the high ground, but he's fallen in and just dunked on Saipe.
Finzi still believes it to be winnable. Is going to send him a Banhammer, admittedly not so much of a waste when you are on the Deadpool. That does generate rather quickly, but Virtus Pro have like such little space control right now. They are split 3 and 2, but they're waiting for Cyber to come back, and this means that Mash is going to have an opportunity to outpace that ultimate when it comes to the Gambit generation.
It is a messy fight, but Rad are going to be able to take it, show everybody's in positions that they probably weren't expected to be in, but they managed to stall almost all of the time. Ducky even looking to sort of use the Strangling Prison to find out these players in Virtus Pro that are trying to disengage all the way to second. They're so out of position, Virtus Pro completely split.
Nevix is left, he's like, you know what, Dredro, your problems are your own, mate. Wait, Dredro won. Oh, Dredro won! Cypher might rescue him from the back. Can he deliver the Raging Royal Flush in time? No, Dredro's already fallen on down, but Nevix has used the opening to get rid of Crazy Kitty. Out comes the Soul Link from the side of Rad so they can spread out the damage. And instead
Cypher
of
tried.
fighting, they're just going to give up the position on the point and wait out this ultimate.
I mean, it's now going to be 2/3 actually ticked up in the end for Rad. They have to try and jump onto the objective. Mash is going to bring out the Royal Flush as Saipes used his earlier, and Finzi's the first to at least go down off the back of it, and Rad holding on when it's about 80% made up for VP.
2 ticks to their name, Dredro. The fate of both worlds for the next fight. It's going to be a duel, though, between the Glatroxes.
I mean, it's just a crazy engagement, right? We said, okay, yeah, Dredro, we'll see you later. Hold on. it's almost just like
He did well.
Meanwhile, whilst this other like Avengers film was going on, there's a little side quest for Dreedro going in for those fights. But the fact that Rad have got the triple strategy setup means that losing out on one of them, they're able to actually keep their heads above water. VP just looking just chaotic right now.
His strategy? Take Mash's head off, it would appear. Crazy Kitty, in this tiny area, is going to have an absolute layup for a Rage of Ultron, but not even going to need it. Matt Fincy already taken on down. Feast of the Abyss not getting much for Nevix, and in comes the Glartrox. Sparker doesn't appear to have gotten too active in the feed of vanquishings thus far, and so Crazy Kitty can just hold on to the Rage of Ultron for when it's desperately needed for triage.
It's just that one pick for Virtus Pro, now trying to get into position, less than a minute left. They're not at least playing for a draw, but they really need to actually get this first point against a team like Rad, otherwise it's going to be a nightmare scenario. Silent Seduction maybe going to make it worse.
Just about trying to get out. That constant feathering of the shield here from Fincy is going to make sure that no one falls victim to the feminine wiles of Emma. Smashnez.
On Light Soul. Why on my soul?
Has the Apex Predator and has a big line to play with.
But he's overstepped, which is maybe one of the things that consistently goes wrong with Rad. He's out of position, and now suddenly Rad are a player down. Vertigo having a camera revival. He's going to use it now.
The last second was waiting as long as possible to bring that one up. Vertigo falling low. Sparker's got a fantastic angle here on the Black Widow, and Vertigo's already for. What is Mash doing over there, bro? What is my Gambit doing? Vertigo brings them back. 5 begins to dance. A dance of a butterflies is going to start extracting the blood from Rad as they just survive this off the back of the Rage of Ultron. Lugia go anchors the car in the corner, keeping this one going. Smashnez down again as Sparker's angle continues to just brutalize them. The Rage of Ultron is instantly stopped. Anger management delivered via percussive bullets.
Finzy with a Silent Seduction, acting like the Pied
Yeah, you
Piper,
tried to
making the
1v1 a
shots, but
support
Mash is
in your
still
ult.
somehow involved in the fight. I mean, the point is gone. He's
What
going
are
to
you
go
thinking?
through, and Virtus Pro just relying on a great position from Sparker. Vertigo had no idea where he was when he went down.
Sometimes Rad just they take a slurp of a silly juice, you know? But like, we're winning more. It's like, wait, what?
With so many teams as well, like in all of the chaos, Sparker has the freedom, and Ducky decides that now is the time to go in. Rad have found the W key, and they're pressing it consistently.
Oh man, Ducky just solo grabbing the Emma there, who just pops for Diamond Fall, says, all right, cheers, I'm out, baby.
He's still finding a little bit more. Virtus Pro, Feasting the Abyss.
Why aren't the pros playing Spider-Man?
Again, we're just in an absolute
I don't know.
brawl
Spider-Man's
on the
really
streets
good.
of Jallia, I guess it would be.
And he's
But Rad
easy.
Down numbers
He's like
want to
fake
try and maybe
hard.
get out.
Sparker going for the newfangled meta. The Black Widow reigning over these streets, caring little for Bast. Instead, is what Natasha Romanov demands. That will be the order of the day. Ducky's down. Sparker is just so difficult to try and assault as Fincy holds the front line with absolute vigor.
So now if Rad could get the numbers together to actually be able to contest this, you've got a Silent Seduction on the way for Lugia, and the strategists are sort of building up, but they moved over to the 2-2-2. Crazy Kitty's over on the Daredevil.
All touching here might be a tall order. 59 centimeters in it for now. Mashdown's going to bring everyone forward with the Raging Royal Flush. What value can be found? The second that it finishes, Fincy's been counting them out.
Warren Plo's playing DD Black Cat. We're watching them right now play DD Black Cat.
The so bad, but the healing is overwhelming.
But
while
to
they look
actually
towards
answer
each
your
other,
question,
it's
it's
the
because these
front line
characters
that are the
aren't as
victims.
strong as picking
Nevix
3
and Fincy could
supports.
not receive any healing, and Fire is so far back that Smashnez is able to get an easy 1v1.
It was the right adjustment at the right time for Rad, just moving away from that triple strategist that they were sort of playing on and staying on over on domination. The Crazy Kitty now sort of gets to body check Fire a little bit, who had that freedom over on Krakoa to just sort of find a backline. But they also need to close the distance from Sparker. If he has freedom, he will absolutely dominate this lobby.
Assassin's Focus, good to go. Smashnez had to give up the angle. Look at that anti coming through from side. Oh, Lugia! Just going to have to try and Carbon Crush away. Just about has the hops and the motion to get away from the assailants.
Crazy Kitty has his target locked in at the very least, but Smashnez wants to go in with the Apex Predator, forced back in the end as Sparker is trying to bring out the Black Widow ultimate, looking for a target to just pop their heads
The
around
pros
the
don't play
corner.
dive tanks
One
because they're
aim,
just
trying
shit
to break
right
on
now.
through. Mash headshot in the back, but the healing is too fast. Ducky went for a solo ult here, but it's an easy cleanse
They
for
die
Dreedro
instantly?
to get their partner out of harm's way. Smashnez disengages as the
Why is
healing
my
is
casual
overwhelming.
games hosting
Dreedro
esports
drags
tournament
them all
anyways?
forward, but Nevix needs to get access to a Feast of the Abyss.
Why
Crazy
is there
Kitty from the
Olympic speed
outside
walking?
shifting on through. It's a good shift in, and Fincy's been shifted to a different gear. here. Surely it's got to be a TB back here from 5. Who can stay on the point? 5 finally debarks, but he's up against the corner. There's nowhere to go. Surrounded by foes, surrounded by blue, and he's drowning in the ocean of red.
For disabled
Finally,
people? No,
Sparker
it's not
moves
for
on him.
disabled
Has
people,
to get
but
it done
okay.
themselves. Verta goes down. Smashness is looking for an overextending Gambit, but Fire has somehow managed to cast a spell. His wizardry has excruciated Rad's defense, and a cap is miraculously summoned for Virtus Pro.
All part of the plan for all of these teams. Fire, yeah, just had to dip out and then suddenly he's back in with a portal, which was at the right time, but maybe the wrong place. Back over towards the Daredevil, away from that Psylocke, so trying to match up for Crazy Kitty. Now going on to the second point, you have all of these hallways to keep an eye on, and we all know that Daredevil loves a one-shot scene in a hallway. He probably wasn't expecting to find himself on the other side. Mash, though, having the Royal Flush before Saipe, there is a chance and an opportunity for her to go aggro on the defense again.
Everyone afflicted here. They know where the Daredevil is, and Mash opted in for the 1v1 there. Seems to have won it against Vi. Spark falling it down as well means that this offense is now toothless.
Put you in.
Mash
I'll let him know,
happy
Fury
to
Green.
take these fights a lot of 1v1.
We'll get you in there, G.
Strategists, they have hands when they need to. And now Smash there's again. He's the one that's got these positions, full instinct, but wants to make sure that he's got these angles locked in. Otherwise, Sparker's going to start to pull apart this defense from Rad and have players on the backline isolated. Mash needs to keep himself alive and fighting. Certainly when there's a one-sided Royal Flush on the other side.
Play Minecraft on cooldown every day for a year.
We can go with an ult to play with, and Nevix can't bring
Yeah,
up
I got
balls in
that.
its way as the Groot has been dropped away on the other side.
What's up, VIP
Ducky
Bill?
feeling the same thing here as Nevix moves on forward. Up come the wall to try and give over some of that covering fire, but Ducky gets isolated, and Mash was taken down in the back. He's not going to be able to get over this one very quickly, and Lugigo's sentience is crushed under Fincy's brain power.
It's the right target, good ultimates to combine. It just means that Black Widow can get more out with the Sonic Seduction, and now Fi's in position to make it a little bit more hurting on the end now that overtime's here.
Rad have been saving their ultimates. It all comes down to this. Lugigo forcibly engaged.
Is she just horrible? Nah, he's not
knows
horrible.
that Nevix can get out with their embattled leap, and so saves it for a blessed rainy day. First one coming through, building up that energy. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. There's no cleanse for those who were caught within the strangling prison. Smash this has gone down, but Fi's traded out on the other side. And Vertigo's got healing aplenty for Rad, as Crazy Kitty's got pain aplenty for the backline of Virtus Pro. Moving towards the back, the Devil's been let out, so too have all the heals. There's no sustainability for Virtus Pro. They've ran out of time, and they've ran out of chances. Rad will hold at the end of Hall of Jarlia.
111 meters right there at the end, but Virtus Pro, it could have very easily been a full hold if they weren't careful. Scrappy, this one. We saw a little bit more for Spider Islands, the ideas, adjustments, going from one composition to the other, but here it's just two teams that probably dislike each other very much in the server at the very least, just taking chunks out of each other.
Getting Virtus Pro, I'm getting deja vu right now though for Rad. They did have issues here, in particular against a Delana Black Widow on third point of Hall of Jarlia. And that large room is such a good angle.
That's why Mash has a lot more eliminations against him. Saipe only going down twice. And this is kind of like those games, 11 final hits for Sparker, 5 low on damage. Like we said, he sort of fill in that role to just sort of close in, go on the dives, get final hits, but he's only been able to get 3 in comparison to Crazy Kitty that was mostly playing triple strategist, moved over towards the 2-2-2. Same amount of damage, just a couple more picks in the end. I think you have to really look at the Vanguards as well. Certainly when you have these like high lines playing, it's not like dive, high mobility characters in place. It is just the likes of Groot and Emma. No Magneto available for either side, so it pretty much is going to be like this head-to-head. Pretty much matching up well. But you'd have to imagine, I'd love to see Crazy Kitty bring out the Spider-Man. Saw a little bit from Jerky. I was a little bit like, are we going to see
We're not
the
seeing
defense pull on the
Spider-Man,
defense?
shut
But
up.
probably not.
This might be a scout for the penny comp, because they know that Virtus Pro love to play.
Can you
the penny
give
comp.
Chad a good night
The
kiss
remainder of the
when I
team
go to bed?
Might well want to swap here. Yeah, let's see Crazy Kitty. He's going to take a look. Likely will instantly turn around. Is going to fall down.
Is
which
he?
That character
gonna
is
steal
fucking
like
terrible.
10 seconds away. Nice little hit there from Saipe. I think that Sparker also contributed to that based on his ult charge.
And that's brand new day, everybody. That's
It's like every character is
That's it.
tried in Scrim. How often are new
3
characters
minutes long.
tested?
Yeah,
It
Sparker,
depends
nice
on
to
the
see him on
patch.
Black Widow when some of the
Not that
other, like,
often.
EMEA sort of main
Oh
hit
shit, I'm not
scan
timed out anymore?
duelists haven't shown
Yeah,
as well in some of these cases. Smash, there's
Crouton
obviously
gifted
the first one on
5
the
after I
outside is gonna
timed
be
you
on it.
out.
In this case, but Sparker wants to keep
Like,
that
I was
distance
joking about
away
timing
from
you
Rad.
out, but then
Somebody has to put him
Crouton
down.
gifted
That's what it is
5,
Crazy Kitty now
and
on
he
the
said to
game.
time you out for 14, or for 2 weeks, like 14 days. And then I said, I'll give you to the end of this map
Brad have already posted up on
to
the
gift
point,
10,
fallen down. Crazy Kitty found
and then
them
you can decide
on
his
that
fate.
low ground where they could not be peeled
But then
for.
you weren't
They
there and I
did
forgot
this
about it.
audacious maneuver.
So now I don't
All
know
the
what to
healing
do.
has to come from Saipe. Everyone has to share out the cards.
But I don't
again,
think you need to
share
get
out
up, like,
the power. It is gonna
I
be
don't know.
rewarded with a very quick return to the ultimate though, as Shreedra prepares a portal for a re-engage.
These have been so good in the end for Virtus.pro, but it has to be great as it's Shreedra now is trying to stop
Shoot him again?
You see
Did
the
we
team
shoot
up
Blue
as
Dog
well
again?
that's coming in from the Gambit to
He
just
seems
create some
remorseful.
space. It's not enough. It's another fast take for Rad with 5 minutes to push on to second.
Well, Saipe got to save KD at least. You see when Jojo opened the portal, Saipe's like, I'm out of here, bro. See
Is the
you
guy who
later,
beat
homies."
Didi and Angela and BP on console still banned? I hope
There's been a few
so.
of those. Shaky for Virtus.pro this year. World
Don't shoot Blue
champions
Dog.
not quite looking like
Don't
in that
shoot him.
form, but Rad, a dark
Well, let's
horse
hope
for this
Crouton
event.
doesn't come
Well
back and tie my hands. He paid for it.
They win up against Gen G. Ducky's found himself a nice pick on the Finzi, which staggers the defense more.
Finzi was just stuck in the Crucible down there, didn't have the Carbon Crush to get. Oh, they're going to try and make it work without Finzi. A 5 versus 6. Mash is happy to answer. Ducky falls so low, but shuts it down with the strangling
Is
prison.
Jubilee good in pro
Farewell
play?
to 5, farewell to Nevix.
No.
Deforestation going in favor of Rad.
And it was just because both of those ultimates were available. They matched up nicely. Rad over dedicating a little bit more, but you'll do that when you've got everybody on the objective and you force Virtus.pro back. They don't have any strategist ultimates now, hoping for
Yeah,
a
I'm
big
hyped to
pick
see it.
for Nevix with the ult.
I'm gonna watch it.
All right, riding the radical highway towards the end.
If
of
I
second.
donate
No
5
one
more
can
subs,
break
can
the
I choose
walls.
5
They're trying to
people
break
to
the walls down,
permaban?
and Nevik can barely
No,
even
you
escape
cannot
yet. Trying to build
permaban
up a
5
re-engagement,
people.
up come even more walls,
I'll ban
floating
them for
towards
the rest of the
inner
stream.
bubble. So many CCs have gone Nevix's way, the most controlled man
But not
in
perma.
history.
Like, come on, G.
Lugia is going to surely go down for their overextension, but they got the point.
This is looking a little bit nervous though for Virtus.pro. 5 minutes.
5
to hold up
minutes?
second. We've seen some crazy
What?
holds in the end, but maybe not to this level. Virtus.pro just being completely caught out, and you have to say with Ducky playing well, the group walls are superb. Isolated targets and no Magneto on either side means that there's no bulwarks to make sure that people can get out of these situations. They get punished for them instead.
All right, going in onto the group, not the ideal target here for a Daredevil.
Why is
Fighters quite
Fee
nowhere to go. They're
ulting?
gonna go up against their counterpart. Crazy Kitty just has to try and flee away inside of the strangling prison. Everyone shares out the healing. It's a perfect ultimate here from Vertigo. Just
How about
making
5
sure the
subs to
dance floor
permaban Link
sustains the
Sally?
remainder of the team.
Hot shots now. Smash Dares just trying to make sure that this objective
I gotta
is
think
moving.
about
If
that.
anybody oversteps Virtus.pro and Apex Predator is going to catch.
Barker takes the angle, has the bullets to work with, gets Crazy Kitty midway through. Extra damage, and it's all that you need when you want a hero for Virtus.pro. I will show you, Sparker.
How does he find these sort of moments? He can't even line up the targets because he's
Sparker
turning
does not
around
want to
deal
lose.
with them. The sense of space that he has, knowing where everybody is, it helps when you have Fi making the calls on where exactly these targets are, but it's just setting him up to knock him down. Virtus.pro holding on when Rad certainly looked like they were going to maybe strike the death strike.
My goodness, perfect information for both Black Widows. The question
Even YouTube
is,
chat is saying ban
who will
Leak
have the
Sally for
perfect
free.
time to back it up? Smash
That's
Nose will be
crazy.
behind when it comes to ult generation here, but slowing down Sparker is going to send them scurrying into cover. Needs the pocket to be delivered. A big battle blitz towards the back. Ducky says, I'm going after number 1. What a cleanse coming through. Quick-witted Saipe behind them there, using the Royal Flush to bring the remainder of Virtus.pro forward. Crazy Kitty postulates in the back, but knows that they
Bro,
can't escape
VP's
this
holding on.
Ducky going for the play that Team Liquid Citadel used against them yesterday, knowing that the sort of these positions that the hit scans
Yo,
will set
if
up
Rad
right to the
loses
far
this,
back.
I think, like,
Sparker's basically going now. Put the group there.
It's gonna be a miserable flight home.
Got too many cleanses, both with the Luna and the Gambit on the other side. It meant that there was very little that Ducky could get off the back of it.
White Fox is horrible because Dive is horrible. But if people are playing Dive, White Fox is fine.
AoE cleanse can remove everyone from the prison, free them from these binds.
It's the chaos now for Rad. They're trying to play front to back, seeing if they can let Crazy Kitty slip in, but now Nevic's trying to go in for these walls to separate the sight lines. He's actually going to go very low down and can't really get into the choke because of the stuff thrown out from the Gambits.
He's got a good position though. The crunch needs to be here and now. Nevic's looking for an opening, but right now all he sees are vanguards. That's a lot of piercing power from the bullets. Lugia goes low. Needs someone else to break the wall. And a smart disengage here from Rad just gets Fi off the angle, and it's going to kite out this ultimate from Sparker.
He's doing so much damage now. Mash is trying to go in and put this one to bed, potentially with a rolling thunder, but the wall means now we're not going to take this fight. Virtus Pro try and disengage as much as they can.
All right, Smash just tried to take the off angle as well. Assassin's Focus in the back corner if they are going to need it. Out come the bullets and down
Widow's
goes the
so
Fincy.
broken on this point, bro.
He's going to be the one to finish that. Smash does with a collapse on both the duelists. It's unbelievable stuff. And Nevix's plan, if he tried to lay down, he's just going to wilt under the wheel of Rad, taking the lead in the series.
Over in a whisper for Rad right there at the end. Smash Des, we sort of pointed out in some of those games against Delaney from 100 Thieves.
Oh, it's BO5, okay.
Matching. There, Sparker was looking like he was getting into form.
Do you think Widow's damage is too high? Yes.
Quietly, a pure assassin style. He's going to get the MVP for this one as well. And suddenly, Virtus Pro World Champions looking to be eliminated from mid-season finals in this losers bracket if they lose one more map.
Rad, from Marvel Rivals Championships, from MRC to the big stage to Los Angeles, California. They can tread the royal road here, but they need to get past the old king to get there, standing in the way at the bottom of the steps. Rad have a chance to ascend.
And as with so much left up, we sort of pointed out that like Saipe there looking like the head-to-head with the Gambits was going to look good. It did look good for the most part. But Rad on this map, it was Virtus Pro's map choice. And it looked like Rad's, right? With just how quickly they sort of take the attacking rounds, how the first defense was almost a full hold. And yeah, sure, it was good towards the end for the defense for Virtus Pro, but he had to hold for 5.5 minutes. You can't let that happen at an international event. You can't be pushed that hard on your map choice. It's these kind of moments that make me really nervous for Virtus Pro, but they're world champions. These are some of the most experienced, tenured players. They don't feel pressure. It's for Tyres. It's not for them. But against the name of Rad that took the first series against Virtus Pro in their history, that eliminated Virtus Pro for the first time in their history from pre-season, might be eliminating them for the first time from an international event. It's always Rad. It's always them.
Well, pressure might be for Tyres, Ryan. But right now, Rad is saying, you look tired, old man. Why don't you step aside and let some new young talent take over? You can rest now. You've done your job.
Both are Apex Predators, right? You got the Bears of Virtus Pro, but Wolves of Rad are looking a little bit more hungry, a little bit more strong, and a little bit more comfortable as we potentially go into what could be a big map for VP.
Yeah, Smashnez, I want to call them out as well for having a fantastic Black Widow here too. Like the biggest problem, it felt like on day one going up against 100 Thieves was that Delana was outperforming Smashnez on this map in particular on the Black Widow. But Smashnez, I don't know how they've turned it around so quickly, but they bloody well have.
I think it's also like the right changes there. I really like the Black Widow coming out from Spark. It looks fantastic, but it's the common complaint. It's good changes for Virtus Pro, just slow, just late. Whereas Rada, like Smashnez, okay, immediately sort of goes on to the Black Widow and finds that. It's just enough. It's just enough of a change, but I feel like even though Rad and VP are making sort of similar changes with compositions, right, going for 2-2-2,
Bear back.
it's Rad that's making him a lot faster, a lot snappier, and Virtus Pro are just lagging behind a little bit with some of the composition changes. You're not really going to change much with the front line, but Lugia going towards the Thing to just add a little bit more oomph and like pushing power makes the difference, where Virtus Pro aren't changing too much with the composition outside of, you know, the likes of Sparker going over towards Black Widow, and Fi, Psylocke to Daredevil, just those small incremental changes. You're not changing the backline, though, of the Gambit Luna, so it has to come from somewhere else.
Yeah, the change of the Thing allowed for Rad to reorient their whole composition as well, because they meant that Lugia could be this consistent peeling pressure against Fi, meaning that they could never really execute on that pincer that was being set up by the Daredevil in the background again and again.
I am very curious on where Virtus Pro want to take us again now. The map pool has opened up because it is a best of 5, so it means that domination is available, and I'm seeing the hover over Celestial Husk, but this is also the map that we saw Rad eliminate Virtus Pro right at the end. It was chaotic. It was Virtus Pro looking unlike themselves. So if that is the choice, it's a brave one to go to domination because it can be very just coin flippy, right? But it does feel like going for these other game modes that Virtus.pro look like the best team in the world because just playing around payloads, playing around objectives instead of a King in a Hill style suited them. But that's what they're choosing now, to go for these control maps.
Well, I mean, if we think about how so many of the Rad members were previously on that team chopped, they missed out on
Grand finals, yeah.
By a Celestial Husk.
They got their revenge, but this is a whole different space. And you have to say with like the coach coming in for Rad, like how much of a difference that's made to just keep them focused. But even like speaking to like Mash and Ducky on the way here, you maybe think that there's going to be a little bit of nerves in, but they're like, we're sort of ready for this. We know these guys, and we're used to playing on stage. They've been on the stage more than anybody else because they went through play-ins, and a lot of these series, including this one, probably will go the distance, unless they're able to get a win here on Celestial Husk.
Most games played, Rad are getting those land jitters out of the way real quick by force of experience. For Virtus.pro, though, we characterize them as the bear, not just because it's their logo, but because these guys are kind of hibernated a little bit. They're taking their time to spool up.
And I mean, especially after like grand finals, like it's what the whole total prize pool of last year, similar to this year, $3 million total, right? Like they've got the bear's share of it. And so they took a little bit of time, they didn't play in the MRC that was happening around the holidays, took it as a chance to really get some rest and respite. You could say that they were a little bit late to the meta, but it didn't look too bad when it came to preseason. But it's every time that we see them play in this kind of like Ignite draft where it's non-mirrored, some teams, certainly when they're called Rad, find gaps. And here, with all of the changes with team-ups, it looks a little bit more open. You can't even, I don't know if it's too much with draft specifically. I feel like it's just individual moments in the server, but more Rad rising to the occasion and Virtus.pro falling off completely.
Well, they're not dead yet. We'll see if they fall off entirely as they have one last chance to take themselves to map number 5. We are in the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen. The reigning world champions stand on the precipice of doom, and they must shuffle through the desolated wasteland that Rad have erected before them.
So far, the draft is looking very similar to what we just saw on Jalia. Very different from what we saw on Krakoa right at the start, right? Because we saw Rad going for the Ultron. Here, they just want to make sure that they get that Gambit. Don't leave it too one-sided in the end. And even then, you can see Virtus.pro like happy to just like let it slide. Wasn't even banned out in the end. They just wanted to make sure that Saipe had it. He has it here again. The first phase, exactly the same. This is where these opportunities of the map being on domination, just how this series is going, the Magneto needs to go, but I think that benefited Rad more than it certainly did VP.
Yeah, like being able to move away from the mag so you could let Ducky have that Groot matchup that Ducky honestly is always happy to take. Like Ducky's been one of our most ardent Groot enjoyers in EMEA for the last 2 years. Essentially, he's like the EMEA equivalent of Vinny, you know? Vinny loves his Groot, and Ducky loves his Groot.
Ultron is being protected, and it was the Penny that was banned out before, so Ultron is actually going to be protected. So Virtus.pro, are they going to start to show a little bit more of the triple strategist themselves? Adam. So this is an interesting start. Virtus.pro in Ignite have never lost a map, or like in this case, where the draft has been exactly the same. When it was like an MRC where they were so dominant, there has to be a slight difference. In moments like this, Virtus.pro need to show that when the draft is the exact same, when it's pound for pound who are the better players, it's them. Because it's exactly the same. No availability for the likes of the main strategists of Mantis, Loki, and Adam, and then the Magneto too.
Well, that's the question, Ryan. Is it the good old days that are coming back? Or is it a bold new era where Rad will feast upon the bear's flesh?
I'm nervous. I have to send one of these guys home. I mean, Rad have certainly had the moments where they might have thought that it could have been them if they didn't sort of get their act together against Rejects. Speaking to them earlier, they were nervous in that game, but feel like they've really come into it. But there's only going to be one team that is scared now, and it is the world champions on the right-hand side for VP. It's not only that, if this series goes the distance, whoever wins has to play later today against either Swamp or Gen G, so it is an absolute gauntlet. Right now, it seems that it's like similar compositions coming through. And whether there's been this focus on the Penny Parker, which is available, Penny Ultron composition, it's been the talk of the town. Might be neither team actually running it off the get-go.
Well, Virtus.pro have found that a lot of teams have figured it out already. Going in with the Storm and the Punisher. Rad are not hedging on the Penny coming out again, though. They are rolling out on essentially a mirrored composition.
Yeah, it's just the group versus Emma. That's the slight difference in the end, but Nevix wants to go in on the thing, and he's got more than he bargained for. Takes a lot of damage in this early scuffle.
Already a Soul Siphon going over onto Ducky, but it's not really going to be characterized with a lot of damage here from Fincy, who's already fallen down to the low ground. Big claim of the high here from Rad. Have to be careful to move down onto that low ground together. Virtus.pro actually in quite a split right now, where their Vanguards maybe are going to be isolated from the remainder of the team, who are still going to have to carve through all these walls that Ducky have brought.
It just seems to have so many. He's just putting up a forest on Clintar, seeing if he can bring new life in, but it's Fire that finds that first pick onto Lugia.
Rare to try and go after a thing on the Daredevil, but sometimes you just need that lick more damage, and Matthew Murdoch is there to provide. Ducky has to give away the space here. Doesn't have the healing, especially with Vertigo down. Mashed a little bit too far out as well, and Smashnez is taken to the skies by the Yancy Street Charge. All they can do is watch as they fall one by one.
Holding on, finding that first fight, so there's a little bit of breathing room in the end. Not much to change. I mean, you haven't built up any ultimates. Actually, Ducky is going to go off of the group to see if he can actually make this a full matchup, as the Emma Frost is coming out to play for Duck.
All right. The Emma Frost, very good against the Thing. Can put on that consistent damage towards him, as well as only provide one target for Stone Haymaker to generate that overhealth from.
Mash has got his ultimate first, though, but Cypher's not quite there, so there's the pushing powers. Virtus.pro are disengaging completely.
Hop, skip, and the jump, and Cypher's ready to counter-strike. Bend, but don't break, they thought, but it looks like all of the Vanguards will break under the pressure that Rad have brought on forth. 5 to fall, and Spark is there as well. The damage is all gone, only the heals remain here, and the strategists, their strategy must be to flee.
It seemed that Virtus.pro were happy to expect Rad to get the Royal Flush first. They disengaged, wanted to counterattack, but at that point, Nevix and Finzy found more than they bargained for, and suddenly you're in a 4 versus 6 with one of the most impactful ultimates in team fights. It's flipped over, but 42% for VP means that they have something to work with.
Smashnez lies in wait, an Apex Predator to try and play with here. The second that road gets extended once again, but every single approach here from Virtus.pro is covered.
Fight on the high ground, the Silent Seduction is going to come out from VP first. Finzy was the one that started over on it, and the Thing tries to get away, able to, using up as much terrain and shielding to make sure that nothing else can happen off of it.
Chair PK, chair PK, chair PK.
Bounds the pick and forces out the fate of both worlds.
Moves towards the back, was quick on the peel, but
I had to poop so bad, bro. What happened, chat?
Stuns 2 here, and the Glartrox drags them from the clutches of Dreedro, but Spark has plans of his own. Fincy goes down, the Glartrox is slain, and so Smashnez is able to once again take over the lobby. Monster Piercer and dual-barreled shotguns pierce into the heart of Virtus.pro, and once again they are sent
Well, I don't
scurrying
in
back
my
to
heart
their
think
hidey
Light
holes.
fans are actually bad people, but people that started to glaze Kingman were actually like hateful drama glazers.
Wants to sit back and just let these ultimates come in, and clobbering time, Apex Predator the difference. Fi still trying to build up that Daredevil ultimate that Crazy Kitty sat on, and Mash has another Royal Flush to work with. He's building them up so quick.
Yo, VP or dog shit for real?
And now Rad can
Yo,
really
it's still
control
winnable for
the
them.
tempo of these matchups.
I mean, it's the gambit for Mash. A lot of teams say you shouldn't be able to have it, but
Was
he's been
the
having
poop
it consistently
smooth,
across the
twin?
series. Other than
Yeah,
the
I
only
was
map
thinking
that
about
Virtus.pro
you and it
taken
just
so
fell
far.
right out.
So it's a little bit scary.
Right, always in
Cypher's
the
actually gonna go
bathroom?
first, building up the
Yeah,
ultimate,
caffeine
and he's
makes me
matching
like,
it on the other side of his
it's like a
map.
laxative, G.
Flush to play with. Finds there's no consistent knockback coming through from again, but the team that's already been used and can let the devil out, but Crazy Kitty's been the one who gets the nat 20 on the initiative, and Nevix took too much damage. A little bit too far out, put on ice by Dreedro, as Fire begins to assault the backline, frozen in place as well. Now faced up against the Emma Frost, they want the Luna so bad,
Yo,
and
can
so
Fine
they shall
move?
find it pure.
Jesus, he has AIDS.
Domination of will from Virtus.pro will get them back onto this map.
Yeah, Virtus.pro moved first. Rad tried to counter and fight that one themselves, but they got it to 99%. If they had any more ultimates, I think they'd be holding on to them just to bank it all up, because a little bit more has to come out of Virtus.pro in this play. Cypher's not going to have that ultimate, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for Spark to show up, trying to sort of get these fish in the barrel to line up, but instantly Rad are in.
Rad move quickly, scaring away these players. But it seems like thus far it's been a bloodless approach. Virtus.pro have had to give up their positioning to make it happen.
It's respected though, that's the main one. And Crazy Kitty's been spotted on the flank. Spark is trying to keep an eye on it, but he's left the rest of his team that are trying to fight on top of this high ground and being forced below.
A trap to play with. Nevix now going to be playing the front line. Fi's fallen down to their counterpart, so all the flank pressure is going to come through from Rad. But Glartrox moves through, but it's easily slain once again by Smashnez, keeping that one sustained towards the back. Grabs one instantly. Treedro is so quick with it. This guy's hands are moving at the speed of light. And Virtus Pro are 6% away from claiming the point. Crazy Kitty's already casting.
The glass pad is looking clean for Treedro as he's showing that he can fight back in these engagements. Portal forced out from Crazy Kitty, and the rest of the rabble for Rad is trying to fight on, but they're dropping one at a time.
Getting out of this portal is a no-no zone. Gambit's made
VP
it
better
so,
lose.
the
This
thing
must
has
has
been
been
the
the most boring
reinforcement on
match.
the other side. Nevix stands tall and proud to body
I don't know,
block,
bro. We might
and
go to
Virtus
map 5.
Pro are back in the race.
Rad's pulling off the objective and getting it to 99%, but just it shows how important it is to win that first fight in the end. And now that you've got some ultimates sort of banked up in these cases, it was Saipe with a rough, like, Royal Flush to start off, bounces back nicely, and in fact, the backline hasn't been eliminated once, right? Like, Treedro and Saipe, like, it's kind of ridiculous, actually, considering how, like, end-to-end, back-to-back that kind of stuff was. But you're looking at Crazy Kitty, he's sort of being the better, like, melee assassin playstyle. He's only managed to get one final hit and fight similar damage. Just keeping things in check and opening the game up for Sparker.
Yo, chill on Treedro, though. 6 final hits, the most on the team.
He needs to fight back a little bit, and I think that certainly when you know, like, one of the reasons I think the Fi's been struggling this series is because you've got Vertigo and Mash fighting against that, sort of stacking up as much as possible. But Treedro and Saipe are the most, if not the best backline. But I don't think you could say that anymore if they get eliminated from this tournament at this stage. Rad is certainly putting them to their poaches.
Twitch chat talking about Kingdom, and they work.
Performance from everybody. They want to keep this one going.
6 ults on the table. Both Fate of Both Worlds ready to go if someone presses the emergency button.
Yeah, it's who's going to blink first. It's a game of chicken up on the high ground, certainly with the things just throwing out. It's Saipe that goes first again.
Raging Royal Flush moves first. Vertigo and Ducky both going to attempt to answer this one as Fi decides that discretion is the better part of Valor in this case. Looking more Smashness has moved over onto the Black Widow to put down that long-range pressure on the longer map. Vinci's found themselves an opening, but Mash has said that the opening actually belongs to us. Call an ambulance, but not for me, as Treedro just heals everyone up off the back of the Fate of Both Worlds, and Virtus Pro should be able to claim the first cap here, bar the intercession of Lugia, but maybe bit off more than he could chew. Crazy Kitty's the next to move on, but Virtus Pro get the first cap.
Yeah, we're certainly moving on to these like second 2 points. The map opens up a lot more than the bottleneck that we saw previously.
Rerun PK? This ain't a rerun though, G.
The Spark is just everywhere right now. Right have to completely disengage. Ultimates basically traded out the 2 strategists and the Emma Frost on either side. Lugia maybe could have turned things around because he did get that clobbering time early on, but he was immediately eliminated. Smashnez now on the Black Widow, seeing if he can find the difference against Sparker now.
How's it going?
Smashnez has the Assassin's Focus, and on these narrow lanes, those piercing bullets can do so much damage. A little clap to try and work with Lugia can stun them up. The clobbering time's ready to go. 5 found in the air. Lugia knocks them up. Only Nevix is going to be the primary stun, but it's still easy headshots for Nevix to evict Ben Grimm from the defense of this point.
Might be enough to turn it, but it is looking to be 41% this time. So Virtus Pro winning that first engagement on the second round of Celestial Hustle.
No, I don't think Thing being as good as he is good for the game, to be honest. I think he's too easy for how much value he gets.
It literally just happened, but you at least have some duelist ultimates to work with and a bit of time to actually build up Mash another faster, quick Royal Flush.
Crazy Kitty's playing close here, making sure that there are no flanking angles that Smashnez will be unaware of. Perfect information is the perfect
should play Widow
for a sniper to work with. And here comes the Assassin's Focus, piercing through many. 3 bullets remain, but look how aggressive Nevix is getting! He just absolutely incinerates Smashnez, and Lugia goes for the next one to fall down. Crazy Kitty's timing wasn't there. Oh, Mash is going to try and make it work with 4! He believes it to be winnable, but could he be right? Extra damage won't help Ducky as Nevix lays into them, and while Mash tries to Bayou Bash on through, the pentagram of Faral is opened by Smashnez. They're not in time to save the point, and Rad were late in all aspects.
It's a sunk cost fallacy that's sort of come in from Rad and Mash. That's not the first time that he's done that this event. Players down thinking, nah, I'd win, grin, and hope for the best.
Mash grin, bro, Mash grin.
Well, VP have maybe just given themselves a perfect opportunity to
it
bring
looks
this
like
to
we're
a
going to map 5
with so many offensive ultimates and a Fate of Both Worlds for Treedro, just 5% away. Silent Seduction from Ducky's going to get there before Finzies, but he's pulling in the front line and everybody else dips.
Yeah, Treedro have already had to use a Fate of Both Worlds. Mash can't afford to go down, but Fi decides to just move on to a more fruitful target, apparently. The Emma Frost demanded attention, but I'm not sure what Fi saw in order to try and turn this one around. The Devil to be let out by Crazy Kitty, moving in towards the back. You've got to be careful of the control, but Fincy going to try and lay down onto them here. The constant knockbacks of a broken brain that Fincy has crafted where Crazy Kitty once stood, breaking down the sentience as Smashnez has the angle. Rad still aren't in control, so it's now or never to turn it back. The Fincy falling back, there's no one to contest, and Virtus.pro are back to the drawing board.
I mean, they're happy to. They've managed to have the point flip in just a scuffle of that fight, but they have so many ultimates to try to turn this one. It's wherever Saipe can get there early again with these Gambit ults. Fate of both worlds is set for Vertigo.
Thing still dies to hard poke though. I
On the
mean,
precipice of doing some real damage to Virtus.pro.
kinda, not really.
But you can't rush
Like,
this. You can't rush
that's why he's
that.
so
Has to be a
good,
perfect
is he just
performance.
doesn't die.
Having four are going to go straight in.
Here goes the Raging Royal Flash. Vertigo going to answer. They're feeling Radical Road right now. They're going to follow their own rainbow. Maybe off the side, but no, the Glatrox
W
is
cleanse.
slain. Smashnez is keeping it rad.
Lugia got there first. Clobbering time was used from Nevix, but it got stunned out.
Should I
50%.
change your
So
name
Lugia
to?
is the one that strikes
Oh, no,
first, and
man.
it's now 85%. Virtus.pro might be panicking as it could go to a round 3.
And so the panic is going to set in. The Pentagram of Ferala will be opened.
I mean, this is the flashbacks of before, right? Rad can maybe close the distance and interrupt this, but instead they're going to play around the objective, play from different spots, and set up Smashnez with the ultimate in a great
Widow's
position.
like
Where
way better
even
than
is he?
Elsa.
Where is Smashnez, and can Mash hit them with the Raging Royal Flush? Already down to half. Mash can't
It's
afford to
close.
fall on down. Smashnez
They're
going to be able
both
to
really,
rebuff
really,
all of his
really
incoming
broken.
aggression now. The Assassin's Focus good to go, and Fincy's already fallen. The Wizard's gone, and now only
Widow
the
will never get
Paladins
nerfed
of
though,
Virtus.pro
because
remain.
she's
The
hard to
bear-like
play and low
barbarian
elo can't
strength
play her.
is surely nothing
This
against
cycle's
the
bad, yeah.
circling Wolfpack. They have smelt blood in
Oh
the
my
water.
God.
They are following the traps
We're going to a round
in the
3.
sand down the Royal Road towards the crown that once sat on Virtus.pro's head.
It's going a long way here now for Virtus.pro. It's poised now.
Mike,
to
who
finish
plays after
out
this?
Over on.
Don't lie to
basically a
them,
pillar.
PK.
This
Or
final
people just call me
engagement.
PK now, bro?
Who's ready for a 5-minute fight?
I mean, to begin with, right? It was literally that micro moment of Lugia that has been sort of throwing out the thing now and again. He's like, I don't want to go for this typical Vanguard line. I want to throw in Hulk. I want to be like Swamp Gaming. I want to be able to pull out these kind of characters to show that I'm one of the best rogues when it's not banned, when Angela is playable. Now he's getting to show the thing up against one of the most flexible Vanguards in Nevix and just got there ever so slightly first. And it stunned out Nevix, it stunned out the rest of Virtus.pro, and it made it a good fight. And Mash, yeah, he's using some interesting ultimates, but when you get them that frequently, you find yourself some pretty interesting timing to work with. Saipe still hasn't gone down, he's 12-0.
Bro's playing for KD. Question mark?
He's wrapped in bubble wrap,
He
I
has
swear.
3 finals, fat and ugly. Didn't you like Big L, PK? I like Big L. Wait, is light PK your initial? Or is PK your
Well, we've seen
initials?
Nevix use himself as a projectile. Why
It
need
could
the
be.
fastball special for Nevix
Some
anymore
people
on the
say
thing when
it's
you could
plate
just do it
killer,
yourself?
some people say it's pussy killer.
Fine, Crazy Kitty.
I like to say it's
Gonna
penis
report
king,
back
but
the
you
information.
know.
That's an early usage of a team up there from Mash, but Ducky's moving first on their own when it comes to these ultimates.
Is your name PK because it's player killing like Cypher PK?
We've all
No.
fled away, but apparently Nevix didn't get the memo. Fire's going to be the next to fall, and it's such an easy first cap for Rad. Usually
Yeah, it stands for Parker, yeah.
Awkward, uncomfortable. I mean, it was Ducky that went first with
Let's
the
be
silent
reasonable
seduction,
here.
so
I
Nevix still
can I
has
get
the
my
covering type
12k
in
back?
hand.
Hell
You don't
no.
want to overthink it, though. Like, sure, it's a big ultimate that can win these team fights with a long stun, but just finding the right target is going to be key. Certainly with Crazy Kitty, he's finding so much. The backline is opening up for him, and Tweedra and Saipe have more than they bargained for, but they do have 2 strategist ultimates to maybe turn this fight in their favor very quickly.
Slobbering time still on the back
That's
foot.
funny.
But Crazy Kitty gonna have to try and deal with Saipe here. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. Fire's doing the damage towards the back. A spinning kick from the
Poop
Black
King.
Widow. All that's needed to try and rebuff them. Farewell to Smashnez. Farewell to Vertigo.
Oh my god,
Wow,
Fat
to the
Cock was
heels of
fire.
Rad as Crazy Kitty
Yeah,
still
no, that
thinks it's
was
winnable. Could he be
fire.
right? Mash has managed to do it from beyond the glaive. A martyrdom for Remy LeBeau there as they manage to throw in even more.
Passion
with
King.
Royal Flush.
I like
The
Fat
portal's gonna
Cock,
open up
Piss
soon.
King.
Yeah, he's managed to get there just in time, but the knockback. Oh, there's enough stall there in the end from Mash.
Smashnez wondering how do I get out of this portal. The body box there should be strong, but they can't stick around for long. Nevix is just making sure they're smashing into so many. Fincy round the backhand side could do even more. Spark is taking so many away, and it express delivery of Rad, but I'm afraid it's an ambulance to be called, not for the not for Rad, but for
such
Elsa
a good ult from
instead.
Sparker right there.
Ducky's got the energy to work with, looking towards
Loop
the
Cruncher,
thing.
Tom
managed
Pearl.
to flip in the midst of all of this after many players were evicted from the point by the Glartrox.
That was a big dedication from Rad. They did so well to stall the point. The Smashnez managed to pull up the portal and get himself an extra 30%, pretty much doubling it from where it was at. So Virtus Pro having less room to breathe, having to use a lot. For Saipe having 2/3 of his way to another ultimate means it is going to be like a bit of a space race of how many of these like flushes could come in. How lucky can these gambits get?
How many cycles can you work? Well, Fincy! Oh, the door closed in his face! And now 5. They have to get something off the back here. They are able to let the devil out.
But he's making it a little bit more cautious in the end, making Rad over-dedicate in the end. But Crazy Kitty's found himself too. In the meantime, he's on an absolute tear with
Light
Free.
punch
They
kids.
just win every single initiative roll. The door slammed in Fincy's face, and it might slam in Virtus Pros as well.
It might be a different script in this one in the end, but for Virtus Pro, that's a cheap way to end up losing the point. And with Rad doing so well to stall things out, VP are on the back foot.
Going up this hill into the sniper. The assassin's focus ready to go. Smashness has been given the emergency flake to try and sustain through all of this. Saipe drags them forward. The Raging Royal Flush, but Rad's disengage has been pretty good thus far. Fi goes towards the back. He's building up the fury. He wants for Luna. Can he find it? Yes! A Devil's Cross to crucify the backline of Rad to give Virtus Pro
locked.
one last chance.
And it's Rad getting it to 99% right to the end, but the portal play was dedicated earlier. It might be available in time if Virtus Pro push this to the nth degree. A potential map 5 on the horizon if VP can pull this one back into their hands. And the Vanguards are the ones with the ultimates in hands, but they're also the ones
Cooper or
that have
Saipe
let
the best
Rad
support?
into
I
this
don't know.
domination map.
All right, Finch taking
You
off the
should
high
change
ground,
your
a little bit
name
less
name
violently
to that.
than
Just
last time.
light fat cock.
Fi continues to work at these margins, moving in towards the back, could move rather quickly here. It's a good dodge away from Mash.
It's Mash with the ultimate. It's not even close for Saipe, so Dreedro has to get that Fate Bolt built in hand, but he might not have the chance.
There's the Raging Royal Flush. We're looking towards the back. Lugia gets stunned out of his own ultimates. It's globbering time, but it's all time for Nevix to rise up. Oh, Captain, my Captain, he leads them to
And we're map
glory,
5.
and he takes them away from these hallowed halls of death and despair.
It's
Your
Nevix
old
this
PFP
time,
with the
not
dog was
experience.
better?
You're not going to
Alright.
let the new kids make the same trick against him. Lugia even switching off of the thing entirely. Smashnez now the one that has the portal in, and the Venom is going to leap in to stall things out a little bit for Lugia, so triple
Oh
Vanguards
my
for the
god,
time
I've never
being.
seen a Venom
Raw
die
fist,
faster.
rock and stone,
He got the
Virtus
TP
Pro back
though.
to the bone. Lugia goes
Crazy
already
Kitty's got his
down,
ult
but
soon, and
how
so does
do you
Vertigo.
exit from the portal? First up, it's got to be the CC immunity of Ducky with the carbon form. Now Crazy Kitty has to follow after. All right, Scott through directly into the
Oh my
glass
god.
shots. The timing from Spark is so good.
W
But
care,
Frags, we
though.
found on the other side. Lugia is
Wait, it's
down
all up to the
again.
kitty.
Crazy Kitty gonna try and make
It's
something
all up to the
work.
kitty.
Ready to unleash
What's
the
he got?
devil on the other side.
Don't
The
choke,
healing
G!
is solid.
Oh my god! Care the kitten, bro!
And Crazy Kitty's just going mad with it. Devil's throw all over. Dreedro's gone down.
Oh my god!
Oh, Virtus Pro! I will show you an odyssey.
Wow, piss
I
on.
will show you a victory. It was written in the Virtus Pros as Rad read the bomb.
Wow.
And Virtus Pro was slain.
There
Bro.
was no time, just enough. And world champions being sent
Guys.
out from the team.
Guys, sorry to pause. I want you to imagine the plane ride home for VP right now.
The Bears back to EMEA and not a chance for a top 3 finish.
To tread the royal road, you must kick aside
Unlucky.
old kings every single time. And this, Ryan, is a coup.
It shows that it's maybe chance for the new kids to come onto the block.
Bro, poor Finzi. How far is flights from LA to Iceland? Bro, poor Finzi's got to sit on a plane for 12 to 17 hours.
Similar fashion to last time with VP, but with bigger
Unlucky.
stakes. That's going to take you to the rest. It could even take you to tomorrow. It could even take you to the grand finals
Yo,
if this road keeps going. Because
how much
right
does it
now,
cost to
doesn't
live in
look like there's
Iceland?
many teams that can stop Rad when they're
Iceland
scared.
condos for rent. We're
Here
checking.
at Ignite, it's time to go down with dynasties, and it's time to crown some conquerors. This is what it is all about. You could go from your couch playing with your controller.
What
in
is
MRC,
Iceland
that
currency?
stage right there. Go up against world champions, kick them to the curb, and
Called the
claim your
Kroner.
crown for
Okay.
yourself. That is
Kroner
the story.
to
Even with a
USD.
couple of whack ultimates for good measure
Okay.
as well, because like it brings out mistakes from even the best players. Like Rad looked shaky to begin with, but they don't look like the green team anymore. They actually have built up so quickly to play at an
What?
international level.
Wait,
to the
hold
point that
on.
They're knocking out, again, the old guard of hero shooters. It feels that that's going to be a big one. We're going to have to see what Rad have to say as we're going to be joining Cozy on the stage with good old Mash Grin.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Rad. We have a new wielder this year of the Infinity Gauntlet as our previous champs have been eliminated. I'm here with Mash. It might be Casual Friday, but wow, the performance out there. You just eliminated VP. Virtus Pro. For those that
Can we
don't
get this
know,
man a jersey, bro?
Virtus Pro eliminated Chopped and prevented you to go to LAN last year. How does it feel now to even the odds and everything involved?
It feels good to get my revenge, you know, because last time we didn't make grand finals because of them. But yeah, it just feels great. I don't know.
Listen, I have to ask. I mean, we can continue to say the story of couch to pro, but for y'all to go truly from the MRC and make
Okay, guys, I
it
found a
all the way
one
here
bed,
to eliminate
one bath
VP
house for
all the way
$1,500 a
back,
month.
what, February, January. Can you even have imagined that this was going to be the result of this team coming together?
I mean, not this far, but I expected to make LAN after we beat VP because I was very confident in his roster. And yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that we are going this far.
Buy
I'm
it
gonna
for
try to
you?
win as
Hell
well.
no. What
Mash
about
Grin, Mash and Grin. I've got to say, I mean,
apartments
listen,
for rent?
what makes Rad different? Because y'all have been putting
Thailand.
You're here more than the hotel. You're staying
Let's see
from morning
Thailand.
to night now, both days. Now a bit quicker work, but we've got to ask it. What is the identity?
Let's
of
look
this
for
team?
property in
What makes
Bangkok,
you
guys.
different? What's the heartbeat?
We just always keep adapting. We never give up. We can play every character in the game, so there's no weakness in our roster. And that just makes us better than everyone else.
Love it. Love the answer. Last one for you. Moving forward, the lower bracket, the hardest thing to do in esports. Have to ask you though, we've got Swamp Gaming, Jin G. Who do you want to see?
I think they're both really good, but they both have a weakness.
Bro,
so I'm not
Thailand
worried
might be
about
the
them.
move.
You love to hear it, folks. I mean, we talked about the VP land buff. No, I think it might be Rad's buff in the mid-season finals. Listen, I mean, you are going to be
Guys,
able
look
to
at this
take up
apartment, this
potentially go through the
2-bedroom
same
apartment
journey that they
for
did before they won the
$1,000 a
first
month.
mid-season finals last
Look at
year.
this.
What would that mean for you and your team?
I mean, I don't know.
In-unit washer dryer
He's ready for the
as
next
well.
matchup. Give it up right now for Mash and Rad.
And you're
Once
at, like-
again, the desk is going to break it all down. We're here in LA witnessing history. Take it away.
So much, Cozy, for the interview there, and Mash Grin, as we keep saying. But we got to talk about that. The conversation, you know, we saw during the Stage 1 competition, people were frightened of Mash's Gambit.
Yeah.
Mash versus Saipe, what are we feeling with that?
The view is crazy? Yeah, how
my
much
take
is
on
it?
this is they're both just insane
Apartments
strategists as a whole, but Mash's KO participation just
or
was,
rent,
was so influential. There's just 10 finals, I believe, on map 2. This guy, and that was
Tokyo.
halfway through the map. I mean, this guy is just an absolute demon on the heroes. But do me a favor, walk me through the
Can we
history of
convert
these
this
two
to
teams.
USD? I don't know
Yeah,
what this
so
means.
As Cozy talked to before,
USD.
we saw in the old
Wait,
top
is it
roster,
yen to
Stage 2 of
USD?
EMEA, Mash, Vertigo, and Crazy Katie were on that team, went all the way to map 5. Celestial Husk was
Let's
the
just see
last map
1500.
where they lost against
This
Virtus
does not
Pro,
seem right.
dropped to lower bracket, and of course Navi 2-1 them afterwards.
Wait, I
Now,
guess it is
fast forward to the
236,000 yen per
well, we
month,
got
I
to
guess,
see them
is
actually
what
get
I'm
their
looking
revenge
for.
there and send them out in the lowest placement Virtus Pro had ever had in 6th place after losing to Navi.
Let's just say
and that was
300K.
also on Celestial Husk. And now in the in the mid-season finals on Celestial Husk, they take them down and give them the worst placement on land for Virtus Pro. This is crazy, Cozy.
We talk about revenge tales, you know, and it's usually like within the land, for the land. I mean, for you to be prevented to go to land in general, and then send
Where
them
this is
back
the
to
12th
previous
floor out of the
champs.
15th. It's 200, so it's like
Listen, you can
1,500
tell he's
USD
kind
a
of
month.
speechless with some of it. The emotion there was the first of it that we've seen from this team. That's
Bro,
been
is this
through
not
a
fire?
lot. I mean, already.
Why
their
the fuck I
first
live in
land,
fucking
and you
America?
can't
Like,
highlight it
what?
enough. I mean, listen. Rivals has opened the door to give you the MRC to prove
Where
that
would I
you're
live?
a gamer, right? You belong. Millions of players, right? And I was saying this in the intro. Millions of players. Thousands believe they're the best, and to be able to do that with a team of 6.
Oh, it's in
insane.
Osaka.
That's awesome. I
Okay.
mean, we just made comparisons. There's plenty of comparisons you can make.
Good luck getting
across the board,
residency in
but
Japan.
Vi
Mac, I'm literally like
versus
looking at a
Crazy, yes,
fucking
is a comparison
apartment
that
right
needs
now,
to
you
be
hippo.
had.
Like,
I
what are you
would
talking
say
about?
Kitty's winning that argument for me.
Like, can you play by the? Don't play with me, Lou.
About it too is Fi was the one who innovated
Fucking
on Daredevil
hippo.
in the grand finals. The reason that they got the victory in the first place. But Crazy Kitty has come out of the woodwork, really shown and put the work in themselves that he's one of the best Daredevils in the game for good reason.
Listen, okay, keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. We said it's the most important position.
Japan don't like colored folk? Bro, I don't care.
Opinion, I feel like Fi let Sparker down. You've got to look at it a bit in this schematic. Sparker was doing as much as a previous MVP could have done in that situation. It's a heavy role. They make it look easy. Trust me, I understand. But if you're looking at the entire front to back, what makes a championship team and what they had last year, quite frankly, that was a bit of the missing identity for me there, Ship.
It's so difficult to go DD into Gambit, and then especially match Gambit, so I can't imagine trying to get that, but Kitty was still able to do that into Saipe, who's just also equally in the conversation of just as strong on that hero. So
Yo, guys,
being able to do that is
how many more
a testament
games we got today? I'm
strength
trying to go
on
to
that
bed.
particular role for the team as we check out the stats.
I have questions.
250K
I
yen
this about
bubbles.
VP a lot, and I know their fans are wondering this too. What I continue to hear from coaches, behind the scenes players, is that there's some old heads there in the sense of like they're kind of like they used to set the meta, and now it feels like they're catching up a lot to what this meta is. And when you have something as like fresh and crazy as what we got in what we're calling Rivals 2, right?
Yeah.
To me, it just
No,
feels
this
like
is
it was
Rivals.
like, it took
This
too
is
long to
Rivals like
adjust.
Yeah, I think that's the good
1.25.
thing here, right? In their old age, but also because they've been, playing the game for so long in hero shooters and esports in general for a while.
I don't
it
think
feels like
people
they've maybe
in the
not
US
gotten
hate
complacent, but they've fallen
colored
behind the
people.
meta so much. It's those joints; they're not as flexible. Same for the.
Oh, you're saying it
My
don't
heart
matter.
goes out.
People in the
I
US hate colored
absolutely
people.
adore this
Yeah.
team and their players. They have some of the most talented.
And
on
people
the block.
people
You've
will
got
hate
come
me all over
together
the
as
world for
one.
my skin color.
It's
It's all
not
good.
just one, like we always like to say, right there, Ship. Obviously, Crazy Kitty getting MVP is so fitting to the story. I remember I was up there in the casters booth, and Gaskins kept saying, "You're gonna hear it all land, Crazy Kitty," and it was almost they were almost out. Right, with Regen, and it was like, not all land. I mean, maybe we'll talk about it a little bit. Yeah, hey, the story is going to continue. We got both Crazy, and we got that kitty there, Ship.
I think we also need to say, shout out the
Light,
Aura
are
Wrap.
you a?
I mean, this is the second
what is
time
this
now
word?
that they are going from MRC potentially all the way through this tournament. That is insane.
Through the lowers, Vaughn.
Yes.
Through the lowers. I mean, if y'all don't understand, you go back and it was Envy.
Oh my
which,
God.
yeah, they're gone. But
Oh my
they
God, I'm
were
so
able
tired.
To take down Envy from that uppers.
Why did I
and
just
create what
Google
was-
biracial, bro?
would
Like
say
I
a
didn't
lot
know
of
what
the
that.
standard, obviously, that team has moved on to now.
Oh,
What is the favorite here in Navi,
I need to
but
go to bed,
it's
bro.
crazy that we're seeing similarity.
Like,
and
I
shout out
need to go to
Brad
bed.
To identify talent and get
I
that
was
thing
like
going.
Yeah, no, it's a
Miracle,
huge
like I was
shout
like,
out to, any of the
oh my
organizations that are
God.
supporting the upcoming talent here as well. I mean, half of a new roster from that Chop team. Ducky
Yes,
didn't
I
even
am.
play in stage 2 of Ignite, and now is taking down world champions. I mean, everyone putting in the work.
Hey, Groot, player over there. I think he said
and Emma. Yeah, they're both killing it.
I think you said it best. Oftentimes, right? I'm hesitant to say like this is the best.
Like, my
X
cat
player
is
for
pregnant?
Zero, because all regions
Damn.
are so hard to tell. Vaughn has been trying to pitch to me that Ducky's the best Groot right now in the game. Man, we're seeing some plays that back that up, Ship.
For sure. And obviously, all consistently on that new team up with the bubble, looking really solid in moments we saw avoiding Glartrox with bubble, right? Really good timing on that. I mean, this team is so locked in as a unit. I can't believe they took down. That was such a David versus Goliath story. MRC versus world champion.
What I'll say, Vaughn, all right, is that last midseason final, VP didn't even make it, right? So this team's not out, right? Like, this team is going to be fine. You don't want to piss them off. They're the Hulk, right? Yeah. So they will be back. We know that. There's a lot of great talent there. We do bid them adieu. But again, we got to keep with the Cinderella
Like, you got
story.
another
One
5
way or
hours in you,
another.
right, G?
We're going to find out who they clash
Yeah.
with. Coming up next, it's going to be Swamp Gaming versus Jin G. We will see what
You guys
that
are lucky
is
as
up to
Swamp
on
versus
the
Jin
other
G.
side of
I'm
this break.
so
Don't go
tired.
anywhere.
When it's make or break, the Razer Black Shark B3 Pro is a real difference maker.
Is it?
Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With
There's
the best
not?
mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point.
Are they really?
It all off active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
Counter-Strike? What is this emote? You can wiggle your feet in bed? Okay. Are we not on a short sleeper schedule? Bro, I just like have not been staying asleep. Like I just have cancer. Alright, I'm going to piss and lay in bed. I'll be back. I'll see y'all in a bit. I'll pull up chat. But I need to go like not be in my chair.
This was inevitable.
Armed and dangerous! No mercy.
There is only one path to peace, the Avengers' extinction.
Avengers, assemble!
Widow style.
Friday, lock and load.
This is for Pietro!
Everybody's afraid of something, but true legends rise above the nightmare. Available July 30th at 7 p.m. PT, remember who you are. The past may haunt you, but the battlefield belongs to you.
Welcome back to the mid-season finals, and we are looking at another elimination. We just lost the current reigning defending champions, although no longer defending. Can you tell what region is about to have a team in this game, audience? I'm not so sure, considering that I'm joined by what might be an incredibly biased panel for our next matchup. I am joined by Cozy, once again pulling triple duty, and by America Man. Hi.
Hi.
We're all winners today, honestly, with the content. It's been great.
Well,
I'm a loser.
I'm a loser right now sitting next to this European. Honestly.
Yes, American Man. I've been waiting for this day. It's been what, since November?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Homelander.
Oh, it's so great. Yes, absolutely. I've got a lot to say to that. Okay, yeah, no, listen, American Man. Swamp Gaming, right? Wasn't looking so great up in the top. Obviously, it was the big brother of TLC, which is another American team. I feel like it's perfect for you to talk. What do you think they did wrong there?
I mean, realistically, everything. Like that last game, it was just a slopping back and forth, and like we saw, it was a little one-sided. And this match today, too, kind of be the same thing. I mean, Swamp Gaming really is one of the best teams this entire tournament. We've talked about it, Cozy, behind the scenes so many times. We know how strong Swamp Gaming is. The only problem is they're stuck in the best region against the best teams.
They are also against one of the best teams so far. We have had a team that has now been proven multiple times that there is no fluke in their playstyle. Genji, formerly Ground Zero, formerly Chopper Mag, are once again back, and they have matched their best finish ever, basically, and are continuing their run, but Swamp Gaming stand in their way. I want to break down the roles bit by bit of like what do we think is actually going to be the advantage for these two teams, because starting with Vanguard, Cozy, Duep and Zenstari have just shown so much, especially Duep on the mag.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I want to highlight the Vanguards. I have to say, too, gentlemen, that I guess not for you, American Man, I hate you. I would say that it's sad either way. If you look at both these teams, one of them getting eliminated. Like, I kind of like have an attachment to both of them, just like they're so lovable as players and together as one. For me, though, even though I am on American Region Caster and more, I would say probably the Vanguards, I'm definitely going to give the edge over to Genji. I feel like Duep might be the best mag in this entire tournament. I know, American Man, it's hard for us to say, but you got to agree.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like an American. Realistically, just how he plays, absolutely.
That's all it takes.
Is that guy. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, duh, it is. Every American player here, he is one of them, right? Like, and now at this point, we could just adapt him, and we might as well. I mean, we'll probably come for Australia eventually, so might bring him over here. Why not? In the North American region, because it's the best region in the entire world.
Speaking of bringing over players, let's move on to Duelist. I'll be starting with you here. We, of course, have that incredible Duelist lineup for Swamp Gaming, including Dace, who's been so flexible throughout the region, but bringing over Bobo from China has been such a massive boon for Genji.
I mean, the only compliment I can give is that Bobo has looked very American. I mean, at the end of the day, he has been, and that's the only compliment I can say. That's the highest praise that anybody could say about realistically any human being, and Bobo has been the most American player this whole tournament.
Land of the Free, break me free from this desk right now, from this man. No, hey, listen,
Hey,
if you look at the Duelist, yeah, I would agree. I mean, Bobo is such an X factor for that team. Melophobia, though, I think if you were to put him on a few teams, it would be like a clear, crazy standout player. Melophobia is an absolute unit when it comes to clutch factor. I will say hard on the sleeve a bit, right? That's what I want to see change from this team. It's the first land. We've seen Rad adapt. We got to see Swamp do the same, or it's going to be a quick end to that story.
Speaking about adaptations, though, FMCL has also been very flexible for the side of Genji, having some incredible Daredevil plays at the Grand Finals, which is one of the big reasons they were able to push on so far, and has definitely widened their hero pool since then.
No, I mean, I agree. If you look at what we've continued to talk about in that flex duelist position, right? Daze has always seemed like he's one hero short of making a massive difference to not be bannable. Coach Fox, smart guy. Love Coach Fox. But this is it. This is where you've got to completely let everything out of the bag, because obviously elimination is here. You did not come all the way to LA to quickly get sent back home.
American Man has just been sent back home, it seems. So we have Dogman returning to the desk. So Dogman, I want to start with you for the strategist. This is where a lot of people bring a lot of attention to Swamp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the strat department is definitely where I would say they live. And yeah, like we mentioned, yeah, he's out of here. Get that guy in a different place. Not the guy to be around in this matchup, because both Genji and Swamp are phenomenal. Personally, I had Genji making it all the way to the grand finals, winning the grand finals. So they were that team that can beat Swamp Gaming, I think. And Swamp, while they did look good, versus other, teams potentially, I think there's a good chance, like you said, the back line dominates.
Would you even say that Swamp Gaming have potentially been looking a little Australian in their play style here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Australia has the most underrated players in the entire world, and I think that's shown today. Like, genuinely one of the best regions just that have been able to compete over the past few years. And we've seen it every single time. There's so many Australian talent that have come out.
To be said, though, I would say when you go against what is the best team in the nation, right? Like, this is where it really matters, right? Because outside of this, Swamp hasn't been tested. TLC beating them, we know that was probably going to happen, right? It's the same when you lose to Na'Vi. So for me, in my opinion, this is where it's like, okay, Swamp, how do you compete to these other regions? Because if they take Gen G down, this definitely is going to rise the stocks on Swamp Gaming believers. Then they go against Rad, and I like their odds there too. So Swamp Gaming, this is easily the biggest match these 6 have had ever to face.
Speaking of big match moments, all these players will be at least comfortable while doing it, as they are all sitting on that incredible Razer Iska V2 New Gen. It's the official chair partner of the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals. It is equipped with Razer Hyperflex lumbar support system to keep these pros supported, and the Gen 2 EPU leather with cool touch technology to handle the heat of battle. It is available right now on the Razer website, and the draft is available right now in front of our eyes.
I mean, Dogman, we got the thing right off the rip, getting saved. Love that. That's kind of more of the same that we saw a couple times from yesterday. Just kind of leans to the play style of the team. Bobo, it felt like forever was trying to get like that flank on 100 Thieves, and it wasn't happening. Like when they're passive, that's when I feel like Gen G kind of starts to choke up, and the thing just enables what they love to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, I mean, Thing play style right now is very hyper aggressive, and the best teams do that. The best teams are proactive with their gameplay. That was why some of the teams that have played that kind of those compositions before are out of the tournament now. It's because they're playing the comps that were more traditionally slower, but because of the new team ups we've had, and because of the enhancement team ups, it's changed so many different things with the gameplay.
We've also got to address the heretic in the room here. So far, Gen G have not really been able to come to a tournament with a full roster once they've had Bobo and Salvation on the team. Salvation unable to make it to this event.
Just got there.
But Alex is, thank you, Alex is doing a fantastic job filling in for this and is really making sure that Bobo especially can play that aggressively.
Yeah, listen, I mean, it's a great point to have there, Tetcher. For me, what I want to see, as we will continue with the bans in a second, I want to see this a one-sided mag. Take away Duep and that amazing mag that we know, and then start having that safety net on your backline that you know so well. Valentina, one of the best in the game in the backline, and so Gen G has to start targeting now, right? We've got to start seeing the Gambit and more.
Absolutely, you're right, Cozy. I mean, I think when we take a look at this too, it's interesting because we brought back up to the thing, and also, like you said, Zinstari, you know, known for the Groot, right? And Daze known for the Wolverine as well. So that matchup, how is that going to play out, right? That's going to matter in the long term.
It's all about where you can place down those ironwood walls to try and prevent yourself from getting picked up by the Wolverine. And as Cozy said, we will see that one-sided Magneto and Groot taken away by Gen G. They don't want Swamp to have it, which could leave it one-sided for Zinstari.
Yeah, I actually like that group ban a lot because, you know, we think we're most likely, obviously, the one-sided mag going to be going over Scatter to have that role. So Kraz, what is Kraz now going to lock in? Maybe do we get that Hulk fastball special? You know, they've been teasing that a little bit. That'd be a perfect thing to shut down and to come out at the right time. Venom ban at that is going to make it even more lean that direction.
Absolutely. Oh, I've kind of had a weird theory this whole tournament. The best teams are the ones that are banning out Vanguards. Currently, I feel like a lot of when I talk to the pro players behind the scenes, it seems like the Vanguard players have a very good read on the meta. Everybody has their own opinions and biases, but yeah.
Hey, this could be a one-sided Gambit. This, hold on now, because on Domination we've seen, okay, I was hoping, Gen G, you had me worried there, so for a second, and now, Swamp Gaming though, one of their weaknesses is Adam Warlock here is what a lot of people might go with. I don't know what they're going to end up rolling with, but either way, that Gambit save was huge.
But I actually want to bounce off of what you said here about the fact we're seeing more teams ban Vanguards. Vanguards seem like they have been kind of the heroes of this tournament. We've been seeing a lot of teams go for triple strategist comps in the past, but in this competition is one of the first where we've been seeing triple Vanguards without triple strategists.
Where you at, Daddy?
Just a single duelist who really
World's longest piss. I said I was getting in bed, not
so
pissing.
it's good to see that flexibility come on in, as we will see, while we have
Just
had
also
Penny
would
and
post
Ultron
all
sneak
of Brand
through
New
the
Day on
phase.
Twitter.
We will see at least one more
Higher.
removal at the end from the Adam to prevent that hyper revival.
Bro, taking a nap?
Vanguards
Almost.
definitely have been the heroes of the storm of Ignite.
Yep, Adam is gone. That's what I expect. Get rid of the cheese while you can, folks. I've got Swamp Gaming taking this first one.
Who do you have, Dogman?
I have Gen G in 3-0 fashion.
And I have host neutrality, so I'm going to send you over to the casters in order to bring you all the action of this elimination game.
Thank you, guys. And thank you,
Am I
Mr.
playing
America, for
ranked?
leaving
Yeah.
the set.
Yeah.
One of the worst things that's happened to America since four-way
Definitely.
stops, I would say.
Look around.
But this one is nice for us because we get to get out of our region and see what one of the best of Pacific, is going to do against one of the top contenders to settle some scores, to see where Swamp Gaming settles on the international scene. And then a best of 5 elimination game on Benim T'Challa. Great way to start with a triple Vanguard of all things as well, with the bans that came in from Gen G.
I saw someone on Reddit describe Gen G as either your first or your second favorite team, no matter who you like the best. And I think that's pretty accurate. This is a team that is so lovable for their story.
But even Swamp Gaming are just a bunch of sweethearts. They just don't have as much pedigree when it comes to playing on the international stage. Gen G last year said pay us, and Gen G, the organization, did. But this is where that cost needs to come back tenfold.
A little bit isolated right now, but knows that their strategists are going to lean in behind them. Swamp Gaming still threatening with this
100
Wolverine.
men would
You have to
shit
be
stomp
on
a
your
gorilla,
toes
bro.
when it comes to trying to dodge. As you can see, the Days went for the feral leap on the opposing thing, but it was not going to get too much because, of course, the thing is immovable. And now Zenstar can cleave through so many of these tightly packed players.
They're looking at the compositions. It's just very different in the style of what the duelists want to go for. And Bobo trying to sort of make sure that he's playing at distance if he can help it, and throwing himself up high in the skies, just almost keeping Days locked in. Like a cat up a tree, he's got the high ground, and it's actually Duet that finds the feral hit.
Going to be difficult to dislodge him from this one. Daze, though, doesn't want to go for the leap and gets hunted down on the disengage. And Bobo can just play this one safe now. Jiggle peeking the corners, making sure this escape route is going to be revealed. Now Genji can hold close.
And now you've got the Daredevil as well. We can just get all of this information where this fight is going to come from and any other lanes that Swamp Gaming want to try and hit through. They have to change up. Daze switching away from the Wolverine to Daredevil himself means he's going to be a bit behind with ult charge, but not by much, as FMCL is actually behind 47%.
A little bit behind, but there's plenty of time to try and catch up here. Alex doesn't need to play catch up when it comes to the Gambit ultimate, though. Already, Valentina ready to go with the first of a Raging Royal Flush. Skillbox is going to try and answer this one with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. It's going to amplify Bobo's damage, and you've got to be careful if you are going to be blinded here, because they will take your head off. Too sweet. In come a couple of charms, but the shield is enough to rebuff the incoming control of Duet. And with a couple of charm players here to work with, Melaphobia is going to go down. Zenstari peeled off of the Magneto. It's great defensive play here from Krasmang, but Swamp Gaming still haven't really got any progress on the point to speak of. Zenstari takes the corner, just breaking down these health bars and activating their team up for even more damage. Scalagengi takes to the skies looking for a victim. Will settle for the Daredevil.
Yeah, it's just Swamp Gaming having out these ultimates to sort of stagger out, but somehow Gen G are holding on to this defense, got themselves up to 2/3.
Get themselves another Battle Recall beacon soon as well. The question is for Melaphobia, do you want to try and invest into this one? They've got a lot of pressure towards the point itself, and getting rid of Skittles might be what seals it. Oh, the portal is just not in time when FMCL decides not to commit to this one.
I have enough time if it's going to be a push all the way to the end for Swamp Gaming. Now that they're set up in position, duelists with ultimates. The one thing that you can say about them is, like, that fight was looking great for them. It forced out a lot of ultimates and it forced out a lot of time. So Gen G just holding on to that
Lulu,
objective
you love
pretty
Black
much
Cat.
until the very end.
I swear every time I see you
But
type in
losing out
YouTube,
on the
you talking about
portal,
Black Cat, girl.
potential overtime could be a big miss for them if it doesn't go well.
It's been a brutal exchange of blows thus far, but Melaphobia has the most brutal of them here. Great quick draw on Duet's shield to parry the incoming Barnet.
This meta's unbearable?
It's
What do
a
you
hard
mean?
head-to-head for him.
You
going
don't
up
like
against
watching
Bobo,
Emma
who is
thing,
just
Mag?
like the shining star, I think, of Grand Finals. Won all of our hearts, and Skittles is going to make sure that hearts stop on the other
I
side.
love
The
watching
copy
Loki
from Swamp
Gambit
Gaming
for
with
8
the
months.
Loki means it's going to be another Royal Flush to come through with Valkyries on the horizon.
Valentina, a goddess of mischief. Skittles, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is not enough to stop this one. It would appear that Gen G have decided to call this one curtains, as it's going to be yet another hold from Swamp.
And this is where, like, the ultimate economy works so well for Swamp. They're very disciplined. They have plenty to work with. It was only really just that dedication of the Royal Flush to go for that fight that ended up working well.
You don't?
For them. The Skittles actually switching away from the Rocket to go
No,
for
I mean,
Invis,
Black Cat's
feeling that
chill.
maybe they could pull
I like
Daze out
playing
of
her
position,
and
but that
watching
swap
her,
over
but
to
like-
Daredevil has done a lot for him in the end. Genji otherwise keeping the comp the same.
I think Didi's got my heart over
Yeah, she's
her.
constantly threading that backline. You can see for Skittles on the Invisible Woman is going to potentially be able to push this one away.
So I'm happy at least
extra
he's getting
damage, extra
played.
movement speed. Daze can't get through the barrier that's been erected by the Gambit, though.
To answer your
Melaphobia
question,
has no such issues. The bullets
Black
are
Cat
rot
is
to
really
stern,
hard
pierce flesh and
into
bone
Daredevil,
alike from Gen
and
G.
you can't really
Keep
play
them at the
Luna here
gates.
And that was the trade out
Because
as
you
well
need
with the
the
Royal Flush
Sue
from
to
Alex.
deal with the
Nobody
Loki
really seems to go
Gambit
low
because
HP.
the
It's just
Sue ult's
Melophobia
like
that found that one
completely
pick,
shuts
but it
down the
stalled all the
push
way
to
to
Loki
90%
Gambit.
for Swamp. So it's go time for Gen G without that ball.
You also have
MCL
Magnus
noted
match.
on the other
Sue
side.
is
Anyone
really
gets
good in the
charged, their
bag.
head's going to be
She
taken
can
off
shield
here
the
by
ult.
the Assassin's Precision,
So
but
it's like-
Bobo is leading towards over here. Forky Dog
So
found
we are
in the back.
gay.
Well, everyone was thinking elsewhere. Low on the HP.
That's not
Matthew
what I
Murdoch
meant.
has to try and dodge away. Bobo
He
just having this
feels better.
consistent sleep
Yeah,
paralysis
Blackouts will be
demon.
frustrating
And there's
to
no
play
one
'cause
there
you
to
miss
help
your
them.
fucking
Daze
grapple,
finds the
you're just a
1v1
dog
in the
shit
back,
force with
shutting
fucking
down
bad
the
game
Assassin's
against
focus,
cancer.
and Zen Starry isn't reasoned upon here. Placed down on the floor, Duep never stood a chance. Carbon crushed and crushed by Metal. Swamp Gaming win out their first round of domination.
Better late than never for Swamp. It's a bit of a slow start, but they're still like getting used to it. This is only like their third series on LAN in this kind of performance. But they're at least able to get things going. And as soon as they had control of the point, they looked a lot more comfortable in the end for Gen G. So it puts a lot more onus and focus on how these first fights are going to go. This time, however, ultimates are going to be available. It's the one thing you saw Bobo there just sort of getting caught out from Daze and switched over to the Daredevil. That's where Salvation missing and Alex coming in. Even though Alex is doing a tremendous job of being a
the
substitute,
entire
it was
Spider-Man
Bobo and
movie.
Salvation,
Like,
the two Chinese
unironically,
players,
the
kind of
entire
not so
thing. I
much
just
did
saw
their
the
own
tweet.
thing, but looked after each other. So if there's a lack of peel coming in for Bobo, it's almost maybe that assumption that like Alex should be the one doing it, but obviously he's filling in for that slot. It's just that missing piece of Gen G that could be the difference maker when you have one of the better melee players that is looking to go in and actually fight. Otherwise, Melophobia's kind of held down the fort when it comes to the duelists, and the Vanguard line that's had the majority of them banned out in the end, surviving and keeping their heads above water.
FMZL, potentially moving over to the group here, was having a lot of trouble finding entry onto that backline on the Daredevil. And admittedly, maybe thinking that Bobo needs a touch more peel, or like a little bit more biomass between Matthew Murdoch and himself, because we saw Bobo, during their ultimate, assaulted pretty handedly by Daze with no real help coming their way.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. He just needs a little bit more help coming in, but like if the focus is coming in from like FMCL to make sure that Melophobia or the backline of Valentino and Forky Dog that have only been eliminated once between them, they have to feel a little bit more threatened because it is Gambit Loki. There is a good chance to dive to Loki as we've seen from like previous games, but it's going to be just a brief pause in the end, which seems to be like the modus operandus, I suppose, for like Swamp Gaming. At the very least, like you're playing on stage for the first time. It might not be them, it might be the other side of like Gen G, just making sure that they can come in, but hopefully the Mogger and the Mulder podcast doesn't have to continue on.
Well, Aurora's ready to answer the
Like, what if
call of
Fox
podcast
became your
when
coach
he
and you went
becomes
to
elite.
SG?
So we got Mr.
That would
Fantastic
never
in
happen.
goal. That's what we
Yeah.
decided. We're not going to go there again.
Oh, I'm wondering here if Duep was just on the the Doctor Strange here for the teleport back.
I'm downloading it.
Yeah. Or if they're going to try and commit to this. I imagine it's not really going to be a commit, given that Krasmang has been doing absolute bits thus far on the Emma. We did see an interesting combo as well from Krasmang and Scatter, where they went for that Carbon Crush just to lay someone down on the ground, crushed by Carbon, then crushed by Iron. It's a great 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it's just make sure that there's no peel, I suppose, in the end. And you know that that same level of peel isn't going to be available on the other side because, as a reminder, you can sort of look at the likes of Magneto being one-sided for Swamp Gaming. They've also taken out the Loki, which wasn't traded
You
for
better
Gen
go to
G.
theaters
Mantis
to
banned
see
on
it.
both sides because Mantis has been
Guys.
the first ban for both teams in every single series so far.
If I wanted to see
For multiple
Spider-Man
reasons, I feel like team
on the
ups,
7
for
Cs,
sure, but
I would see
she's just as
Spider-Man on the
strong as she
7
was
Cs.
before,
Like, of
even
course
with
I'm
the
going to pay
changes
for the
to
theater
like less damage
experience.
boost down the speed boost is
Hippos.
certainly doing a lot. As we saw the scene with some of the like the Storm play, like the Soul Bond combination, like speed boost plays that we're seeing from some corners of the meta. There's still just one map to be played as the clock is now ticking again. And Gen G wanting to show that it isn't just going to be another episode of NA versus EMEA. The Pacific can be involved in this discussion.
Question is, Swamp Gaming strong enough to knock Gen G off of their well-deserved perch? Looks like Forky Dog is going to shuttle them forward here with a speed boost of the bubbles. Meanwhile, Duep is actually going to go for this early mugging.
If they can find the right
Why
kind
do
of
they play
target, or whether
Beast
Swamp
in
Gaming
the
are going to be
solo
ready, and
dive?
they're not. Scatter Genji is the first to go.
The slowest
Comfort
of the
plus
bunch.
if
The
they're
old man can't
disrupting.
move so fast unless he's got his
Kinda plays the
metal
role of like a
skates
Venom.
on. Valentina going to be rounded upon here, already having to use the
You have to, like,
regeneration.
look
The
at
main
the DD
Forky
and
Dog
respond
pulled
to
in as well.
Create
Sonic
chaos in your
Vortexes are just elucidated from Duat. And already Scattergengi is beginning a counter-strike here. Swamp Gaming do not want to give up first control despite their disadvantage in that initial fight.
They really don't want to give it up because there's 3 Vanguards that Genji are going to park on this. You might as well build a whole parking lot because everything concrete is going to come down to Genji.
Oh, Valentina, no!
But she's got the wrong copy. Ai Bagamoto's going to get thrown in, but it stuns 3!
Stuns 3! She's the best Vanguard in the game, baby! FMCL on the other side, ready to go forth with some manner of control. They do have access to the Strangling Prison, but decide not to use it right there.
I
Yo,
appreciate Valentina
Savage
being like, oh,
Beast mode.
whoops,
Don't
might
fucking
as well
spoil Spider-Man.
yeet something to the fray.
Winning Wakanda.
It was a good stun, and Genji certainly weren't expected it, but neither was anybody else on the server, including Swamp Gaming.
What do you mean things were strange? Since when?
But now it's Genji taking the point first again, and they have now got the bodies on it to hold, as well as a Strangler Prison. It might be great against this push-in, as it's going to be the Royal Flush.
All right, tenacity gained by a couple of members of Swamp Gaming as well, due to the amount of control that was in their path. Zenstar has already fallen on down. FMCL now needs to make a decision. Are they going to try and commit to this one?
Oh, that was fire from Mello.
Unbelievable CC immunity off the back of the Kraken impact, and they're just going to keep going and going down into the hole potentially. Is there going to be a reset available? There's enough healing to stop it from happening, and still Genji are going to hold on to this point as well. Krasmag's found the offer angle, and they've managed to grab a bunch of squishies. The mind control is there. Just look into Krasmag's eyes. Don't worry about the days that's on the other side.
Nobody else that can hold on and touch it, but Swamp Gaming managed to get through with these bouncers on the objective, and now it's getting those bodies back on. Is there going to be any adjustments here? So Strangler Prison was used from FMCL. Do they want to go back to 2v2? Or they just want to get those bodies in because of the Royal Flush? You're catapulting these BP hitters along with an Apex
See, I thought
Predator.
you spoiled the
You're
end of
sending
fucking
the
Brand New
Goon
Day,
squad
dude.
after Swamp Gaming.
The old classic style of Goon. The good Goon.
The good Goon.
Or the bad guy Goon, I suppose. Alex opens up, Raging Royal Flush. Oh, Dave's already caught them! Will they go for a solo? Here is the bravery there. No, instead just going to pop away. Cooldown to try and go away and find themselves a better angle later on. Melophobia's already fallen on down, though, so it's going to be the only DPS to speak of here. Surrounded, Krasmag just tiptoes. It's a little pirouette on top of the wall that the group left behind, but it's not going to allow them to stick around for long as Genji are back in control.
I think you really start to see, like, you know, Emma Frost is very much
the
back.
Pope's
Some of these
Catholic,
ultimates that we've seen
grass is
seduction
green,
across this tournament has
sky
found
is
so much
blue.
value. It's so cheap as an
Why are you
ultimate
sad,
to use,
Sonya?
and there's never really a bad case scenario in order
you
to bring
watch
it out.
me and
Swamp Gaming do have
be
plenty
with
to
you?
try to work with,
No.
but it's about setting up Daze, who is really wanting to make this Wolverine work. He has the last stand,
Alright, my
and
bad,
plenty
I
of
feel
targets
bad.
to pull
Yeah, I
out
got
of
you,
position.
bro.
We know that he loves to use his Feral Leap to go in towards
Why
the
does
back
no
and
one
then
dive
last stand
tank?
everybody forward.
Because
Valentina
this,
making sure
like,
this
the
time
ground
to
tanks are
have the
fucking
Gambit in
broken.
hand
They're
and
better.
ready to propel the
Do more
team with
damage.
the Raging Royal
Just
Flush.
carry the game
But
and just
Genji,
do
they've
everything.
already given up some space. They've complied in advance. Daze looks towards the back. There's the Raging Royal Flush. Can you drag the Invisible Woman
That thing,
from
look
her
at Thing
armored
just dropping that
carapace?
shit on the
But
ground
no,
and just
Daze
completely
is gonna
shuts
play
down
it slowly
Daze,
now.
and he just
Genji
can't make
within
a play
one
now.
fight of winning this. There's
It's alright,
the
he's got a
Raging
second one
Royal
now.
Flush. Daze gets put down on the ground, but they've got plenty of healing behind them, and Melophobia's joining the symphony as well. It's call and response, and the response sure is bloody. Yet another for Melophobia. New phobia unlocked.
Yeah, it was the Glartrox thrown out for
What even
Bobo,
is
but that was all that
Melophobia?
was really time for even
What is
as
that, the
the
Shiro?
clobbering time ended up being used from Zenstari. It was
Why
not
triple
enough
tank that? I
actually
have
to stop
no
Swamp
idea
Gaming. Just
why
absolutely
they
send it to
didn't.
Swamp straight to Genji. It's getting a bit more hot and humid on the server as the point is flipped over, but Genji, 99%, just build up those ults.
Control immunity for many. Daze goes towards the back. Who may bring forward both of the strategists? You don't got a strategy for that one, do you? As Daze punches you in the face.
It's the typewriter effect of Daze, just getting the last stand, pulling everybody across,
Isn't the
shifting
moon
it.
good here?
And it's an absolute
It's
jackpot
okay.
in the end there for Swamp Gaming. Yeah,
Wait, do
Genji
you
now
watch?
just
You
have
friends
to
with
waste a
Smino?
bit
Yeah.
more time.
Smino's my boy.
And at least going to have the portal, but they're
What does that
dedicating
mean,
it
do I
early.
watch?
They're not. It's not an overtime play. They're just going to try to get out of the way of Swamp Gaming
What
that are blocking
ball are
off this
we going
hallway.
to?
All in for
Why
zone
would I
control.
go to a
Melophobia
ball?
around the outside. What a pull onto Bobo into the midst of the enemy, and there's nowhere safe to disengage to. And now Scattergengi can play so confidently, knowing they're not going up against an Elsa. Even more anti-heal. Perfect play coming through from Forky Dog. You want the thing, you get the thing. Instead, you look to Groot, put it down on his
Groot
head,
bubble.
but there's still so much much HP to try and work through here, and Genji are in control. What was gamed there? Was it blocked off by the shields? FMTL is dragged over. Look what you have wrought upon yourselves! And Dave just makes it so difficult to survive. Adamantine claws carve on through, and Alex falls back as well.
But in the chaos of the fight with Genji, when they went for the portal, they did actually flip the objective, so Swamp Gaming need to get it to 99%, but there's not going to be much to try to stall it. It has to be Zenstari on the Venom to hit.
Oh, Zenstari looking to make the landing. Instantly going to be potentially controlled here by the Emma Frost. Takes to the sky with a symbolic resilience, keeping it going. Overtime is slowly disappearing, and Duep has pulled one down into the grounds below. There's no friendly neighborhood for you here, Duep, and there's no chance for contesting. Swamp Gaming have out-humidified Genji.
What's that melody, bro?
Seeing what the Pacific Best can do here is domination. I mean, I don't know if it's a bit of an anomaly. I'll have to check with Dan Gaskin, but from the stats, I have one game. One game from Genji playing on this map, and it's a win against Reject.
Bro, it's got to be like Alex or
I don't know
Mash.
what's exactly been happening over in Pacific, whether we've seen the likes of Genji play on this map too much.
Sure.
But for domination, it's pretty good going. All things case scenario for Swamp Gaming. They basically beat everybody except for that team that they lost to earlier today with Team Liquid Citadel. That's the one area of domination, but everybody's losing to them. And it's Melaphobia with the MVP, and I think well-deserved with like some of the hooks, the picks. Even you could say that like Dave's just trying to find his footing.
Scatter
the Wolverines, the Daredevil on that first point.
Yeah.
Wolverine looked a lot more solid, but it was just Melaphobia just controlling where those fights were happening. And Genji, even with like more bodies on the point, immovable objects had to be shuffled a little bit more from what we just saw from Gaming.
Yeah, I got
This
you.
is one of the advantages.
But yeah,
of
go ahead
having
and do
an
that,
older
and you can
team,
book with me.
Like Krasbang and
individually.
Scattergengi have been playing together, well, since the times of Jesus. And it means that they can play this very old style of Vanguard line. The Mag and the Emma together, when so many of the more like nouveau tank de jour of the Vanguards have been banned away.
Well, also, it's just like some of the scary ones, like Venom for no dive, see in the top right, stuff like Thing, Groot, but you're leaving the Vanguard line that we just saw pretty much in every
how
single
fire
match
would that
series
be
from Rad
if there was a
VP,
gentleman's
so it's
agreement
still good.
across
It might
like
even be
all
like
of Ignite to first ban?
one
Like,
of the best in slots. Stuff
guys,
like
don't
Thing
ban Mantis
works
anymore.
in these kind of
We're just
scenarios
going
that
to
try
handshake
basically
not
use the
ban it because
one-sided,
Netties
like,
is
all
too
the Vanguards
incompetent
that
to
they
get
have,
rid of
even
it.
putting 3 on the server at once.
Let's
But it
change
just
up the
didn't seem to
game,
be
change up
enough
the
in
draft,
end,
you
so
know?
Genji sort of pulling out a different strategy, not looking good. They can either stick to it going into some of these other like payload maps, whether it's Convoy or Convergence, it's their choice, and just sort of like either iterate on it, make it better, or just go back to what was working.
We definitely saw some interesting strats come out from Genji here. The question is if Swamp Gaming feel the need to over-adapt towards them when it would appear that their neutral gameplay with the old tried and tested has served them very well. Admittedly, the Thing and Groot are going to be particularly invaluable against the amount of displacement options the duelists are using on the side of Swamp Gaming, where they're playing both the Wolverine and the Barnacook of the Bucky.
I want to look a little bit at what Genji are potentially going to be picking up this event. It has been a lot of Central Park, which is like a map that we've seen a little bit of from Swamp, but not too much. It's only like 2 wins that they managed to get, and it is going to be Central Park, actually, that is going to be the choice from them. So that's actually an undefeated map for Genji. Bit of a last bastion in the end, but it means that, you know, potentially we go to like a convoy choice of Swamp Gaming if they do end up dropping the map. And I want to see like this be just a close series similar to the one that we just saw from Rad, because you do want to see a little bit more from the Asia region. It's not just a case of like China picking up a series or whatever. Now it is just like Pacific, generally speaking. Genji need to sort of like lead the line with that, because you mentioned the front line, the Vanguards of Swamp Gaming, been together a while. It's the exact same for Genji. They've been playing together a good portion, even with Boba and Salvation coming from Nova, from China. That's a year ago now.
Yeah, that's true. Admittedly, their scouting in the home region might not be the most, might not have the most options, but who needs them when you are the best team in your region by a considerable margin? Oh, is that the Mandy Celestine cosplay? Very nice.
I missed it. I was looking at my stats.
Oh,
Bring them back up.
You're such a nerd. Bring the cosplayers back, Jarvis. My boy here was busy nerding out. He was looking at numbers. Lord forgive him, but he has mathed.
I was just seeing a lot of green on the side of like Genji when it comes to this map, including a win over 100 Thieves yesterday, which, you know, went the distance. So those kind of moments are going to work nicely, but have a chance to reconvene, see if they can make things worse. And it's a win over TSM and Lunex on the side of Swamp Gaming in both the Stage 1 playoffs and then the preseason playoffs. So it's intermittent, I'd say, on the side of Swamp Gaming. But you'll look at the results. If you're expecting to win that first map,
this is where you expect to go again after this with the choice of Gen G.
All right, as we head into our bans, you can never guess what was banned first.
It's Mr. Fantastic.
Yep,
finally
Mr.
happening.
Fantastic off the table. Now who's going to be in goal? Mantis is going to be taken away. And it would look like there's going to be a pivot towards that first protect on Magneto now from Gen G. The gambit that they made, the first protect on thing, was certainly a unique approach to bans over on domination, but it didn't pay dividends, and so Gen G are going to be forced to pivot.
I mean, I feel like on the subject of football, it does feel like it is bringing on Big Dumper. Just like, it's just bring on the defenders, hold down the fort.
I'm so ready for bed,
I
guys.
think I'd be making that kind of like
I
joke on a
pre-fighted
podcast
brushing my
like this,
teeth.
but it is the same sort of premise. Magneto is going to be that main protect. It doesn't mean that
Have I
Gambit
seen
is
Brand New
looming
Day yet? Hell
across,
no.
so both teams are going to be happy to potentially pick it. But also Loki does climb up the rankings when a payload map starts to come into the fray. Most certainly when you let Gambit and Loki be available on the side of Gen G, it meant the Folky Dog and Valentina's job was very, very easy.
Yeah, for Swamp Gaming, they're one of the teams that is particularly adept when it comes to both the Loki and the Gambit, because, well, both Valentina and Forky Dog are fantastic at Gambit, and Valentina's got a nasty Lady Loki in her arsenal as well.
I mean, we saw a little bit from Swamp Gaming against OUG yesterday, like just kind of happy to have these like drafts be completely identical, right?
Yep.
And I mean, that was the one thing as
Wait,
I
watch
mentioned with like,
Daredevil?
VP, of like they were very good
Season
when
1 and
it was
2,
a
yeah.
mirrored ban, and obviously that was completely broken by Rad, who just sat and chilling waiting to see who their opponent is going to be at this rate. So it is going to be pretty much identical across the lines here. We're hearing some more the lock-ins, which I can tell you one of them is going to be Gambit on the side of Swamp Gaming. They're going to be defending first. And I see the hover over Invis. You guys don't get to see it, but there's still a little bit more of a look of both teams now just taking out as many strategists instead of that Vanguard approach for Gen G.
Question is, are they going to protect the Gambit here? Or are they going to go down the Virtus Pro? They're going potentially down the Virtus Pro route. They were hovering the Invis. Now
They did this last
hovering
time,
the
though.
Rocket. They've got 13 seconds.
The thing is that nobody else could see this other than us, so they're only just trolling us too. But they have actually gone and protected Invis.
Oh, they've done a Virtus Pro.
What does that mean?
Let's say
Well,
go
this is what Virtus
Skitties.
Pro did on Spider Islands.
I'm about to
against
start
Rad,
calling Skittles Skitties.
allowing the Gambit to make it all the way through. And now one-sided Gambit's on the other side. It did not go well for Virtus Pro.
It did not. That's the only difference, though. And I mean, it was a little bit like somebody else did this. Like, yeah, we're happy to actually just make this a one-sided invis. It might have even been like Gen G in some of these cases. Certainly like one of the Pacific region teams of just like, we don't really care about it, and it's like fair. When you're at this stage, play to your strengths, but you know that there's no Loki either, so it doesn't mean that you're just going to have those ultimates to consistently fight with. Well, I want to see exactly what the composition is going to be from Gen G, whether we are going to see some triple strategists, 2-2-2.
Yeah, I
Now
mean,
it's a
Skittles
bit
is
more
just
like
the best invis in the
Gen
world,
G.
so that
Got
might
some
be what that
ideas.
is
You've shown
about.
this map, and it's gone pretty well, but Swamp was certainly watching in the wings. You might have even scrimmed each other because you're on like different parts of the bracket to an extent. But yeah, it's a little bit nerve-wracking for Gen G, but this is where you sort of make the big bucks, to be fair.
Yeah, it's time to put it all on the line here. Neither of these teams will be able to have a second chance. Survival in the mid-season finals on the line, and the Americas are looking bloody powerful right now, Ryan.
Not too
W
much
fucking
to our
Mike.
dismay, I don't think. But I think it's also the side of it is like the Swamp Gaming.
You guys
I do want to
voting
see them put
Swamp
under
or
some
Gen G?
pressure. It
Probably
was very
Swamp,
easy
right?
win over OUG. It was very
Oh,
easy win.
97% of you are voting Gen G
So I want to
still?
see them just pushed a little bit more. And Gen G on this
W
map, it's
chat.
undefeated 6-0. This is the place to do it.
Okay, question is Bobo cooking here with unlimited ammo? The ammo overload is going to be enhanced by Skittles to allow for higher rate of fire and a bottomless magazine.
Might be also just an element of like
Grace,
Alex
what the
coming in
fuck
as a
are you
substitute.
talking
He
about,
has had the experience of Team Heretics to sort of play in the sort of like main Loki. Okay, never mind. Melophobia goes down. This is a good opportunity to push in, but the dive has come in for a counter attack from Swamp, which means the Daze goes down too.
Melophobia must have just taken such a wide swing because Bobo didn't even use
Wait,
the
they're
unlimited
just
ammo
down
to get
two
that pick to open up.
instantly.
They could just go in with the Deliverance shotgun so quickly. Melophobia is going to be portaling back here, and Gen G mercifully
These
haven't
5
got
people
any
put bets
progress
in.
on the
You
point
guys
yet.
are worthless.
Might not even be able to get a third before it's contested. Melophobia went down so early. He's like, I know exactly what I need to do. And because the switch over to the things happened to Presman, you're able to actually get those bodies in. Valentina's there to jump into the fray, so Gen G have to do it all again.
Mystical
Remix
angle
does
found.
hard
Swamp
mod, I
Gaming have
can't even
plenty of
lie.
HP to work with. A Bayou Bash through the midst of their team will heal everybody up, but Zenstar is coming awfully close towards that
Feel I
group's
wasn't here, I love to
ultimate.
gamble.
A strangling prison could try and tie a noose around Swamp Gaming's neck here, and with Daze down as well, you can be all the more aggressive as a group. Cut off off from heals. You see Valentina and Forky Dog desperately trying to burrow their way through the wood walls that are placed in their path. Gen G, let's have a quick listen in to see how they're celebrating that point cap with Razor.
You should go outside. Can you go outside? Oh, use your ult first, Bobo? Up to you. Yeah, outside. Just go outside and Harm, you can swap out there, I think. We play left side in the house. Come left side in the house. Come left side in the house. I'm just gonna rock it over here. I'm moving res. I'm moving res. Left side in the house.
Max win, Skittles.
Just push card. Just move card. When they touch, I will use. They close gambit. They close gambit. They weren't happy yet though.
I'm slamming.
I'm using the mount. Venom behind, Venom. Walk it, rocket. We can win. Walk forward. Bow one. Nice ult. Alright, they're gonna gambit all out.
You can almost make a mixtape, I suppose, with all of the dee mag. It'd make an amazing trance music, but this is also for Gen G. It's been an amazing run as that payload has started shifting across. So Zenstari with the Strangling Prison, Bobo just under a good amount of onslaught from this dive from Krasmang, but it's not quite worked for Swamp Gaming. They're pushed all the way back to the second checkpoint.
Although we can't hear Skittles calling it, we'll certainly hear Skittles' mum in the crowd soon if we get yet another successful push here. FMCL already forcing Daze out of a position that they would like, and Krasmang's been discovered as well. That's going to complicate matters, not going to be receiving Valentina's ultimate, and Daze has already had to run away. Being able to answer this, a last stand into the midst of Swamp Gaming, and Genji have finally found my tempo.
They finally found some Chungus life from FMCL to go and fight this one a little bit more. So Bobo doesn't even need to use that Apex Predator. He basically had everything set up from him from that last stand. All of Swamp Gaming pulled out of position to make it a nice shooting range.
Also, my points to the one map that SG won against CLC stage 1 final. Unlucky, bro.
14-0.
I go look towards Krasmang and Melophobia here for a big combo. Feast of the Abyss often gets people down into the culling or a range for an execution and a reset. But also, you got to worry about that big drop down to the left-hand side. Someone could be dunked into there rather readily by FMCL. Oh, good by Alex.
These Dallas goes down, so this is a good chance for Swamp Gaming to try and go in for the attack, but it's a Vera back, so it's an intermittent break from the strategists that are going to come back as Swamp Gaming dedicate more.
Yeah, and second that Meteor Ram is over, Bobo is under assault from the Devil being let out.
That's a weird way of saying
Genji will fall inside the castle.
Never heard that before.
Fighting in the end. Swamp Gaming still have a lot to work with, and it was one of the highlights from them over and for them to challenge just the ult economy. Being a little bit more reserved, not over-dedicating, and it's great there for a fight win, and you have so much like backed up now. Genji sort of losing the objective in a rough position, but having 4 minutes on the clock, they have plenty of chances and opportunities for this team
guys,
to
are we
push all
seeing
the
a
way to
Venom?
the end, but ended against 100 beats.
Star tries to rescue themselves here with the Ironwood wall. Walls broken down by the frenzied arrival of the Venom, and Zenstari just taking so much damage, but gets saved. A turnaround, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and the Groot ultimate as well. Call in Scalagengi and Daze for their appointment, and I'm afraid it's not good news, Doctor.
I mean, Duep, it just feels that every 13 eliminations that he has, everyone has been a final hit. He's been absolutely connecting with these shots.
Yeah, I
from
think another
Magneto.
reason that Venom is so
why
shit
he's so
right
good
now.
in this meta. He's
Not
got
like
some of the
shit,
setup
it's
and
just
even
like
the
how
damage boost coming
broken
in from
fucking
Alex on
Elsa
the
Widow
invis.
are. You
And
just
no
take
wonder
infinite
he's
meat
just
and
pushing,
you
and Swamp
die.
have to respect the space that
They must have, like,
pretty much
hard
the King of the
CC.
X-Men himself seems to be taking.
Melophobia does a good job buying all of that space. You can see the anti-heal onto Duep, and there is just no triage to try and deal with it. A deep dive coming through from Krasmang and by Daze, but can they find the value here? Phoenix team up and ask for Krasmang to cleave through multiple players as they set up for yet another frenzied arrival.
Invisible boundary for Alex when that dive comes in. It might be just making Krasmang's life a little bit harder to actually go for those picks, but Daze on the flank taken out from FMCL.
Now Krasmang has to carry a frenzied arrival and a Feast of the Abyss, having to deal with the shield in the back. Already has gotten rid of the invisible boundary, and so Swamp Gaming, they can just disengage.
That's perfect, yeah. Feast of the Abyss forces that invisible boundary off of the objective itself, but it's still moving uncontested from Swamp.
A big pull onto FMCL, who has the last stand. There goes for a second life. Regenerative healing factor has been popped now, and FMCL can be a lot more cowed into submission towards the back. Krasmang's aim is certainly being rewarded, but a quick float away from the Rocket Raccoon will keep them safe for a moment longer. The aim is solid. Skittles dodging, ducking, weaving. The energy of the mother is flowing through him right now.
Oh my god,
and
that
where
Groot
can
wall.
Krasmang go?
What
The
is that
door's
Groot
blocked
wall?
off.
The doors start crying.
What a
It just felt like it was a
from
trap set up
Zensari.
perfectly from him. You've got the peel, amazing work from the super sub of Alex, but then everybody from
Enjoy.
Genji showed up. Duep has been sent down from Logan himself, but the Rio back brings him straight back up.
Unbelievable clutch. Scalagengi looking towards the back, needs to shut this one down. Here and now, FMCL just about survives by the skin of their teeth or by the hair of their beard. Bobo towards the back. Daze is noted. There goes the glass shots. It's grabbed up a couple. Into the hole you go, but Bobo's been unable to dunk away Magneto. Melophobia with a perfect dodge. Duep has to hit the ground once again, and Bobo's found himself a brand new angle to try and play with. Daze hasn't found anything off the last stand to a grabbed in. The cleanse is solid. Valentina's quick on the sticks when it comes to a drawing of the cards, and it's a reshuffling of the fight.
It's 3 minutes already burnt off from this defensive swamp, and Alex has built up another invisible boundary, so Krasman wants to try and bait it out, but here it's all on the point. It's all to fight for.
Scalagengi isolated, taken in again. Krasman goes around the back to use their biomass to try and hold this in place. 1 minute, 1 meter. All that remains here is Bobo falling down to the charms of Forky Dog, but brought back straight away by Rocket Raccoon. The walls are brought on out, and there are the Thorn Lashes to try and carve through them. Krasman's down as well, floating away in a bubble. Duep had to stand alone. With 44 seconds remaining, Genji have reset the fight.
It's still scrappy, it's still going on. It's just been one long battle between these squads. No ultimates to rely on just yet, but Melophobia with an Apex Predator. He's setting the sights, he's finding FMCL, who is just surviving consistently. The CC means nothing to him.
Has to be done here and now. The Cosmic Gun amplifiers here, moving forward, grabbing one. They're going to call it back, but Days of Valentina are already gone. What can Krasman do? Taking down Alex as the majority of the heals, but Bobo smells the blood in the water, and the Sharks begin to circle, taken from midair like an orca in their prime. Genji finish their run.
And Swan Gaming were just
Daze
left
is so
a little
fat.
bit sloppy. I think on the first
we
and
chill
second
on Big D?
defense, it was all Genji, but 4 minutes spot on. It's 12 seconds that are left in the bank. So there's still signs of life in the end for Swamp Gaming, who have not lost on this map all year, but just haven't played it as much as the likes of Genji. Different kettle of fish, and it's now Zenstar and Skittles that haven't
Star.
been eliminated. That has continued on, but even then, it felt like maybe those like half a dozen eliminations that went against Genji were well after the second point. Duep, yeah, I was right. 10 final hits out of the 16 eliminations that he got, just constantly connecting with the left clicks and the right clicks.
Someone get Cozy a lasso. We need it if we're going to interview Duep at some point during this run.
Hope
Swamp
you're doing
Gaming
well. I'm alright.
still in the lead, and they still have their attack to go. They got Genji all the way down
Auntie
to
K.
overtime. And Swamp Gaming, they've been playing remarkably against all of the controlling factors. Valentine's been so quick when it comes to those cleansing cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's only that
Yeah,
era
I saw the
before
VOD you called him out for throwing on BP.
The Doctor Strange ultimate on the first map of domination.
Ice
but
fire.
that's one of the things, like, you forget the Swamp Gaming still green to play
That
on
fat
stage.
fucking
You've got, like,
pig
a new
needs to be
setup.
held
You
accountable.
obviously can change the sensitivity of who you're
gotta
like,
keep doing
connecting
that.
onto.
It's
that could
justice
easily be a
right there.
setting that's like just missed when you're like setting up on stage. So it could be just those kind of small moments, teething issues as you get used to playing in this position, but you're already thrown up against like the Kings of Pacific, a Genji. And
You
this
play
is one
BP?
of their main
Will you play
castles
Torch?
to Bastion and defend on.
Or Bucky?
One of the controlling factors, the Barnet hook by Melophobia, has been taken away to go back to the Elsa Bloodstone. Melophobia was an absolute beast
Where does
in the
that shit on the
preseason during
ground?
the Elsa meta, one of the best in the world.
Daze is still wanting to not even go for the head-to-head with a Daredevil, who's very good on this section of the map to go for the flanks, use the sort of little bit of high-end terrain to rain havoc on the backline of Genji. Certainly when it's a bit more intermittent with Alex coming in instead of Salvation, means that there might be some gaps to exploit if it isn't for FMCL, just keeping it in check.
Dave's just been doing a good job here of being
Did Daze play
threatening
Bucky? Yeah,
on
he
the
can.
Wolverine,
He's really good at
making it
Bucky.
untenable for Magneto to move into this zone and control it. Daze falling low has already lost out on the regenerative healing factor, and it would seem that FMCL has been rescued from the Feral Leap. Still Melophobia on the hunt, turns it around. The Monster Piercer accuracy is absolutely disgusting, rancid stuff.
But the Bira back means that FMCL should be back in fray, but everybody else from Genji is forced off at the point. A third has been captured at the very least, and something from Genji needs to start pushing out if it isn't for all of these group walls from Krasman.
Yeah, but Krasman really sealing away this team. Genji needs to try and break out of their zone, and having used their defensive bubble here, they are going to allow Valentina the time to build up.
It's so very close, but the Yarn Amplify is going to be used first. You're not going to combine them. That might be able to just actually bank up the Gambit ultimate, not even need it for this first point as Duet goes down, and it has to be the Yarn Amplify traded on the other side.
So much damage already gone their way. Krasman looking towards some victims, doesn't want to see this one finished already. Invisible boundaries brought on up. 2 players are stunned by the clobbering time, but there's plenty of extras off the side. Melophobia! Unbelievable stuff off the back of the Apex Predator, and ain't no one touching this point.
It's another portal that's going to arrive.
That's where they should have saved TP, so they could TP on the cart right now.
Means that nobody else from Gen G is going to be able to try and contest this in the end. But you forced out the ultimates. You don't have to worry about a Gambit on the other side, and because the portal play was used, you don't get that Alcatia play where you can actually go and contest this one very early on because you've tried to contest it on the objective. So Swamp Gaming have a lot of freedom to set up, and most certainly Days
all balance is subjective,
looking to leap in.
Scanagengi wants this poke spot and still has their cast of the sword. Oh, look, he's baiting. The second someone would pop up there, it would have been Days on the other side. Days taken so much damage, has to move in the other side. Valentina was grabbed by FMCL. That's a big pull from the jackpot.
Beer back means that you've got one, but Bobo's already taken out another, so this fight is actually going pretty well for Gen G. The position is solid, the payload is stopped and held onto the defense, and Swamp Gaming need to be careful that they don't
trying to play the best characters
Gen G giving a lot of respect, mostly allowing
and a lot of
FMCL
time
to
you
find
have to
another
ban the
target.
same shit because
quick draw on the shield there from Scanagengi, but that means that there's one less resource to try and work with on the disengage. FMCL just claws out, moving forward, almost as the last stand. Could bring everyone in if they could only get
that wouldn't
what
happen
they
if the
need.
game was actually balanced.
The last stand is ready. An attempt to block the incoming Meteor M, but you know what? Duet's just having to try and take that one in midair. Knockback after knockback, control of the group. They're plant benders out there.
Just Krasman just facing eye to eye with a Magneto with a Meteor M in hand and somehow winning.
I want you to hit me.
Yeah, it's a bring it on. Jeff, help me, please. But FMCL is like the switch over to Wolverine has done a lot for just the sustain, and obviously you have the full enhanced team up with, well, not even the Gambit on their side, it's available for Days, but FMCL is just looking like he has it enhanced with the way that he's playing.
I'm second with Days is taken away. This means a lot of room for Duet to work with and start building up towards that next Meteor M. Still Swamp Gaming. They have so many ultimates to work with. Valentina thinks it's winnable, and so out comes the boosted Meteor M. Alex surely can't survive this one. They've been tracked down, and that's going to be Bobo crushed under the magnetic mastery of the magnetic mutant. Sitting in the middle with the bubble, good parry on the incoming leap of Days, and now you've got to disengage because so much damage is being pulled out from this Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
And more time stall, 2.5 minutes left. Yarn Amplifier and Apex Predator use, so Swamp Gaming goes straight back in.
Oh, Melophobia gets it done again. What an absolute hero. Was that FMCL's
That was a horrible.
That was FMCL's
oh my God.
and Volky Dog's gone down in the process, but so is everybody else on the other side. Melophobia pretty much finding the team ace, clearing up one at a time, but Ultimate's dedicated.
And if it is, it's the most nothing burger dog shit trash of all time.
She'll
probably get buffed, bro.
I am going to see you guys back at spawn.
Mantis will probably get a buff.
The comic book, bro.
Not yet. But what
this is Nutties we're talking about.
FMCL gets Swamp Gaming.
By Daylight Con, they get the devs.
Probably Days, though, is thinking, OMG, he might have a great opportunity to find these more picks and find himself a second checkpoint.
Took their time, though, not enough. Melophobia's already taken down the CC immunity wall, and so Zenstar is going to be eminently bullyable. They could be pulled in. FMCL is going to be the first one to fall on down. The trap gets it done here. Tick damage.
It's just harder to showcase
and
in a game like
still
this
in the midst of a brawl. The Monster Piercer piercing through multiple targets and just burning them away. Farewell to Zenstar. Duep's got to be the one to move in now. Bobo tried to get some action going on the Black Widow, but the Red Room won't save you
one
from
of the
raid that Swamp Gaming
head
are seeing.
devs of Dead by Daylight said if you don't
motion
like the game,
sickness
then go
watching
play
from Melophobia's
Civilization.
He's just dashing
Go play a
around
different
like
one.
crazy using
the
team up to have the 2 traps as well, so
Never
it's not
played
even
that
like
dog shit
4
again.
instincts, 2-second dashes like the olden days. I said the olden days, like 2 months ago. The Swamp Gaming actually might be able to set a better time here, but Gen G hoping to sort of pull what Swamp Gaming did on the defense and stall this out, but it's already climbed a good portion of the map so far because Swamp Gaming have pushed all the way to the throne room.
And I will literally never play it again just because he said that.
You can see that
I don't even
high
care.
ground has to be given up here. As Days is noted on the approach, would really
So
love to
brain
grab
dead to tell
this
that to your
mag,
player
but the
base,
mag CC immune during the Meteor M. Tried to use it to peel. FMCL taken down by Krasman, it would appear, but there's been a turnaround. Bobo around the back with the headshot! A wide shot there is a bit of a miss, and so Scanagengi can turn it around on the off angle that was so desperately curated by Bobo.
Is flipping around to turn Swamp Gaming around in play, but everybody was prepared, and this is looking dire for Gen G.
Melophobia sends forth the Glatrock Glowtrox. The minions have been sent. Skittles can't even pop the ultimate in time. Invincibility not on the cards, and Scatter Genki reigns imperious over the castle. Move over Dracula. There's a new king of this swamp.
Done in good time. It took a while to get going on the second, but Genji, first and second blitz. The Swamp Gaming on that defense have done maybe enough. It's going to be 48 seconds added in the end on the side of Genji to make it a full minute, so Swamp Gaming get a little bit more time allocated too. Also means that Genji have a chance to push this first. And we have seen some like crazy overtime pushes, but that requires you to get this objective. And Swamp Gaming, they might be a little bit like loose, a little bit clunky in some of these positions, but they're very like disciplined. It just feels very like reserved. So many teams tend to overplay, they over-communicate, they talk really fast, it's a little bit more chaotic. Swamp Gaming, I feel, are just like in their element. Just very relaxed, like a lizard under a UV bulb. It's just chilling out.
Zen, cold-blooded.
Yeah.
I think the Krasmag saw over to the Groot as well instead of a Venom has been instrumental. Swamp Gaming quickly realized the dive wasn't working. Too easily rebuffed by the choice of a one-sided invisible woman. And instead of just playing a lot more front to back, because hey, they have a gambit.
I mean, Melophobia is looking fantastic so far as well. Like the amount of damage that they're outputting and days like the Wolverine. It's not about doing a lot of damage, it's not about getting a lot of final hits, it's not about getting a lot of eliminations. It's just about causing chaos into Genji. And that has been consistent. Genji, it certainly felt on that defense, certainly as we got to that second checkpoint, that they were just uncomfortable everywhere they stood on the map.
All right, last time this happened, Swamp Gaming lost to Melophobia early to some greedy positioning. This time, being on the Elsa has a lot more disengagement option.
I mean, this is an early fight. It didn't quite go well for Swamp Gaming, but they did.
Game
the
at 275 next match? I hope so.
Again, he's able to at least escape from a little slippery hands from FMCL. And Swamp Gaming and losing.
We need to take
Fanta
down a tier as well.
I know we shouldn't have played catch with all that butter before we started. He had never missed. Feral Leap there from Daze does force out resources to make sure that he can't get too much in the way of control. But now we're looking towards FMCL to try and turn this one around. Krasmag's already had to use their bubble. Gets it from the Magneto as well. That's all the peeling power basically gone. Now this is a very imperiled front line, relying mostly on their back line to keep them sustained in this final fight.
Overtime is clocking in, and nobody from Swamp Gaming has been eliminated. Genji haven't had anybody go down yet, which means ultimates are building at pace, and Melophobia full instinct goes low, but he's holding on with the help of the strats.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier makes some tracks, but already Melophobia's taking it on down. Krasmag instantly gets resurrected. He's actually going to be able to move in from behind FMCL and Genji here. A surprise from the back could be the last thing that Genji wants, but Dave's already been taken down. They found Valentina as well. A perfect bubble from Scatter Genki at just the right moment as they get kidnapped away by the Reformation of the castle. Already 2 ticks gained here from Genji. Moving forth, Valentina heads off high. Melophobia almost already has the Glowtrox, and we saw how many it took off of the point last time. If you play inside the invisible boundary, know that Melophobia lies in wait as Genji are building up towards the remainder of their ultimates. Valentina sends them all forward. They're going to be caught by the double CC though. There's so much control, and FMCL feels like he's the one who's in it. That's going to be a cap. Ratatoska is unleashed.
Genji says, stand still for a second. We have some work to do, but overtime is going to consistently truck along, and you can see half that wick is burning. None of it's going to come back. So Swamp Gaming looking to pull people off, and that means Jeff the Landshark gets to say hello.
Okay, just objectively?
Never mind.
Okay, yeah, they're just going to go back over to Rockin. Maybe they're just forcing everyone out with speed bubbles?
I thought maybe he was going to save for Jeff to like try to see down the point,
but I guess they just couldn't stay on it for too long, or it's just going down over time anyway.
We'll be waiting.
They need to stay on the point no matter what now, and already Valentina's been dragged into the midst. Krasmag's down as well. Skeleton too, but all Valentina Eve will be able to do is flee as the remainder of their team have been ripped to shreds.
The land down under might have turned things upside down for Swamp. They might have felt that they had this in the bag, but this push has made it to the end of the map in plenty of occasions, but has it happened at an international event like this?
The Genji mums, they feel it in their soul right now. There is an opportunity here, but Swamp Gaming have so many resources to work with. Meteor M will be the first to move on in, up against the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. They want Skittles real bad, but instead they're going to set off the Ironwood Wall, a dodge away from the Rocket Raccoon, and Scatter Genki is overextended. Melophobia can make their way around the walls. They have to make something happen with the Glowtrox going in towards their counterpart in Bobo, else the Bloodstone has hit for dirt. Krasmag now stands on business. focus and stand solid as an oak before Ratatoska. FMCL back and forth, claw after claw after claw. 3 players dragged into the strangling prison, but no
How
one's
are they
on the
not on?
point. And Swamp Gaming
They
hold
might have
on
been able to win that
second.
if
You
they
had
touched.
the rocket rushing in and then the portal started to loom from Duep. But still, I think you take that if you're Gen G. It's 2.5 minutes to push now for Swamp Gaming. Not quite done and dusted just yet. Whew. But for Swamp Gaming, it's whether this defense is going to be good enough in the end. It was a fast point A take on their attack. But Gen G did buy a lot of space on that second point. And I imagine at that point, if we do get there again, if we are making some sort of return trips back and forward to the Dracula Castle, it might just be that case of like Gen G would do that in overtime.
Let's think about how Swamp Gaming took first on our first run around. It was all about bisecting the team. They forced Alex and Skittles into those backed rooms and then walled them off.
Fox got an abdomen on
The
him?
question is, are Gen G
just
going
say
to
he's fat.
identify that and modulate their positioning to not be vulnerable to such a play?
The one small update, though, is that FMCL was on the Daredevil A, didn't have the same sustain, right? Daredevil can only do so much, and Daredevil can still do quite a lot. He just deflects everything. But FMCL on Wolverine just seems to be very lore-accurate Logan. Just, yeah, I don't go down. Even as much as I want to go down, I still somehow find myself
Fox got a
taking
dad
these
body, I
fights.
does.
I don't see Zenstari having got a jump pack here, which could be problematic if they do get grabbed, but of course setting up that Ironwood wall in a more obfuscated position will grant them limited CC immunity.
Anything changing up? Forky Dog just sending everybody out similar to last time with the Jeff, but otherwise it's the same for Swamp Gaming. Composition not changing up too much. No cheese. There's only 2.5 minutes on the clock to try going for the fight. Scat again to get stunned out first and
the mid-air
knocked out of place for a second, but it gives Gen G some chance to maybe contest the high ground. At least FFCL is looking to.
Oh, that's a big grab onto Duet. Nice surf as well there from Daze, but it seems like they've managed to slip the clutches of Swamp Gaming, and Scalagenki might have overextended to try and follow up on this one, but eventually Duet gets hunted on down, and Bobo's gone too. Now, with the Resurrection having been used, FMCL needs to find some value in the back line, but Swamp Gaming are just all over this point.
Bobo's going to come in with the Doctor Strange, so it's about everybody else from Gen G stalling to make sure it works better than last time.
Portal opened. Could be in isolation. You could see that it momentarily grabbed out the Wolverine, and Zenstar is going to find themselves a path back onto this point as well. Alex almost up there to the invisible boundary, but Bobo's been taken out, and Alex won't be able to build it this time around. Swamp Gaming are barely having to use anything to take this point, and that's perfect considering they need to make it all the way through second.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
What's up,
Sorry,
Malik?
there's the thing. Zenstari comes in to try and fight that one a little bit more, but can only do so much. But still, time stalled out. It is going to be Swamp Gaming taking this first checkpoint and pushing on, but just a minute left, and Gen G now seeing if they can just get everybody off that objective before it goes to the end. They have to worry about Valentina, though, has got the one-sided Gambit ult.
Gen G here, they want to just take 2 fights. They want to try and force out early economy, and you can see that's why they didn't go to the second point. Valentina's getting mighty close here, and she is putting in so much pressure. Ratatoska's been kept away, and they stop the glass rocks. Oh, Zenstari so quick on the draw with the wall. That's disastrous.
Melophobia doesn't want to go inside this time, apparently, as the walls was just stopped in, and Jan Amplifier now going to come through, as it is going to be the Royal Flush used. FMCL going down, just shy of having that last Amber Beer back, means that they're straight back into the fray.
As we got Amplifier used, Bobo around the outside, caught out here by the trap, but Krasmag's falling low. Great bubble usage and straight up into the sky, and there's a really safe resurrection here. Krasmag has managed to grab multiple people. Bobo's not inside of the invisible boundary. They managed to get him just in time. Scalagenki's trying to hunt someone down with the Meteor M, but can't find a target. Will instead settle for Duet, and Gen G will lose control of Ratatoska soon.
But it's 10 seconds
What is
left,
he
so you've
saying?
given yourself
Rata
another fight.
what?
Even if Gen G starts to go down here, they're not dedicating anything more. They've got every ultimate other than the strategist, so this is just stalling because overtime is about to hit, and they have 100 meters to stop this one completely.
Gen G have 4 ultimates to work with. Swamp Gaming have 1. This is all about economy. If you want a hero to bring Americas one step closer through this bracket, it's got to be Daze. Oh, he's already made a move! He's got no one! Oh,
What?
he's got up 0 on
Oh,
the last
crap.
stand, and Scalagenki's already down! Now Gen G are moving forward. The Vanguards are starting to dissipate before the Valentina's been crushed! So too are the remainder of Swamp Gaming! Gen G rise up once again on Central Park and carve
Ratatoska
through
is
with
the point, the big
claws
rap?
of Eastern
Huh.
Fury!
The last stand brings us to a 1-all scoreline as Pacific strikes back on their home ground. Means that it has to be convoy of choice for Swamp to try to get this best of 5 over the line. But it shows in these big moments that Swamp can let it slip out of their fingers, out of their claws, and find themselves in positions like this.
What a smart maneuver to rotate around towards Ratatoska while it was still in the underground. That was where you were going to be safest.
Chad, I got bad news.
Kidnaps because he can't take you to the sky when he's got such a low
I have
roof
horrible,
over his head.
disastrous
And it's a
news.
Skittles MVP as well on the
I'm not
rocket.
gonna make
Like
it.
they were happy to go for the one-sided invis instead of going
You
for
guys
the
have
gambit.
no
If
idea
it's
how much
comfort,
I'm
it
dying
works.
right now.
Skittles is incredible on the rocket, and it's one of those elements
Like
that certainly
my
Swamp
head
need to
is
look
about
at.
to
It's one of
explode.
the few times that we've seen him play on stage.
I don't know
but this
what's going
series,
on.
it feels like it can go the distance. I want to see Swamp push to see what they can do in these
I
moments,
have
but I also
cancer.
want to see Gen G show what Pacific is made for
Yes,
now
I
that they've
literally
made
have
that
cancer.
trip across the Pacific.
Now I'm wondering, like, what happened? But
Tylenol.
we had the invis one-sided. It got
Does
so much
Tylenol
fine, but I guess that
cure
came down
sleep
to the Wolverine
deprivation?
versus Wolverine being able to hit those force physics for peeling.
I mean, also just a head-to-head, but there is a desk ready to break down some of the stuff that's happening in these first 2 maps. So, guys, what is going
you
on?
run your camera and show
What
the
is
live
going
pro.
on? We are having just the best
If I could do
games
that,
at-
that's so meta.
I'm less keen. We are having the best games coming in right now. Swamp have an incredible start. We were a little worried. You guys were talking in the break about just how much domination has been, the
You might have
potential,
toxoplasmosis.
the pain point
What
for
the
Swamp Gaming in the
fuck
past.
does
They
that mean?
absolutely cruised it here.
I mean, can we just talk about that epic comeback? They had a minute and a half over Gen G, and for them to be able to pull off what seemed like impossible. Swamp Gaming was clicking on all cylinders, quite literally put mud all
I'm
over the
just going to
ground,
sleep.
and they just sliced right through it. It got on 4-wheel drive and pushed through. I mean, Gen G, this is why they're such an interesting team and fascinating to watch.
They've really put up a lot of potential here. America Man, hi, welcome back, by the way.
Hey, how's it going, loser? What's up?
I would like to point out that
Alpha
two
dog,
of my
man.
teams are
All right,
still
good night.
going and still in the tournament, just like yours.
I'll see
so
you guys
Loser
when I
is
see you.
is a bit strong.
Sometime tomorrow.
Well, that's true,
Maybe
but they're about
tonight.
to
I
go
don't know.
later on because
Goodbye.
of how Swamp Gaming are playing.